Hello. Where'd she go? Oh, where you going? I had your camera on. They're ready to see you. She thinks she's getting pizza. Hello, good morning. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. It is good to see y'all bright and early this morning. I hope you like the new thumbnail. I was looking at it and I was like, right now it's just the picture of the defendant all, big and blown up on that whole right side. Why not put our boyfriend on there? So I shrunk her down and made her little and moved her over to make room for a bigger picture of our boyfriend. So, why not? Congratulations to our first in the tailgate. Chat boyfriend. Yay! Yay, paint dry. And to our first mod in the house, Shireen. We appreciate. Oops. Oh, I did that without playing it again, which I normally can't do. I appreciate y'all being here bright and early. I left Anne's picture. I didn't shrink hers. Victim's picture never gets shrunk, so hers is still on there. I wish that they had more clear pictures of her online. The picture that I have of her on there, I ended up it was a picture of her and Cara together, which I don't mind putting Cara on there because she's already on there anyway, but it had their daughter, and I feel uncomfortable putting pictures of her daughter on I know that they're out there on the internets, but I don't feel comfortable putting pictures of their daughter on there. So I had to crop her out so that it makes her picture a little bit blurry. But anyway, no, hers did not shrink, only the defendant's. Victims' pictures never shrink. So I am glad y'all are here this morning. I had a nice relaxing evening, honestly. I did not get thank you, Virginia Little. Watched the podcast last night. What is this? Go away. Good. I'm glad you liked it. I have gotten good feedback on it so far, which is good. And actually last night, for anybody that was watching, I was watching. Let me go ahead and turn this on while we're waiting and get this set up. Get us situated. I'm not feeling 100% today. Oh. We're going to get through it. Ugh. All right. So for those of you, I was watching it last night. It's like the only thing work-y related that I did. I watched the Turtle Boy live last night. Bob Mata was on there talking about the hearing that we watched Friday for Karen Reed. So I watched that, and right at the beginning, a lot of y'all messaged me and tagged me on the Facebook and stuff. But in the very beginning of it, Turtle Boy had said, he brought up my name and said that that I was doing a good job with the podcast. And then Bob said he had listened to it and liked it. So I I heard that. But then I saw some of y'all. I was like, oh, we got our people watching. So, but I appreciated that. And actually, I talked to Turtle Boy yesterday before all that happened, and he's going to come on our show too when we do a Karen Reed thing. But I had told him, and he had said that he wanted me to come on his, and that's fine. I told him I wanted to wait another couple weeks before we have him on, just because I'm still in the very like introduction phases, of the podcast. And I want to get a little bit more of the information. He knows more about this case and the people involved than most people do. So there's a lot of information that he has and to talk about. But since we're still in like kind of the very beginning phases, I told him that I want to get a couple more episodes out, get everybody who is new to the case kind of a little bit more familiar with it. So that's what the plan is. But yeah, I did see what they were saying last night about the podcast, so that was good. Good feedback's always a good thing. And it was a doozy of a show, like always. Let's see. I watched the video of Karen backing out and I couldn't see the other car move. Dang, snow got in the way. Okay, so I will tell you, I did not see it either in the beginning. I did not. The only way that I was able to actually see what they were talking about, because I thought they were crazy. The only way I could see it was I had to play it in like the frame by frame or whatever, like slow it down frame by frame. And I had to like zoom in and focus in on one little like where the wheel thing, like I guess it would be like the hole that's in the wheel, like the little, I don't know how to describe it. It's like the hole in the wheel. I focused on that one little spot and then I saw that move, but then also on the back bumper, you can see on the back bumper what the snow looked like before and then after. There's like a little spot where you can see like some of the snow fell when they hit it. So I was like, it's because it's not like she rammed it, like she didn't like ram it or anything. But also one of the most important parts of that video too, you can see when she's pulling out of the driveway. Oh, my mod's got me sick. See, you can see when she's pulling out that that her taillight is not smashed and missing pieces. You can see that it's full taillight as she's pulling out. So even with it cracked, it's not smashed and missing pieces. So that's an important part of that video too. Because originally, all the statements were like, oh yeah, cracked taillight, cracked. Oh yeah, it was cracked. And then it was like, oh yeah, it was smashed and missing pieces. Yeah, I'm not feeling great today. So I am going to, but we've just got to make it through today. And then tomorrow I will be on the road for a while for CrimeCon. And then I've got a very, very busy weekend with CrimeCon. So, all right, let's see. It was at first, they had like manslaughter and leaving the scene of a crime. They didn't upgrade it to murder until they got the phone records. They had like a drunken argument and she left him voicemails because they were fussing. And she left him voicemails, so they changed it to murder, which even with a drunken argument, that's still ain't murder. But I mean, they're, who knows why they do what they do. Nothing they've done has made sense. Mother Bear says you can't definitely see the wheel move when she hits it. Like I said, everybody take a look at it yourself. And everybody can make your own decisions on it. I had to watch it about 7 times before I saw it. If you don't see it, you don't see it. But that's why I said, everybody watch it yourself and make your own decisions. Good morning. Good morning. Oh. Let's see. No, that'll make me even sicker. That will make me even sicker. Good morning. Good morning. It is on, if you Google on YouTube, Karen Reed video pulling out, or Karen Reed surveillance video or whatever, then, you should be able to find it. I can't remember where I saw it. I think it might be, I think it might have been Court TV where I found it. I can't really remember. I remember wherever I was watching it, it had a thing on the bottom, but I can't remember. I was so focused on trying to see what they were talking about. Am I ready to see Judgment Dreamy? Yes, always, always. Oh, Mother Bear says, sorry, I meant to say that you can definitely see it move. Yeah, but I didn't at first. Did y'all? I mean, the ones who have seen it move. Mother Bear, did you see it move at first? Because you can't see it at first. Or, I mean, I couldn't. I even corrected myself on the podcast. I was like, you can see it. And I was like, well, okay, I could. Because I've seen people say that they can't see it move. And that's fine. But let's put it up while we're waiting. Let's see if we can find it. But I didn't see it at first. I thought that they were crazy. Not crazy. I thought that it was a stretch, is what I should say. I thought that they were trying to stretch. But it took me zooming in. But that's why I even say on the podcast, I mean, like, you know, watch it yourself and, you know, look for these things. But let's see.
Let's talk about the case of.
Hey, Vinny. All right, let's see. Our old buddy Vinny. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me move my pictures. Let me move to this side for a moment. Actually, oops. Let me move us so you can see. Update. Okay. So the part that I watched is like right here, that little hole. The little hole is the only thing. That's the only way I could see it move when I had to watch that. Because when I would watch this, but see how, oops, I don't know what I just did. Hold on, they're going to go back and show it again. And then look at the tail light. They said the tail light was like missing a huge red piece. And that red piece that they had was, I mean, huge. But also keep in mind, and this is what most of the episode is going to be on. Okay, see where they, oh wait, hold on. See where they zoomed in? Keep in mind that and this, like I said, this is what the episode is going to be on next week. Okay, see it shift? That's the part where I could see it shift. When, yeah, see? I'm not like, I didn't see it the first time. When they zoomed in and then I blew it up on my big, I have it on this screen right now, so I keep pointing right here, but I had it on this screen because this one's even bigger than this one, and zoomed in, you can see it move that time. But it wasn't until I saw this video with it zoomed in that I could see it move. I didn't see it the first time or the first 5 times. But so it is the court TV one is the one that I saw. So that's a huge deal. And the other thing, one of the main parts of the, let me change our, hi, big girl. Hi. Hi. You want a treat? One of the main things that we're going to go over on next week's podcast is the searches, because that search, I'm wagging a treat at y'all here. Sorry, Luce. That search that was done by Canton Police, 2 hours that they spent out there searching, I think it was. Don't quote me on the 2 hours. I don't have my notes in front of me, but it was somewhere around there, I think. They used like a blower, like a snow blower, leaf blower thing or whatever. They were able to get that snow in that area melted because it had not accumulated to the point of like the, you know, by the end of the blizzard, how much there was. They were able to melt that snow. They were able to melt that snow enough and search that area enough to get pieces of a clear, broken cocktail glass. Clear, broken cocktail glass. Tell me how they were able to search it so thoroughly that they found that. But then, and this is like daylight, you know, daylight hours before, you know, so much more snow had fallen. And then all of a sudden, like, oh, let's let this blizzard just come through and take everything, you know, to the next level. And then all of a sudden, then they go search later and then they find red taillight. If they were able to use that blower to clear that area enough to find clear glass, clear pieces of broken glass from a cocktail glass, do you honestly believe that it makes logical sense in your logical minds for them to have missed a whole tennis shoe and big old red pieces of taillight laying in the snow? No. They didn't mark off the scene. They didn't have it taped off. It wasn't. It in any other case, which, and you know, that will be something the defense points out. You know, anybody and their brother and their cousin could have walked right on up there, and you know, they didn't have it marked off. They searched it. And you want another one? You little pig, did you eat your breakfast? They searched it enough to find that, but then all of a sudden, oh, you got one more. You got one more. She loves. These were a gift, and look, I'm gonna tell y'all too. Whenever y'all send her like treats and food, she loves that because she gets so bored of the same stuff. So, like, I haven't. And it's a lot of pressure to find different things that she likes. So when y'all send her treats and food, she loves that. But it doesn't make sense to have that search done and then all of a sudden you know, hey, let's let this big old blizzard, you know, throw another 12 hours into this, you know, these terrible conditions. Wait till it starts to get dark and, you know, post blizzard, and then go search. And now all of a sudden we've found more stuff. Make that make sense. So that one's, there's going to be the next week's episode is going to be primarily about that and the interview that they went and did at her mom's house, mom and dad's house, and the timing of that and what they said the timing of that was. It's crazy. Yeah, no blood on the car, all those injuries and no blood. There's just, I mean, just when I tell y'all, like, this is one that just really caught me, this is why. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad y'all are liking it. Yeah, when I lived in Ohio for 6 years, oh, we're already starting off with a sidebar. When I lived in Ohio for 6 years and people would drive in the snow, I was like, are you crazy? Like in Georgia, everything shuts down. Like you don't have, you know, I'm not giving you another treat. You just had 2 and breakfast and pizza. Okay, one more. But you're out of those, so you can have one of these. Here. But yeah, in Georgia, like everybody goes and buys like, you know, milk and bread, and then the world shuts down for 3 days. So in Ohio, they're just driving in it. It's like, what? What? It was planted later on. Yeah, that's what I see. That's what I think. But I'm trying to tell the story in a way that sticks to facts, but just gives my questions. Like, these are honest questions. Why don't these things make sense? Sherry says, snow is nothing. It is to me. Oh, yeah, now the scene's not really the scene. What is it? Are you fussy this morning? Yeah. I don't have any more turkey tendons. Good girl. Yeah, they did that in Ohio too. But in Georgia, we don't have that equipment because it doesn't happen that often. Or we didn't, I should say. I don't live in Georgia anymore.
Morning.
Hi, Judge. Good morning.
So I know I'm becoming predictable, but I have to ask once again, if anyone had any difficulty following my instructions, not to discuss this case with anyone, to refrain from any form of outside research or investigation concerning this matter, to avoid contact with any of the participants in this case, and to avoid all media accounts concerning this case. If anyone had any difficulty following any of those instructions, please raise your hand. And I see no response.
No.
May I have Detective Lieutenant Whitney resume his stand?
You may.
Why are you whining? You want to sit with Mama? Come here to me. Come here to me. You want to sit with me? Come here. No?
At this point, I would ask the court's permission to resume the last exhibit where we left off yesterday. For the record, we stopped at 1:53:10. This is the interview of Cara Rintala by the state police on March 29, 2010.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you.
is the matter? Oh, what's the matter? What is it? Thank you. She saw my suitcase. What is it? Oh, that's a good point, Shireen. Oh, they need that WD-40.
What's on Barber Road Plastic? 2 weeks, D-O-P-Y-S.
Oh,
$10 Now, where did you get your medical training? Yeah, that's a lot of training, isn't it? I know my brother's a EMT too. Oh, and that's, like EMT level 2, level 1. What are they called? EMT intermediate paramedic. So EMT intermediate, that's what you can EMT. So that's 2. So you just did local training around here? No, I went to a program in Connecticut. And that applies back here to Mass, you have to take tests in that. They're national standards. Yeah, national. All right. Well, I guess I'm confused about the paint, where the paint came from.
the paint again.
I don't know. Because it looked like the paint was, well, clearly the paint was still wet, so where did, where did the paint come from? It's been down there for months. It's been down there. It's been sitting there for months. Where has it been sitting in relation to my drawing? Gotten more trouble when anyone wants me to use it. For a couple months it was over here. Over this side? No. Over the stairway? No, the shelf. Over here, this shelf? Yeah, over here. Yeah. So over here, it's paint, there's paint everywhere. And then they got moved by the toolbox for a little while. And then lately got moved by the stairs. If she wants that, so it spots on the kitchen. She doesn't want to do what she wants you to do. She says that. There's a lot. Besides working, I do all of, I try to do the art work and I do as much as I possibly can, but usually she does all the painting. She's painted every single room in that house except the bedroom. She's a painter.
And where's the rocking horse usually?
That got moved. It was out in the garage, but it was getting wet, you know, threatening of getting wet. And then it was, I put that in. We've got stuff everywhere, you know, grand old stuff is everywhere down there. You know, there's some stuff over by the furnace, there's stuff like the workout gym, but that was probably same thing by the, I wanna say it was by, probably by the pole. Yeah, probably by the pole.
Where's the pole?
On the stairs, the pole.
Like where? There's the stairs. Bathroom's kind of here.
Right beside the vacuum.
Here?
Yeah, kind of.
And that's where the rocking horse was?
Not behind, because that's normally where the Swiffer is, I thought. She has another Swiffer that we keep putting that back there.
What about over here?
Oh, that's extra storage, oh my gosh, it's plates and dishes and candles and cooking pans and mixers and extra stuff.
What do you think we're doing this for? What about that?
I don't know. But now we're going to change the figure, but I can't see that. I can't see. I can't see that. I just, he doesn't need this movie. I don't see that.
She had to, the battle with, work-wise, and, a while ago was that, a month ago?
Maybe two. Because we've been away. Or he just came back, I guess. I don't know.
Great news was probably.
It was
Brianna told you.
Yeah, Ann said he has big time gambling problems and he was asking people at his fire department for money, like thousands of dollars. He disappeared for like a month, she said. He's got a lot of kids, he's gotta pay for them, you know? They don't talk anymore, she said, they don't even say, they don't really know acknowledgement. I can't imagine they work on a truck. I mean,
You know who she worked with on the night before?
I want to say Amy, no, maybe not Amy. They constantly change, I don't remember. I wanted to say Amy, I think Amy. I don't think so. I don't remember. She has a couple partners she works with, but it's all, they're not permanent partners, you know what I mean? If you get there late, you might work with somebody different, or get somebody new that they set up from Springfield. I don't know who works Sunday nights, but they don't all have the same schedule, so.
When you didn't ask her, who'd you work with? Because she had a good night, right? She saved the clothes.
Right, it was somebody who she did all the work with. Often she has basic partners, but they don't put permanent partners together.
They don't put what?
Permanent partners together, generally speaking.
They don't put two paramedics together?
No, not until it was weird. Everybody has a different schedule up there, so I don't know who works the Sunday rotation with her. Usually it's one of three names. Amy, Kristen, or Adam. Those are big ones that she works with a lot.
Now, this girlfriend, what was the girl's name from Springfield? You said you found out she was seeing her again.
Well, she said she didn't want to sing her. She said that she was just a friend who was helping her out. But,
Carla,
yeah,
she works on Springfield PD? And what does she do?
I thought she was just like, saying, you know,
She worked nights?
I don't know her schedule.
You don't know her last name? Where was her apartment? Was that apartment that she had where you said she gave everything to Carla?
Oh, Amherst Road and Hadley. I think it's Amherst Road, but I'm gonna have to drive you there. I can tell you, we're 47. That's what it is. Outside the center.
So you go 47, you pass, and you're going towards South Hadley, you pass Bay Road, right?
We'll start, we start at the,
Back Ravine?
no, start at the green, South Hadley. Start at the green and South
South Hadley, yeah.
No, we
Go
don't-
down 47.
And it's like 15 past on the right, something like that. 12, 15 somewhere.
Was it a house you rented?
Oh, yeah, it was upstairs.
How much was that a month?
She thought like 800 a month. It was a lot of money. I was still getting bills, I didn't realize from Comcast that she wasn't paying, she must have been running out of money, but not Comcast. Turned off, but she promised to pay them, and then something else, I think an electric. And like,
A lot of bills, huh?
I have no idea. She closed all of her credit cards, but I think they're all maxed out.
Does she still owe some?
Oh, yeah. I said, one of them or two of them started calling me, probably because we have the same last name, same address, you know? And of course, I fell for the trap, you know, Annamarie. Yes, I do. Yeah. But now they keep calling.
What did Brianna call her?
Mama,
Mama, what did she call you?
mommy.
Now, after EMS came and the police came, did you go upstairs?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know when, but I went upstairs, yeah. I went upstairs, and I walked and washed up, like, no. Jean was there, yeah. Jean walked me upstairs and we went and washed in the bathroom.
And you changed your clothes in the bathroom?
After, yeah.
Did you shower?
No. Well, tonight? No.
And you had paint on you?
Yeah. Because
You moved her over.
I'm trying to be so patient.
I know you
I'm
mean that.
very, very upset. I cooperate and whatever I can do to help.
I
You know what? It really, it hurts. I hurt so bad right now. Haven't had kids in my family.
Well, you could have, if you didn't want it, you wanted to come here instead. I mean, I would let you, absolutely, I did say,
I know you did.
I did say that.
I know you
wanted.
I feel like I'm near my end. I feel like I can't collect a single thought. A single thought, I shouldn't say that because I did collect a thought, but I feel like it's just, I don't know, I feel like the whole time I end, like, I'm stressed, so sad, I'm so sad. I'm tired, I'm sad.
I know. But, I'm just trying to.
I know you are, I know.
How did this happen?
I don't know.
You thought it was what?
She just died and it came out not her color. She's normally light brown and she thought she got a different, the same one.
What did you do?
2 days ago. No.
you know how darker hair was darker than the hair, probably you shouldn't have, you want to be mean. It was really, you know, it's dark, it's not dark, his eye is full, I covered the race. Okay, so keep going, you're doing good, the hair was dark in the back. Yeah, new color, I guess. Did you move anything? Close your eyes. Did you move anything? Move her. You moved her. Did you move anything else? I think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. No, I just went down, I just moving her, I moved her over. I couldn't move her over her arms, you know, it finally got her to leave that. Oh my gosh.
She still says she didn't know. That's all I've heard is that she doesn't know.
Cold today. My arms on her. My arms are on her. You know, my arms on her. I don't want to call this anymore, please. Yeah. Do everything I possibly can. Tell you exactly what I saw. You know? It just sounds to me like she doesn't believe me. I don't have to be able to go. I want this one. And she's like, I want more time out too. Her hair was brown. Hair was brown. And they said, you know, I looked like after, like, dark. Her hair's not dark brown. And the color she normally does. That's the color. Oh, gosh.
So there's a leg right here. You can see somebody's like still in there with her. But she just kind of, I would love to see Dr. G's take on this. I know I say that all the time. Michelle Johnson, I'm wondering that too, but I think I'm really interested to hear what the defense story is, because that's going to be what really, you know, with them throwing the boyfriend under the bus, I'm curious to see what evidence they have of that and how they say that that can line up, because they don't have to prove the boyfriend did it. They just have to create that doubt for it to be, you know, hung jury, because they've had 2 hung juries and then one conviction that was overturned.
It's been a long day. I've worked here. I can just take time. And I'm trying to go cautious and get that stuff out of here.
The boyfriend has not testified yet. He did in the last trial, though, so I'm assuming he will.
Maybe I can. Hard to say. It's too hard.
That door.
Need a bucket?
No.
Or do you want to go?
Oh, I don't want to be uncooperative. I just,
Okay, well, we can always stop again, you can get some rest. How long have you been with Ludlow? I don't know if I asked you that or wrote it down. It was at Ludlow.
February.
And where were you before that? Where?
AMR.
Oh, in Springfield?
Yeah.
And how long were you at AMR?
Ludlow.
So you've been in Ludlow for what, 9 years?
'97, 98. 97 or 98.
And still there or
Yeah,
until 2001? You were there full time?
yeah, I was there full time. And then, I'm there for you.
No, you're there per diem. And people money? Per diem pays better, right?
And then you keep the shot. I got fired, and then you come back
Why did you get fired?
for non-compliant hours.
You
She's
didn't have
like
enough.
laughing.
And then we go back and pick, tell them our war story, divorce, and now we're back and we need some money. She made me grovel, I didn't want to, but, you know,
Yeah.
work enough.
How many hours a week do you work?
I don't work, Ludlow gets a standard 48,
A week?
goes to 14.
Uh,
But they call you all the time, I can only go during the day if I'm lucky, or on ground. They call on all the time.
so you do
Well, it's okay. Man works a lot of hours.
How many hours a week do she work?
You know, it varies. She's on a 2-week cycle. But she has her regular 40, but she tries to pick up an overtime shift a week.
How much do you think she gets paid a week? That much did she make? I never saw her look at dues, or she was her dad to do the taxes. She makes less, and I'm sure she makes, I don't ask her for anything for how she does the cable, she chips in for grandma every other week at school, and every other week at groceries. That's all I ask, because I know she struggles. I don't know where the money goes. So she pays for, her car rents and loan. That's a lot of money. That's $1,000 right there.
She goes about money again. What is it?
All right, where do you plan to go? You can't go back home. Because we're not done there. And not this form. I know that you gave us consent. But I mean, I guess we thought it was both your homes, but it's just in your name. Yeah, I bought it before I met her. Right. So we have to do a search warrant to get any evidence that we might want. So that's going to take a little bit to do, to write. So are you thinking you're going to go back with your mom? Or are you going to stay here? Where are you going to go? What's your cell phone number? Did I take that down? That was we have. Yeah. So you're my brain and my cell phone? No, yeah, we'll get back to you. What's your cell phone number? 244-6645. Why can't I have my cell phone? Because we're gonna see that for now, so we wanna look at it, so. And Ann's cell phone number, what's hers? 478-0196. Who was it? Is it Verizon? Yeah. Do you pay for the family plan? No, because no, I went on the family plan with her and her monthly bill was almost $400. So she went on her own, so it's, share Verizon too? Oh, you don't know, it's in her parents? I want to do it. But I want to say Verizon. Oh yeah, no, it's Verizon because she goes there all the time. She operates her phones all the time. She's got a Verizon phone. She's got a Verizon phone. And her parents pay? No, they split it. I know she was on the phone today or yesterday. The father called her all upset. The phone bill was so high, so she called Verizon and I don't know the outcome of that. She was just there, she had the phone. I don't know if eligible or what, I tried, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. All right, now, do you have any marks, cuts, or bruises on you? No. What is it on each? I don't have to put that to the other side. Let me see. No, nothing on your neck or anything, Tracy? What's this mark here? Right there, over here, yeah. Seriously? Sorry, night, sir. Yeah. Sorry, No, we haven't seen each other. Yeah, right. It doesn't look like it. Should be. Oh, yeah.
Hickey?
Oh, shit. I can tell you. Is there any over here? Oh, gosh, no. Are you kidding? I want to eat. Why do you eat so fast? Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Can you turn around just let me look at your back? Can you look at that higher? How about your belly? Nothing on your belly? Okay. Were you skinny or you short? Yeah. Any marks, cuts or bruises on your legs? Can I see those? There's just pain. What? Where? One. Yeah, let me see. One. That's all one. Is it on your feet too? I don't know. You don't know? Why don't you pull up your pants? Then we'll look at your feet. You didn't have those socks on, right? No. Oh, did you take your shoes and socks off downstairs? No. How How can you have paint on your feet? I was looking at my socks. I don't know. I'm cold. Let me see the bottom of your feet, your sticky feet. Did you have, where were your socks that you wore, do you know? Oh, you have them, okay. I know, I had my clogs on, and then I had my socks on, I had my socks on all the time. You and there. We don't have rare, okay, sorry. Okay, which socks? No, my socks were. Did you take your socks were soaked? Yeah. Were they soaked with blood, you think? I think so, because I walked up in the kitchen, I could see my feet were going to the bathroom. All right, did you take them, do you have them? Okay. Do you think you'll hear from Van's mom?
I never had a close relationship with her
Yeah.
anyway, but, I'm sure it's like getting freaked out, very freaked out. I mean,
What's your mom's name?
Stacy. Like, I'm not the type, we're not the type to chat on the phone.
Right.
Or, when we see each other, we're always very nice.
Right.
I don't call her,
Right.
chit chat or anything. Dan used to call my mom a lot to chit chat. They used to talk a lot.
Mm-hmm.
My mom's very chatty, but Lucy works all the time.
Where does Lucy work?
Alzheimer's house. Alzheimer's place. You said the name.
What's Sandy? What's your mom's phone number?
It's in my book, my cell phone.
You don't know it? Does she have a cell phone? Is that all she meant by a cell phone? So if we wanted to call you, are you gonna be with your mom? Are you gonna stay at the neighbors?
I don't know. I don't even know if they're there. Because one, I called phone calls and they didn't let me. So they all of a sudden things got taken. I couldn't,
Right. What's, Barbara and George's phone number, do you know? The neighbors?
Like I said, if I don't have a cell phone, I have nothing. I don't know what their number is. You look at their name, she says yes, and it goes.
Barbara and Roy, oh, you have their names, you can.
To my cell phone. All the numbers are on the cell phone. I wouldn't even know how to call my mother, or my Lucy.
Well, then don't fill it on.
Nothing. They don't have numbers, you don't use numbers, you don't have a phone that you have to use numbers.
Right.
Everything's by me,
Right. Well, let's see what get you back. The time, oh, like I cut it short. Oh, no, that's fine. The time is what? Oh, look at my phone. 2:23.
Where were you married? It's freezing out, so hold on, let me make sure. Let me get this. Are you signing that first? Yeah.
Interesting video.
Lieutenant Whitney, was that, the interview that you had with the defendant on the night of March 29, 2010 at the Brandi Police Station?
It was.
Thank you. And just for the record, I know we didn't do this before the video was played. Could you state your name for the record again today?
Robin Whitney.
And I would just remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Okay. During the course of that interview recording that we just saw, do you remember a moment in time where you were looking at the defendant's neck area
Yes,
and she indicated, or you observed something on her neck, correct?
correct,
And asked her what that was, correct?
correct.
And she indicated to you that it was a hickey?
She did, yes.
And I believe you indicated on the video to her that.
Basis.
We've seen you.
She's, it's a chunk of bacon that are hickey still a thing. That made me laugh. Oh, so funny. So funny. Lucy is literally laying on my foot right now. She is, she does this anytime she sees my suitcase. I think that, you know, because she knows I'm going to come back. Normally I'll take her with me anywhere I go, unless it's going to be like something like Crime Con. She would be literally in, you know, a room by herself all day, every day. And that's not fair to her. So she'll have much more fun with my son. If it's places I can take her, you know, normally I'll take her, but I think she gets anxiety. You know, I had her when I was going through cancer. So I was in the hospital, for the majority of 6 months. Like I'd be in the hospital for, you know, 2 or 3 weeks. They would get me good enough to, you know, go home. I'd be home for 3 or 4 days, and then I'd be back in the hospital for a week or 2 weeks or whatever it was. And so, you know, I would FaceTime with her and stuff during that time. But those 6 months were, you know, I think she's got anxiety because of that. She gets nervous now when I leave.
Lieutenant Whitney, going back to that moment in time, you indicate that you remember that section of the video and that conversation that you had with the defendant, particularly on that evening.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to make observations yourself on the mark on the defendant's neck?
Yes.
And what did it appear to be to you?
It was about 2 inches long, and I don't want to say an abrasion because that means the skin was broken, but it was, you know, it was red.
Okay. And when you say red, and could you describe the length and the actual shape? I guess I would
So
say.
it was long. It was probably 2 inches long and narrow. It just didn't appear to be a hickey to me.
Okay. Did you take a photograph of it at that time?
I did not.
Now, also, in the video, we were able to see a point of reference where Ms. Rintala took her pants down and you were able to see her legs at that point in time.
Yes.
Did you make any observations of her legs during those moments?
Yes.
What did you observe?
That she had blood on them.
And do you know where on her legs?
I think no, I can't even, at this point, no.
Okay. Do you remember if you observed any paint at that period of time?
I believe there was also paint, yes.
Now, I think you originally indicated yesterday that this interview started approximately midnight or so, correct?
Yes.
Maybe a defensive
Would it have
wound.
been around 2:30 a.m. or so by the time it was ending?
Yes.
And where did the defendant go at that point in time?
I took her back to 18 Barton Street.
Okay, and did you transfer her in your car again?
I did.
Or-
Yes.
Okay, and when you got, what was the purpose of going back to 18 Barton Street?
I guess to see, you know, where was Brianna, had her mom showed, where was Brianna?
Okay, so that was unknown at that period of time?
Right.
And were you able to find Brianna at that location?
I don't believe she was there, no.
Okay. Do you remember the defendant making any requests of you in regards to Brianna when you were at 18 Barton Street?
Yes.
What do you remember?
She asked if I could go in the house and get some clothes for Brianna.
Okay, and did you do that?
I did.
Do you remember how you entered the home?
I went in through the front door, not the side door.
Okay. And did you have booties on and gloves at this point?
Most certainly, yes.
Okay, and where specifically did you go in the home?
So when I went in that door, that would bring me right in the living room. I went to the left, and I believe the bedroom was right on the left.
Okay, and did you get some clothes for Brianna?
Yes, I had specific instructions where everything was, and I was able to get that.
Instructions from the defendant?
Yes,
And were the items that she said where they were gonna be, where they were?
they were
How would you describe generally Brianna's room and the house in general?
neat and orderly.
After you obtained those clothing for Brianna, did you give them to the defendant?
I did.
And where did you take her at that point in time?
I took her to Mike Saranowski's house
And why was it that you went to that location?
because she asked to go there.
Okay, and you told her that you could take her there?
Yes,
Was that in Ludlow?
yes,
Okay. And did you leave her there at that point in time?
I did.
Now, did you have another opportunity to have a conversation with the defendant the next morning? I guess I should say a few hours later on the same day of March 30th, 2010.
Yes,
Okay. And do you know approximately what time that occurred on that date?
I think it was around noon.
Okay. How was that arranged?
You know, I remember that we had back and forth phone calls. I was busy doing other things also. I wasn't able to answer a call, and then we eventually connected, and she came to the district attorney's office in Northampton.
Do you remember in some of those calls her specifically reaching out?
Welcome, Michelle.
For you?
Yes,
Wanted to speak to you?
correct.
Okay. And did you make arrangements with her to come into a certain location for that interview?
Yes,
Where was that?
the Northampton district attorney's office.
Okay. And did she arrive there?
She did.
And did she come on her own this time as opposed to being transported?
I think she had a friend with her. I'm not, is my memory.
Okay. But she met you at the district attorney's office in Northampton?
Yes,
And were you able to have a conversation with her at that period of time?
yes,
Now, was this also audio and video recorded?
it was.
Was she advised of that?
She was.
And what sort of room was the interview conducted in at the district attorney's office?
It's an interview room.
Okay. And specifically, does it have audio and video equipment within that room?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, not in the room, outside the room.
thank you. But in other words, it's set up for purposes of it being able to conduct interviews and audio and video record those.
That's the sole purpose, yes.
Okay, and was that done in this case?
Yes.
You know approximately how long that conversation was?
I don't know, 27 minutes, a half hour.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I would ask to play what's been marked, the flash drive, which is marked as exhibit number 63, which also contains the second interview on March 30th of 2010, if I could play that for the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
Stephanie Willis, did you miss that she had a hickey that wasn't really a hickey and it could have been a defensive wound? That's the only important part, I think.
I was this morning, tired, felt the pure creamy and gravy.
Oh, yeah.
What does she call you and what does she
Shed blood.
call you? Your mommy. Mama. She asked for it, 4 years ago. Oh, she did. I talked to my mom about, so right now we're just saying she's at work because it's too hard. I can't explain. I don't think, I know I'm not ready to speak to them. So. I don't want to get really upset in front of her because she's a sensitive child. When there's another child crying or another person crying, she instantly stops, freezes, and just watches. And she just had. So we try to keep it as normal as possible for her. Right. She loves school, she loves all that, so she's there. Took her over in the crib, we drove because varsity, we had my car, we had a wallet, anything. Where was your wallet?
my purse.
Where was your purse?
In my car, because they're like, what?
Yeah, where was it in the car?
They were in the back of the phone. It's a truck. I don't know.
Now, is that the truck you usually drive, or do you usually drive the minivan? She drives the minivan? Why you said she liked the fancy car?
You know what that minivan has?
What?
Everything. She does. She had a two-wheeler Dodge. They couldn't get out, it's on the way, what weather,
Right.
two-seater, no. She do it. And so we're gonna get Rihanna. There's our adoption afterward, but really some of them, they guys the deal, and went to car shows and. Cause we knew we couldn't keep the Dodge. We had my truck, and she always doesn't like my truck, this is my second one of this. Exact same one. She doesn't like them. So, and I loved it, so she was gonna get the car.
Yeah.
You know, under the van, with them. I mean, it's fully loaded, it is like top of the line, you know, I mean, it's very expensive.
Oh, boy. Well, your payments are pretty big on that.
Oh, they're crazy.
Yeah.
And that was
Back to
the
money.
right interest rate with hers, because they, you know,
Right.
they were, because the interest rate for their credit was kind of crazy, and she still needed a co-signer. It was like, I wanna say a couple $100 more. That's a doozy. It's beautiful.
Right,
You know, it really is.
right.
And it's a little sloppy, so it tends to be like food and whatnot. I mean,
You're the neat, aren't you?
I'm crazy, well, not crazy, but I like order, you know, and it doesn't, don't get me wrong, she needs,
Right,
but she doesn't mind, she goes in spurts, so
right,
the curl is so disgusting, it's something to walk out of it, and she cleans it, and it's beautiful,
right, right.
and she's just, you know, tired, working overnights, but you know, she said, she's always been kind of like that, just
Tired,
no,
slovenly.
when she cleans like a bitch,
Right, right. Right, so you typically do the cleaning, or she does?
you sure?
You sure? Yeah, wow.
She does most of the cooking, because she loves to cook, and she says I'm that cook.
Ah,
So she loves it. She loves to cook, you know?
yeah. Now, I wanna refresh my memory, because I don't remember you giving me a definitive answer on what time you left yesterday with Brianna. Did you remember that? And I said after lunch? Yeah, it's tough.
I know we age, you want to eat, we're fussing, we're playing hide and seek, and he's threatening to hide her with the seatbelt with the bench. She's had an injury test, so she goes in the bench seat, have a bite, and she's down on the ground. And I always say, I'm gonna, and I don't put her in high chair so she knows I'm the weak one, because
So she would eat lunch.
she fussed, you know,
She's two.
yeah,
She's
she fussy,
you know, she.
she wants to have a bite, and then she wants to fight, she wants to have a bite, and then she wants to fight. And
And then you shot.
she normally has, like I said this.
Woo, woo.
She normally has 2 to 4 with us, 2 to 4. School, they go 12:30 to 2:30. So, but we can never do the 12:30 because we're usually, she doesn't eat till like 12:30 anyways.
Right.
And it's a whole production, and then she doesn't poo-poo always.
Yeah.
Before she naps, so we're in the restaurant, leave her in there for 2 hours.
Yeah.
She wasn't happy, she was jumping, maybe. She's halfway through, because I'm like, she's not sleeping, maybe 2:33 maybe. It was right within that, she wasn't happy.
Right.
Chrissy Bacon gifted a membership.
Louder, yelling, Mom, jumping off her bed, she's got a kitchen set, so she knocks over these plastic cups we got in the cruise, you know, those big tall jerky things.
Yeah.
She bangs them around, just, wow, you know,
Yeah.
she just wants to be played with, she's not really good at self-playing,
Right.
and
Right. Well, when you get two grown-ups on Thursday, it's perfect. Now, who typically brings her to daycare?
we do go with them. We tried to go together.
Both of you take her together? Because when she gets home, what time does she go to daycare?
Well,
Is it daycare, preschool?
she wasn't there, they just moved her to another house.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. So what time she go, 9?
Well, we don't have a set time.
Oh.
You can go, we pay for 2 days and you can drop them off anywhere, I think from 7 AM till 6 PM. We try to get, some kids are there like that long, but we didn't want to do that, she's young. And we're home,
Right.
so we try to do like, we try to leave the house at like, we try to get there for 9. And we usually pick her up around 2:30 because they do, I want to say arts and crafts at 3. It's very structured, it's time on, so they do things 9 to 9:30.
Thank you for our baby's mom.
Time in the morning, usually she posts, she doesn't really, that depends on how she wakes up, whether she's gonna be hungry or not, but she's a slow waker upper. So she gets cranky, trying to push her too fast, so if she gets up too close to 8, she just, she gets cranky, she doesn't like to be pushed, she doesn't like that. She trusts, and let's go, she just wants to play and.
Take your time,
Yeah.
take your time. So you both take her, you sure it goes twice a week? Is that just so you can have a little break yourselves and?
No, she was in early intervention, before that, she had speech delay. So we qualified for early intervention because of her birth parents' recreational drug abuse. So she qualified for services, and so they followed her, so we were at the early intervention, then they identified speech delay. They said, you're supposed to be able to speak a certain amount of words by a certain amount, and she was like, oh, speak those 20 words, so they qualified it, so she was going. Heather Savage was her name, she was with us right from birth.
Oh, really?
Right.
That's nice. What was your parents' drug choice?
Cocaine.
And that causes
Is it cocaine?
or heroin?
Heroin, I'm sorry.
Was she born with heroin in her system?
In her nerves. But no, she stayed at, hospital for 6 days only because they couldn't find a place. She had no withdrawals. But, her parents were, HEPs and HIVs, and so she had to be followed through, they say, infectious diseases for a full year. She's clean.
Oh, nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
So after the whole she was going to early intervention, then they do reading time and arts and crafts, so she's one of the kids. And so she loved it so much. She come home with the paintings that she did, and she just really looked forward to going, and Heather was a teacher too there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And she said that she just loves it. She really thrives in it. And I recommend that we continue because we want to. The program's there.
What time do you have to leave?
2:30.
What's the
I don't know watch. I don't watch. So long and short is that, so when she all of a sudden early intervention, she didn't fall anymore because they said she did fine, or the base state for hearing, was base state for speech therapy. And so when we got done, the guy I worked with at the department, his kids were going there and they loved it.
Oh,
They
really?
loved it, They loved it, they did really well there. So I convinced Anna to go look at it, and she loved it, and so we made a decision together to send her, so you can go, you can go, this, they don't want you to go and drop you off for an hour, because you disrupt the class. But if you're there by like 9-ish, and then she just moved up, I'm helping her by 3:30, but she's still too young to be eager, she gets cranky and upset, she's just overtired.
Right, right.
That's why I'm there at 3:30, she's.
Now, what are your hours? I forgot. I know you told me yesterday you work she works overnights and you work overnights too? Oh, yeah, you do.
2 days, 2 overnights.
So what time's an overnight start?
6 p. to 8 a. So on my days, Ann will bring, run around the school, pick her up. But,
It rotates?
but my nights, or the other night 4 off, I'm available for both, so we do it together.
That's good, yeah. You only have 1 day off a week together?
Her schedule is
Well, crazy, she's working a lot of
Well,
overtime.
no, she works Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday overnights. And then if my, right, and if my nights happen to hit her nights, she will try to go another night for overtime. She's got a lot of
What do you
overtime.
do when your overnights hit her overnights? Who takes the baby?
One of us will try and swap, or we've been using a babysitter, who is one of the guys I work with, his daughter, who is $5 an hour. So we're very, very fortunate. She's wonderful.
Yeah.
She stays over and,
Wow.
because I wanted to bring her to one of her parents, but Ian wasn't ready for that. She didn't want her being in Springfield. Her mom works crazy hours and her parents just, I don't know if Ian ever asked them or if they were, she said she asked them, they were really nervous about it. And I would say, bring them my families, they meet us an hour away, no big deal.
Mhm.
But Ian wasn't comfortable with being with my parents already without her. Ian really kind of wanted Brianna.
Mm.
Not my parents are ditzy, but, they.
Your parents?
Yeah, they're not. I don't know, Ian just, Ian loves Brianna,
Right,
this is very overprotected, not in a bad way, but
Yeah.
just, just want, because Brianna's in bed there with rails, when she's over, she went to sleep, and they have this mean cat, one cat, and then she's like, well, how's that thing? And I'm just like, you're our parents, you're our family,
They raised you, they raised me, yeah, right.
and I have a couple scars.
Yeah. All right, let's quick sit back, I know you're short on time. You left around 2:30, 3 o'clock, you said.
I'm assuming, because you didn't get Brianna down, it never happens at 12:30, so by the time the pool it's a huge production.
Right.
Procrastinator, and she was in there probably an hour, and she just was not wanting down. She was jumping on the bed, you can hear it, because the wood floors underneath her bed,
Mm-hmm.
so the house is like, you can hear if somebody jumps in the room, you hear it, right, jumps up from her bed, down. Brings her plates up, bed down, coming in, setting up a picnic. I don't even know what she was doing there.
Yeah.
She has a stroller, I know she has a stroller, but usually stays in her room. She's pushing that around, she's hitting the,
The stuff there.
Right.
So she was waking up Ian.
Right, I'm in there playing with her, of course, I'm laughing when she does something, and she's encourageable, so we're loud, trying not to be loud, and she's got this thing where she was shopping. She took her stroller, open the door, so she hits the door a couple times, opens the door, gets out the door, shuts the door back, and then, staying there, and then say the same thing, she's jogging in, and she hits the door, well, the doors are right beside each other, it's loud, and Ian was just, this isn't working, I'm not sleeping, please go out, go to the mall, or whatever, just go out, go to the mall. They already said, it's rainy day, when she's here, I'd rather, I don't wanna go to the mall all the time, but when back rainy days, I was here at the house 2 days ago, and I say Tara, I mean, Tara, and so we try to keep one room, we'll say, okay, today's the office is off limits, today's mommy's off limits, today's the kitchen's off limits, today's living room, so we try to do that, because if not, next thing you know, the entire house has got stuff everywhere. Oh, yeah.
Right. All right, so when you leave the house, I'm gonna try and get this down so I have a good memory of it. So when you leave the house, you go, which way do you go? And you think you leave around 3:30, 2:30, what?
I came up that late.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. It was midnight. Could have been 3:30.
So
Could have been 2:30, could have been 3, could have been 3:30.
2:30 to 3:30.
Okay.
Or
Okay. Yeah.
somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't later than 3:30, right? No. And it wasn't earlier than 2:30, right?
Maybe, I don't know, like 1:30, I don't know.
Okay. So you leave there, what way do you go? To be honest with you, as you, because I don't know the way, so you leave.
Or go by the horses.
So when you leave your driveway, you go left or right?
Backing up, driving.
Pulling straight down.
I take it right.
You take a right, okay.
Downward.
But where does that lead you to?
street ends, and I take it right in south, there's just horses there.
Oh, that's where the horses, no,
So we usually pause there.
yeah,
Like I said, or they have horses full of road or loose horses, so we usually pause there.
yeah.
And we count the horses, you have trouble with the numbers now, so it's big time counting.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just
How long's the pause?
Thank you, Lois.
a couple minutes,
Okay.
and
And then where you go down South Street?
yeah, to the end, and then go up down East Street. That's how we go to that one here, counts.
East Street that brings you by Mount Hill? No. You go down East Street, and then what?
And then I get into Ludlow.
East Street into Ludlow. Oh, that's right, where you took me.
Yeah,
Okay,
so that way you go to work.
all right. And then it turns into West Street.
Right.
So is that what you went?
Yeah, well, yeah, because it's the only way to go, unless you want to go like.
Where are the long hair horses?
All counts.
Yeah.
Well, then you take a left and Fuller, when you're heading towards, the fire department.
Left and forward.
Yeah, you go down Boston Hill,
Yeah.
and there's long hair cows on the right. And then here they look like, I can picture, funny. No. Well, wily coyote, sheepdog, down here.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't see their eyes, and it's literally like, it is down here, so you don't even know what they're looking at, these big antlers.
Yeah.
Horns,
Yeah.
Well, the babies are like the dog size, they're a Sharky dog, and they run and they hop like bunnies, it's the cutest thing. And it was raining hard, they go up on the hill, but the guy throws hay out right by the fence,
Yeah.
so you just stop at the side of the road and you watch them, it's the cutest thing. A lot of times we throw right up there, we're not supposed to.
I think they can break that. No big deal. All right, so you stop at the long-haired house on Fuller Road. Fuller Street, Fuller Road. All right, and how long do you pause there?
I don't know, here for that, for well, we have
Oh.
snack, because they're eating, so we have snacks, we have long production, we're probably there,
What happened?
10-15.
Okay.
Maybe.
All right. And then what do you do?
Then I went down, just continue, and then, so, maybe we'll see a running bike, try to free the target. The bikes on the target, in Hadley, they don't, the little ones, they just put it on the shelf in the corner of the store. So you can usually, right there for each rides the bikes.
Yeah.
And, at that point, it's just miserable, we're not going outside, it's raining, wet, not gonna go inside.
So did you go to the Target now?
Well, we didn't make it there, we turned.
So yeah, 'cause you're in Ludlow, right?
Oh, yeah, so we went 21. It's a nice drive, it's very nice, and got all the way up there, and I don't really know how to go. I guess I could have gone one some way to get to 9. But instead, I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm not pretty sure that way, so we go back until 2, because I know for sure we can go over to the match on 116.
How do you get from 22 and Ludlow back to the match?
We take 202.
Okay, so 21 hooks with 202?
Yeah,
Okay. So you went 21 to 202. And then what?
and then 116. And then it goes over the match.
Okay, over now, yeah.
Yeah.
And you did that?
Oh, yeah, because at this point, I'm like, let's still do this. You know what I mean? And then I realized it was getting later and later. And Brianna, has been snacking because I loaded up a lot of snacks and I'm very sure what we're gonna do. We listen to music all the time. She's a big music head. So we have all her little CDs in the truck. Because I don't have a DVD player. So we're just listening to music and we decided that we need to get socks and we need some shirts that we're talking about on that floor again.
Yeah.
We're gonna drive down there again and she's throwing out all our clothes. We only had 2 shirts and our mom had any two shirts. And so we get there, we're like, not there, but decided, she wasn't really pushing for it, and I hate going and letting her ride around the like, because it's a pain in the butt, you have to chase her,
Right,
she's usually pulling stuff off the aisles, and it's just, it really is a pain in the butt, you know what I mean, so. Driving and decide it's getting late, well, we just.
where are you now when you make this decision?
On the big road, some go by Atkins. Which way is Carlisle Museum, Caterpillar, or should you ever go, it's terrible. It's terrible, yeah. Little kids, there's nothing to do, it's more towards adults. Yeah, really like,
Yeah. All right, so you go Bay Road.
Yeah.
From there,
and I'll go down 47, because it makes a nice loop. Brings us right through, 16 again, we're at 116 again.
it's up there.
To get to the rotary. And he's saying, wait, we're like, okay, well, now if we go to the mall, at least then we can get right Robin, you know, because I can't love her, Robin, I figured, you know, by the time we're done doing our stuff, she'll be up, she'll be rested. If you go to burger, she wants it. If she works in oil, it'll be perfect. Grandma's balloons, you know, and I know always has coupons, you know. So I did.
Okay, so what time do you think you go to the mall? You don't know.
I know I had already texted.
So you said you went to have, did you say you went around the road?
And text her. And text her or called her, to let her know that we were finally on our way to the mall, I know I did. But that was probably, we were in Blue at that point. And I know I did, we were in Blue.
Okay,
Thank y'all for the gifted memberships.
you just gotta remember when.
Little B, Queen Olive,
If you text
Oh,
me.
okay.
Lois Cox.
Text her, tell her anyway, the mom.
Yeah, almost at the mall or at the mall in Blue or.
Is she respond?
No, I told you, she did not respond anytime. And first I was like, you know, lovey-dovey, you know, and then I'm saying, here, they're like, okay, you're so mad, and we still text back, you know?
Right.
Get over yourself, you know? Just getting angry, you know, like, just irritated, like, you can at least text back something, you know, grunt or hey, or
Yeah,
mad, or, you know, sad face, or have something,
right.
you know?
Did you text her that?
Oh, yeah, or you never left your message. I don't know which one.
Okay,
But I know I was calling, like, oh,
right.
or he text her now.
Have you called her that day on the phone? Well, you're with her all morning, right? You said she called you at 2 a.m.
Called me a couple times, I think I was out, I mean,
Right.
I could left, I had 3 years,
Yeah,
done,
yeah,
and, I don't have phone to fire anything, because local fire department calls,
right,
like all the time, for all back or fires,
right.
so, you know, and
Right.
I was out, so I didn't hear a thing, so Grandma told me, you know.
And that was at, what did you say that was? She woke you up.
Before 8,
Before 8, right?
or 8,
All right, so do you remember how many times you texted her or called her? No.
9/1, less than 20.
So you said you went around the Rotary a couple times, is my memory?
Yeah. Didn't have time for school lunch, so when I shot on 116, brings you to the Rotary, I'm like, shoot, maybe I should just hit big Y since I'm right here. And then I'm like, well, let's wait if something gets cold, and then I'm gonna do it. I still want to go small, we might go to Robin. And it's a long one, you know, so you go around the Rotary and you shoot back on 116, and then you're like, you stop, you have to wait until you go all the way to the
I heard the knock and then it cut out. I was like, what happened? What happened? Thank y'all for gifted memberships. Welcome to our new members.
Lieutenant Whitney, was that the conversation that you had with the defendant on March 30th, 2010?
Yes.
During your interview with the defendant that morning, Did you ask her several times to try to lock down or identify the time that she left the home on March 29, 2010?
Yes.
And do you remember an exchange with her in regards to her indication of when she left the home and giving you a couple of different time frames?
Yes.
And do you remember her indicating that it could have been 2:30, it could have been 3, it could have been 3:30?
Yes.
And you asking it wasn't later than 3:30, right?
Correct.
And then you asked, and she replied no, that
Correct.
it wasn't later than 3:30.
She did.
Okay. And you remember asking, and it wasn't earlier than 2:30, right?
Yes.
And her responding, maybe I got her in the room about 1:30. I don't know, correct?
Yes.
Now, during both of your interviews with the defendant on the night of March 29th, the early morning hours, I should say, on the 30th, and then the noon interview on March 30th, did you ask her questions in terms of her route of travel?
Yes.
And did she provide information at both of those interviews in terms of when she left the house, where she went, and what road she traveled on?
Yes.
May I approach? Apologize. Lieutenant, I'm just asking you to look at this here. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize that as?
As the two different routes of travel.
Okay, specifically that were
Casey.
described by the defendant first in her March 29th interview and second in her March 30th interview?
Correct.
And are they represented here on the map in terms of the roads?
Yes.
And are there also 4 dots here on the map with 4 specific locations?
Yes.
And what do those represent in terms of the information provided by the defendant?
Stops that she had made.
Okay, so locations that she said she went to?
Yes.
You know, at this point, I'd ask this to be marked for identification, and I would ask permission to use it as a talk with the jury and show it to them now.
You may.
Thank you for getting memberships.
For ID.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome to our new members.
Maybe revision.
Yes, of course.
May I have the witness come down to the exhibit, please?
You may.
Lieutenant, if you could grab that pointer on your way that's popped up right behind you. Now, could you just describe for us first what we're seeing in red?
Red will be the first direction of travel that she gave me on the midnight to 2:30 in the morning interview.
And specifically, can you indicate where 18 Barton Street is represented on this map?
Right.
Okay. And can you tell us the roads that are represented in that red marking all the way until you get to this point of the map?
So it'd be Fuller Road and Rood to 202 to 21,
Okay,
or 21 to 202 is correct.
okay. And just in terms of this portion of the map, from once you get to 202, fair to say the red line is going down 91 towards the Holyoke Mall?
That's what that is indicating. yes.
Okay. Now, during your March 29th interview with the defendant, did she indicate how she got from 202 to the Holyoke Mall?
She did not.
Okay. Now, are you familiar with the fact that there are various routes of travel that you could take from 202 to the Holyoke Mall?
Yes.
And are you familiar that the one represented here down Interstate 91 is just simply the most direct route?
Correct.
But she did not indicate what route specifically she took from 202 to the mall.
She did not.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you about the blue line here. What is that? What does that indicate?
That would be the route that she described to me on March 30th at the noon interview.
Okay. And can you describe what routes of travel she indicated she had traveled in that interview?
So it would be from Barton Street to Fuller Road and Route to 21 to Route 202 over the notch, to Bay Road and 47 down to 116 to 202.
Okay. And again, looking at the blue line from 202 to the mall, is it the same in terms of that interview that she indicated she was at 202 and then ultimately was at the mall, but did not indicate the route of travel?
That's correct.
And so simply the blue line here from those locations is just the most direct route.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And so, did she provide you two different routes of travel during those two different interviews to the extent these maps differ from one another, starting here up over the notch?
That's correct.
Now, I want to ask you about the 4 dots here. Can you just indicate what we're seeing here first in number 1?
That's the
Thank
Holyoke
you
Mall.
for Get to
Okay.
memberships.
And I know
I've
there's
almost
sometimes represented on this
kinda
exhibit,
thank you
but,
so
fair to
much.
say she did not give you those specific times.
She did not.
Okay. Looking at number 2, did she indicate that she went to, hold on one second, the McDonald's specifically on Northampton Street in Holyoke?
Yes,
And is that the McDonald's that's represented there on number 2?
it is.
Thank y'all all so
And
much.
she indicated there that she didn't go through the drive-through or go into the McDonald's and simply drove through the parking lot.
That's correct.
Now, looking at what I believe is marked number 3, Stop and Shop. Is that the Stop and Shop located at 28 Lincoln Street in Holyoke?
Yes, it is.
And is that the Stop and Shop the defendant indicated to you she went to that day to buy some groceries?
Yes.
And lastly, number 4, if you could just point to it for the jurors so they can make sure they're able to see that. What is that location?
Burger King.
And is that the Burger King located at 1284 Memorial Drive in Chicopee that the defendant said she went to that night
Yes, it is.
and specifically bought some mac and cheese for Brianna?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on this particular map, there are no lines, in other words, representing roads between those 4 locations, correct?
That's correct.
And is it fair to say the defendant did not provide you information about how she traveled between those specific locations?
Yes.
Overruled.
You can answer.
Correct.
Okay. So there's nothing on this map to represent that because you didn't have that particular information.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. If you would resume the stand, please. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you so much to y'all for the gifted memberships. Welcome to our new friends, our returning friends. Y'all are the best.
Now, there's 4 locations that we just saw on the map. The mall, Holyoke Mall, the McDonald's in Holyoke, the Stop and Shop in Holyoke, and the Burger King in Chicopee. Did you at some point give the information that you obtained from the defendant where she indicated she had been at those places to another member of your team?
I did.
And who did you give that information to?
Sergeant Christopher Ray.
And specifically, was he tasked to try to locate a surveillance video or anything that would confirm potentially that the defendant was at those locations?
Yes.
Now, during the course of your interview and also sometime at the scene of 18 Barton Street in the coming days, did you
my
become aware
gosh.
of the vehicle that the defendant was driving while she was driving on March 29, 2010?
Yes.
And specifically, what kind of vehicle was that?
It was a truck.
And did you have the opportunity to see the truck yourself?
I did.
Thank y'all for all the gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you.
Just take those, look at them, and let me know whether or not you recognize what's depicted in the photographs.
I do.
What is that?
That is a Ford Explorer pickup.
Okay. And where is that located when those photographs were taken?
This is in the garage at 18 Barton Street.
Okay. And is that the truck that was identified as the truck being driven by the defendant on March 29th?
Yes.
And were those photographs taken by a member of the state police?
Yes.
Now, did you, I think you indicated previously you had an opportunity to observe this truck yourself, correct?
Yes.
Were you able to look into the bed of that truck in that period of time?
Yes.
And did you observe anything in the bed, in the back of that truck when you observed that truck?
Yes.
What did you observe?
McDonald's bag.
Okay, or Burger King?
As you were, you're right, Burger King bag.
Okay, other than a Burger King bag.
Thank y'all
did you-
so
Did
much.
you observe anything else at all within the bed of that truck?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, ask that those be marked as the next two exhibits, please.
Okay, Sharon.
It's an avalanche. Thank y'all so much. This ain't rain, it's a storm of memberships. Oh, the storm. I can't think about a storm without thinking about Chad Daybell. But
I'm gonna first show us first show on the presenter what's been marked as exhibit number 64. Lieutenant, is that the truck that you were talking about?
Yes.
The back of that truck?
Yes.
Okay. And then going to what's been marked as exhibit 65, please. Is that the side of that truck?
Yes.
And if I could just ask you in terms of, in front of this truck here, are we able to see any items there?
Yes.
And what do we see?
I see a stroller,
Okay,
and I can't see what the other one is.
okay. And just for purposes of clarity, I know you indicated during the interview with the defendant that it was the intention of the state police to secure a search warrant for the residence, correct?
Correct.
And did that also encompass the garage area?
Yes.
And I think you indicated that when you left the scene of 18 Martin Street for the defendant's first interview on the night of March 29th, you knew that the house was going to be seized, correct?
Correct.
In anticipation of that search warrant.
Correct.
And to your knowledge, in terms of access to that home, while the house was seized pending the issuance of the search warrant, was anyone allowed to be meandering about or moving within or moving anything?
No.
Okay, and so is your understanding these photographs were taken after the search warrant issued to show the representation of that truck in its original position when the police arrived?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you also have the opportunity, Lieutenant, to attend the autopsy of Annamarie Rintala on April the 1st, 2010?
Yes.
And are you aware of the doctor who conducted the autopsy?
Yes.
Who was that?
Dr. Joanne Richmond.
Do you remember anyone else from your unit being present at that period of time?
I think Detective Lieutenant Kenneth Martin, Todd Giroux, Trooper McGarian, and Mark Smith from the Granby Police Department.
Okay. Were you present during the course of that entire autopsy with Dr. Richmond?
Yes.
During the course of that autopsy, are you aware of Dr. Richmond or a technician from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner taking a vial of blood from Annamarie's body
Yes.
for purposes of potential later DNA analysis?
Correct.
And are you aware that that was turned over to the State Police Crime Laboratory?
Yes.
Now, in terms of Annamarie's body, are you aware of how she was transported from 18 Barton Street to the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Holyoke?
Yes.
How was that?
The
Danny Jo,
technician
thank
came
you.
from the medical examiner's office and took her from there.
Okay. And in terms of actually transporting a human body to the medical examiner's office, are they placed inside anything?
Yes, they are placed inside a body bag.
Okay. And when her body arrived at the Holyoke office, would she have still been in that body bag?
She would, yes.
Now, are you aware of, on April 1st, when the body bag was open at the medical examiner's office, anything being found within the body bag itself?
Yes.
And what do you remember?
It was an earring.
And what type of earring, if you remember?
I think it was a diamond earring, I believe.
And was that collected
It was.
and ultimately transported to the crime lab?
Yes,
Now, while you were at the autopsy on April 1st, you remember making any observations of Annamarie's back in relationship to that earring?
yes.
What do you remember?
It was an impression in her back where the earring had been, where she had laid on it and it stuck to her.
Just want to show you a couple of photographs there, Lieutenant. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
And what's depicted there?
The first one is Anne-Marie's back with
Thank you so
photo
much.
taken of where the diamond had been with a little ruler next to it. And the next one is the earring with the ruler next to it.
Okay. Do those photographs fairly and accurately represent, as you saw it that day at the autopsy, the impression in her back as well as the earring?
Yes.
I'd ask this to be marked as an exhibit.
Objection, Your Honor.
Jen, get to the membership too. Thank you, Jen.
I'm just displaying now in the presenter what's been marked as exhibit number 66. First,
Jenny
looking
O'Brien,
at
They said that's
the bottom part
Walmart.
of this exhibit. Is that the earring there, Lieutenant?
I don't know.
Yes.
Jen gifted out of the membership. Ohio Mama. Thank you. Thank you, Jen.
And then scanning up
Oh,
to Annamarie's body.
graphic warning. Trigger warning.
Then try to zoom in here. Are we seeing the indentation there underneath the ruler tape
Yes.
and specifically within that circle area?
Yes.
Okay, we have the instruction. Please,
Yes. Which instruction?
the person photographed. Sorry.
Right, members of the jury, the photograph that you just viewed, it's not pleasant. Indeed, it may be described as graphic. I instruct you that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that this photograph may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant is entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by this photograph. Consider this photograph only as it may draw attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of the alleged victim's injuries or to the nature of the incident itself.
Lieutenant, after the autopsy of Annamarie Rintala, did you and the other investigators learn that it was Dr. Richmond's opinion that
Basis, hearsay.
This is an evidence and it's offered in terms of what information this particular lieutenant had in the steps taken after that?
Okay, so I will permit it for that purpose. So members of the jury, this question is being asked to elicit what this witness knew and how that related to her investigation of this matter, and for that purpose only.
Thank you. Lieutenant, did you learn after the autopsy at some point that it was Dr. Richmond's opinion that Annamarie, the cause and manner of her death was strangulation?
Yes.
Okay. With a contributing factor of blunt force trauma?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did that determine the type of investigation that your unit, the State Police Detective Unit, would be conducting or continues conducting in the future months?
Yes.
And I think you referenced Trooper McGarren before. Was he the assigned case officer to this case?
He was.
And in terms of an investigation of this nature, would he have been working alone?
No.
Who would he have been working with?
He would have been working with obviously the whole unit and any part of the unit that we needed, as well as directly with the district attorney's office.
Okay. And in terms of decision-making, in terms of the investigation of the case, who would be involved in terms of making decisions? And what I mean by that is, to determine this, what would be investigated, what witnesses would be interviewed, what information would be gathered, what testing may occur at the crime lab, for example?
Mainly the district attorney in conjunction with us when we present them things that we have, evidence that we may have.
Okay. And when you say in conjunction with us, are you referring specifically to the State Police Detective Unit assigned to Northwestern District Attorney's Office?
Correct.
Okay. In terms of your own role in that investigation, how would you describe that?
I mean, obviously, as a supervisor, I mean, I did things, you know, assisted the unit with different parts of the investigation, but, you know, overall, reports would come in and, you know, they would fill me in as how things were going along.
Okay. And are you aware of the date in which, or the month and year in which the defendant was charged in this case?
Yes,
When was that?
October 2011.
Okay. And that was approximately 18 or 19 months or so after March 29, 2010?
Yes,
And the investigation was ongoing through that period of time?
correct.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Lieutenant. Mayor.
You may.
Do you mind if I move the podium over there? I have documents that are gonna fall out.
Sure. Yeah, as long as you're picked up by one of the microphones.
Usually that's not what happens to me, Judge. Can you hear me?
I can.
Now, let me first talk about Trooper McGarrett. You said he was in charge of this investigation, is that right?
He was a case officer.
Okay. And with respect to, can you hear me?
Me or him?
Can you hear me? Okay, I just want to make sure. And he had said on direct examination that he left the unit in 2014, is that right?
Yes.
He didn't leave the state police in 2014, right?
No, he transferred out.
So he still works for the state police, right?
Then
Yes.
yes,
And he transferred just to a different unit in 2014. He didn't retire, right?
correct.
Okay. And do you know, as you sit here today, whether or not he still works for the state police?
I know that he's retired.
And in 2016, did he work for the state police?
Yes, I believe he did.
And when did he retire?
I don't know that.
And in terms of your interview with Cara Rintala, it's fair to say that Mr. Rintala voluntarily went down to answer questions, is that right?
Yes,
And she sat for 2.5 hours and answered all your questions, is that fair to say?
yes.
And there wasn't any question that she refused to answer, right?
Not really, no.
You say not really, was there a question she refused to answer?
No, she didn't refuse any
Okay.
questions.
So whatever you were asking her, she was answering to the best of her ability, right?
Correct.
And that night, you would acknowledge, was a tough night. Her wife had just died, been killed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And so she was upset, is that fair to say?
Yes,
And she cried several times during the interview, is that right?
she did.
Okay. And you did your best to try to wait for her to have whatever emotion she had, and then you asked the next question, is that fair to say?
I guess it would be fair to say.
And during that night, at one point, she told you she was exhausted. She couldn't even think straight. She couldn't put a single thought together. Do you remember that?
I believe I do.
Okay. And at that point, she was having trouble answering some questions. Oh, she thought she was just exhausted. Is that right?
Which isn't. I don't understand the
Okay, it was a bad
question.
question. That's why I don't understand.
Yeah.
Let me ask you another question. At some point, she told you that she had nothing left. She was exhausted, right?
She did utter those words, yes.
And that's not unusual for somebody in her situation who had just been through what she had been through in terms of finding her wife and then coming immediately to the police station to speak to the police. It would be unusual to be exhausted after 2.5 hours, right?
I guess it wouldn't. No, I don't know.
You don't know.
I mean, I don't know her stamina, so I don't know as though I can really answer that.
Well, you saw her breaking down, right?
No, she was, yes.
You saw her crying, right?
Yeah.
At one point, she looked like she was gonna vomit, right?
Yes, that was on video.
You asked her if she needed a trash can, because you wanted to make sure if she was gonna vomit, it would be in the trash can and not all over your interview room, right?
I thought I was being nice, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
I'm not saying you weren't being nice, I'm just saying what it was.
yeah.
So in terms of, that interview that night, you said that at one point you asked her if she had any marks on her body, and she told you no, right?
Correct.
And she didn't do anything to hide anything, right?
She did not.
You asked her to show her your neck, and she showed the neck, right?
She did.
And then you say you saw something on her neck that you asked her about, and she told you it was a hickey. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And you questioned that, right?
I did.
And how long had you been working at the state police at this point by the time you interviewed Cara Rintala?
At that office, I went in 1998.
So you've been there for a while.
Yes.
And you understand the importance of documenting any injuries that you say on someone, right?
Correct.
And you understand that state police policy to document any injuries that you see, right?
I can't speak to the policy at this point because I don't have a memory, but.
Pretty
So-
standard procedure to document things, right?
Correct.
Okay, especially if you say that you see a mark on her neck, right?
Yes.
And in your opinion, the mark on the neck was something that you looked at, right?
I did look at the neck, yes.
And you didn't do anything to document it, is that right?
That's right.
Now, you could have called in crime scene services and photographed it, right?
I could have.
You could have called someone in to have her take her clothes off so she could be photographed from top to bottom, right?
I could have.
And you didn't do that.
I didn't do that.
Okay. And in this particular case, you didn't do anything to document that injury at all. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
In fact, when you wrote your report, you didn't even mention it, right?
I don't know if I did or not, Em.
I don't have any on. This is the April 14, 2010 report.
Mock.
I'm going to ask you to look at this report and tell me whether or not you recognize it.
Yes,
Okay, is that your report?
it is.
Can you flip to paragraph 8 of your report? And can you read that to yourself, please, ma'am?
Yeah, since I'm going to be gone, I'm trying to get her used to sleeping
Yes.
And it's
sleeping with my
say-
sweater for the weekend.
In paragraph 8, you're describing, at least in some portion, the interview of Cara Rintala, is that right?
Correct.
And during your description, you have a whole page of the interviews, right?
A
your report?
summary of the interview,
Okay.
yes.
And nowhere in there does it say anything about the mark on the neck or the hickey, right?
Correct.
And again, ma'am, you understood, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say ma'am. It's not detective, lieutenant detective, I meant to say that. You work for a living and you earn your title, and I apologize for that. And you understood the importance of documenting things in your report that you thought were important, right?
Yes, but it was memorialized in the statement.
So you're saying if you had it in a statement, you don't put it in your report?
No, it was a summary of the interview.
Well, that's the whole point. In your summary, you don't mention what you say was this bruising on the neck, right?
I did not.
Now, in terms of this investigation, because I don't know, I'm going into a different area. I don't know if this would be a good time for morning break or you just want to launch it.
We could take our break now if you have a ways to go.
I do, I have a while.
Okay. Okay, members of the jury, we're going to take our morning or mid-morning break. We'll take a 20-minute break, so if you could be back for 11:15.
Data Doesn't Lie. That's one of my favorites. Data doesn't lie.
See you in 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah, I try to give Lucy like my little sweater because and even now she's still like right under me. She sees the suitcase and she knows I'm leaving. And gosh, now there's something going on in my hallway. Between their court construction and whatever's happening here, there's always something. Anyway, she can tell that I'm leaving, so she's being really needy right now since she sees the suitcase. So and anytime I if I have to go away for anything and I leave her with my son, I always have like a sweater that I'll have her that I'll wear or sleep in or something, and so it'll have my scent on it, and then I'll put it in her bed and have her sleeping with it and stuff, so then that way she can sleep with it. It gives her some comfort when I'm gone. So I try to put it in her little bed so she can, but she's still, even with it on her bed, she's still asleep like on my foot, or not asleep but laying on my foot. Like she has to be touching me right now. That suitcase, I should have waited to bring it out. They finally calmed down construction here, and now I got somebody upstairs. I tell you, it's always something. All right, so we are. Oh, thought I did something. We are moving right along on our little. Here, I'm going to make this bigger while we're. Oops. On our little journey to 10K. Let me update this. There we go. It looks like it's about to rain. Storm, if you will. Let's see. Yeah, it's always something. What kind of dog does she get to play with while I'm gone? So, my son's dog he's a rescue. He's a little mutt, but he don't know it. He is precious. He's like a mixture of, they said they think he's like a mixture of pug, chihuahua, and terrier. And he's a funny little thing. He's funny. When I told the story on here before, when my son and I went to go to the shelter, he's a rescue dog and almost got in a fight with this guy who wanted to rescue him and take him to him and his wife's, dog rescue, where they basically pay the shelter fee and then take them home and then sell the dogs. Because, they already have they get their shots and everything at the shelter that we were getting them from. They do all that and, groom them and all of that stuff. And so they will pay the shelter fee which is anywhere between like, $20 to $100 depending on when you go. And then they'll take them and then they'll do an application fee. And then they'll I looked them up, like they were charging again for like all of the shots and the grooming and all of that stuff that the shelter already does. They would charge people as part of their, as part of their fee, which is infuriating, but it's like there's constant noise. There's constant noise. Another gifted membership. Thank you so much. It went to Laura. Laura, welcome to the green side. It is good to see you. We have so many gifted memberships today from y'all. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Y'all are the best. We have the best little community around. I'm going to miss y'all the next couple days. I really am. I'm going to I'm excited to go to CrimeCon. I think it'll be so, so much fun, but I'm missing it. I'm going to miss y'all. Yeah, they're supposed to start on the floors next week. From what I heard, I know it depends on, I think that's what I'm hearing, because I think that they're finishing, because I'm towards the end of the hallway here in this building, and that noise, it was so loud yesterday. They had the door over here, like from the stairwell, open, and they're doing the floors like in that stairwell thing, so it's like echoing. So I think that's what they're doing again today. It's nuts. So it's supposed to get really loud, and I'm going to go stay in my friend who she has a condo here that she rents out. So I'm going to go stay in her condo for those 4 days and so I'm just gonna have to take my laptop, and we'll just make the best of it. We'll just see how it goes. It'll be like back in the old days when I streamed with nothing but my little Chromebook, and we'll just have to see how it goes. All right, let's see. I'm excited to go to CrimeCon. It'll be a lot of fun. It'll be fun too, because there's some people that I talk to like all the time, and so I'll be meeting some of these people that I have conversations with all the time that I've never met before. So it'll be my first time meeting them in person. But it's like you feel like people so well, in so many different ways. But now I'll actually be seeing them in person, which will be kind of crazy. Yeah. My mom moved, and she has a condo now. She moved out. She was in a house on the lagoon, and now she wanted to be back on the beach. So now she bought a condo on the beach. So now she's right down the beach for me, which is great. But she doesn't have all the extra room that she had in the house. But my brother bought that house, so maybe I'll just go to that house and stream from there. I don't know. I'll figure it out. It'll be a few days of having to figure stuff out, but we'll figure it out. Am I going to Dr. Kinsey's presentation as well as Creighton Waters? Yes. And I actually talked to Dr. Kinsey yesterday, and I told him, I was like, I'm so excited. I'm very excited to come. So I talked to him yesterday and told him that I was excited to come see him and meet him in person. He's the best. He's awesome. What are we going to do while you're gone? Are we going to your son's house too? Yeah, I'll just have my son take over. He'll be like, I don't know what's happening. Pre-Liz and Alvi said that she's going to do some live from there. Yeah, I'm going to take my Chromebook, and I am going to see what what we can do and what's allowed. I know that certain things you're allowed to, you know, show and go live and certain things you're not. So but we'll figure it out. And I might try to do something from there. If nothing else, then, you know, take some pictures and videos and stuff and maybe do a live, or a stream when we get a chance. It is in Orlando. It'll be fun. It'll be so much fun. Oh, that's cute. Our pups have their own suitcases, and while I pack mine, we pack theirs. Yeah, Lucy has, like, I get all of her little stuff together to go to my son's house, and but she doesn't like seeing it. Like, she loves going, you know, with, like, she loves my son, but obviously I'm her number one. She wants to be right with me all the time, so I always feel bad when I leave her. Jody says, I was watching Turtle Boy last night when they gave you a shout out. Yeah, I was watching. That was cool. I was like, when he brought up the podcast and said that it was good, and then Bob said he had listened and that it was good and told everybody they needed to listen. That was cool. That was really cool. Let's see. Mandy says, I like to chat during the breaks more than watching the trial. Should I see a doctor? Yes. Yes. Or a judge. We love the judge. I am about 5 hours, 5.5 hours, something like that. So actually, I'm not going to stay at the hotel, though, because I want to go see my friend who I have not been able to see in a long time. And I'm going to stay with her. I'm 5.5 hours. Remember the friend that I told you, my college roommates, who I'm following the case where their friend allegedly killed her husband. She says she didn't kill him, but his body was buried in the backyard, and they built a fire pit over it. And then she had them over, and they were like roasting marshmallows on the fire pit with their children, and the children were roasting marshmallows on, you know, dad's. Yeah. So I'm going to stay at her house. I haven't been able to see them in a while, and while I'm going to be crazy busy all day with CrimeCon, I will be able to at least spend the evenings with them and be able to see them and, you know, catch up and spend some time together. So that'll be nice. I live in the panhandle of Florida, like on the Gulf Coast. And yes, I absolutely love it. So much. What is RA scared to ask his people? Oh, to come on his show. Yeah, isn't that crazy? Because he's like so, like, you know, professional and stuff, and like he's so much more of like a, you know, radio personality type than I am, or like, you know, interview you know what I mean? He's got like that radio voice, and he's so good at all that kind of stuff. So it's so funny that he's like scared to have people on, or like not scared to have people on, but like that he gets those nerves asking people to come on. Cause I'm like, he's so good at everything. Like how could you be scared? He's so smooth. Oh, yay. Podcast shows up on my YouTube with all the other big stuff. Yay. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm surprised at how we've grown. It's been really cool. Yeah, so my a lot of the condos around here will let you, like my condo will let you have dogs, but like the renters can't. So like those of us who are owners, like your name has to be on the deed for you to be able to have a dog. And that dog, you have to turn in like the vet records and stuff like that. So they won't let, like, if people are doing like short-term rentals and stuff like that, you can't have dogs here. You have to, your name has to be on the deed. You have to be an owner of the condo. And the condos like that my mom lives in, it's the same way. You have to be an owner, but also in her condo, they have to be either service animals or registered emotional support. So so a lot of the places around here are like that. Yeah, I do. Here's my thing. I have no problem asking people to come on, because I'm like, what's the worst they could do? Say no, or block me, or say, ooh, are you kidding? Like, that's the worst that could happen, right? And then I would be right in the same position I'm already in without them on the show. No biggie. But I love having people come on because I'm nosy. I want to ask them, like, I want to see what they have to say. I want to, do it. And this is not like, as much as I love, having this stream and having this platform and having everybody come hang out and like, watching all these together and stuff like that. At the same time, like, this all happened. I'm very, very blessed. And this all happened very fast for me. I mean, I didn't even have Twitter until like January or February, y'all. So like, and I didn't have, I've only had a YouTube account for what, 5 months or whatever, 6 months, something like that. So this is all very new for me. So I think that makes it a little bit easier when it comes to having people on, because I'm like, what am I going to do? Like, destroy my reputation as like a famous interviewer? No, I'm just some chick who, likes doing this stuff and, hangs out with her friends on YouTube. Like, so for me, it's like, what do I have to lose? Like, even if the interview doesn't go well, on like, okay, so on to the next. So I don't have like, I'm not going to be judged on my interviews. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what I'm here to do. So it's kind of like, it takes any pressure off of it. So it's cool. I like it. And like, we've had some really cool ones. We had some really cool interviews. And then a lot of the people that we have on interviews follow me on Twitter. So then I'm just kind of like, well, I'm just like asking like Twitter friends to come on with our YouTube friends. So it kind of takes some of that pressure off of it. I'm trying to think if there's anybody that I would be nervous to interview. Yeah, my interviews are more like chitty chat because that's what I like. I like to, I am not a trained interviewer. I am just a nosy individual. So when I have them on, I ask the questions that I want to know, and I ask the questions that we talk about in chat that y'all want to know. Like, I don't have a, like a station, that's gonna like get on to me, if if I don't, like, if I ask the wrong question. I don't have like, you know, a production company that's, you know, going to pull funding or like, I mean, I don't have any of that. Like, I don't have to worry about any of that. So I just get to kind of like ask what I want and what I want to know. So it takes a lot of the pressure off of the interviews. It's a lot of fun. I love the interviews. And you know what? I think the key for me to interviews is just being nosy and not being afraid to ask. I can't think of anything that I'm trying to think of if there's anybody that I would be like nervous. One thing I did notice with Dr. G, when I was interviewing Dr. G, was that I talk with my hands a lot. I move my hands a lot. I do, you know, a lot of, but I noticed it. I was more aware of it when he was on the show, because I was like, oh, I wonder what this means because I'm doing this, you know? And so that is one thing I noticed with him. But I don't think I've been, I'm trying to think, I don't think I've been, I don't think I'll be nervous interviewing the judge in this trial, only because I am all talk. Like, I'm talking about how cute he is and stuff, but I don't have time to, you know, I don't have time or interest, you know, to actually like deal with anybody in my life. So I am all talk. So I think for me, it would just be fun because it would be like, it's our chat boyfriend. Yes, we are over the 9,700 mark now. Woohoo! Moving right along. Moving right along. I talked to Turtle Boy yesterday, and he's going to come on the show. So I am going to have him on. And actually, I texted Mark Shiner the other day, talked to him for a minute. I would love to get him on at some point and just send him some of the information and be like, hey, look at this and, you know, give me your opinion on it, especially because of the way things went down with the Travis Rudolph case. I would love to hear his opinion on this. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, we're all talk. Yeah. We're all talk. If he actually came over, we'd be like, oh no, I'm busy. I prefer just staring and talking crap. Yeah. Mark Shiner is he's an incredible defense attorney in South Florida. He represented Travis Rudolph. And he was like, we were sitting here watching him like he was taking us to church. And then he all of a sudden started following me on Twitter. And I was like, oh, hey, come be on our show. And him and his wife, Heidi, who's another. They forgot to turn the audio back on. They forgot to turn the audio back on. Uh-oh. Yeah, Mark the Shark and Mighty Heidi. They're fantastic. Oh, there it goes.
I'm going to ask you to read lines 15 to 25 to yourself, please.
They got it together. I tell you who I would be nervous, Judge Newman. I would be nervous with Judge Newman.
Okay.
And when he retires, I am going to reach out anyway and ask him.
Does that refresh your memory as to when you were asked about Cara Rintala and bringing her back? It indicated that her parents weren't next door at the Dupuis. Do you remember saying that?
No, I mean, I don't remember saying that.
It's in
I
here,
didn't
right?
know
It's
if they,
statement.
I don't see that I said that in there.
Well, we asked the question. So you drove her and her parents were, as far as you recall, not next door to the Dupuis, correct? And your answer, correct, right?
Yeah, I didn't know. Correct. I don't know.
Okay. So she went there looking for Brianna and looking for her parents. And you remembered, at least back on January 15th of 2014, that her parents weren't at the Dupuis. Is that right?
I guess we could say that. We did not see them, no.
And that's when you drove her to Mike and Kathy Granowski's house. Is that right?
Saranowski's?
Saranowski, I'm sorry.
Yes.
That's when you drove her there.
Correct.
So she didn't just ask to go to that house. She went back to her house. She looked for Brianna. She looked for her parents. She couldn't find either. She had no phone, had nowhere to go, and then she asked you to drive her to Mike and his wife's house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you also indicated on direct examination that you were the supervisor of this investigation. Is that right?
I was unit commander at the time of this investigation happened, yes.
So people who were under you, like Trooper Garian, were filing reports with you. Is that right?
They filed their reports, and then at some point someone approves them at the bottom, yes.
But the reports went to you, right?
They're all addressed to me, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm the one that reads them.
So there was a part of this investigation where people were sending you information and you weren't reading it?
No, that's not what I said. I said I don't necessarily approve every report.
I'm not asking if you approve it. I'm asking if you read it. If someone sends you a report in the middle of a homicide investigation, I assumed you read it. Are you telling us you didn't?
At some point, I would have read them, yes.
And if there was something missing in the report or wrong about the report, you would have the opportunity to call that trooper and say, hey, follow up on this, right?
I guess I would have, yes.
Okay. Because that's what you do as in a supervisory position, right?
Yes, but I wouldn't have read them all, you know what I mean, when they were entered at that point.
So let's start.
Look at the sun peeking out of the clouds. How cool that looks.
It did say that you wrote your report in this case shortly after this incident. Is that right?
I don't exactly know when I completed it.
Okay. But anyhow, you were at the time that you were in a supervisory position in this case, you were receiving reports from other people. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Other troopers.
Yes, they were being submitted. Reports were being submitted. Yes.
Okay. You were reading them at some point, whether you read them the day that they were submitted or sometime later, you were reading the reports. Is that right?
At some point, I read them, yes.
Okay. And do you remember learning from Trooper Bresnahan, in his report to you, that at some point Trooper McGarian interviewed a woman by the name of Carla Daniele?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, do you remember learning from Trooper Bresnahan that there was a DCF, Department of Children and Family Services, mandated report or 51A filed against Cara Rintala in this incident?
I believe there was, yes.
And do you remember learning that the DCF report, they found no reasonable cause to support the allegations?
Objection.
Can I see the cards at sidebar?
Yeah, the beach scene does kind of look like aliens are like parting through everything and about to like come down and land. It looks really cool though. It looks really cool. Sidebar. People in the hallway. Looks like, excuse me. Excuse me. It's my hallway. My hallway. I saw somebody ask about the season 2 of the new Murdoch stuff on Netflix that came out today, and I have not seen it. But I do plan on watching it. I want to see, you know, Blanca and Cousin Eddie and all of them. I want to see what they have to say. I saw the trailer for it where Blanca was like, you know, everybody has opinions on it, but what'd she say? I don't have an opinion. I lived it or something like that. Like, oh, dang. Get it, Blanca. So I'll be watching. I'll watch it. I'm curious to see what they have to say. I would just like to say that I think it's very ironic that the timing of the new Murdoch Netflix season, the timing of the Murdoch Fox documentary, where they had their defense team and everything had been recorded behind the scenes, the courthouse, and their motions that are filed and all of this stuff just happens to all come at the same time. Happens to just all line up. Different shows are different ones. Like I know in the like some of the ones with the bigger, you know, production stuff, like the production companies obviously will have hold on.
Members of the jury, the question you've just heard, and I think there will be some additional questions after this one, will concern information that was brought to this witness's attention. The substance of that information is not being offered for its truth. It's only being offered to show this witness's state of mind as her state of mind relates to the investigation that she and other investigators were conducting. And so you may only consider, again, the information that's being brought to this witness's attention for that purpose.
Mayor.
Right.
Hey. Lieutenant Detective Whitney, do you recall in the report that was sent to you by Trooper Bresnahan that there was some sort of correspondence from DCF to the state police to explain about that 51A that your department had filed as a result of this incident?
I remember reading that Geraldine Trooper Bresnahan did file a 51A, but I don't remember the results of that.
I'm just going to ask you to read paragraph 21 from this report.
Okay,
And does that refresh your memory?
it does.
And is it fair to say then that Trooper Bresnahan received correspondence from the Department of Children and Family Services, a letter dated April 16, 2010, and with the indication that DCF found no reasonable cause to support the allegations that the child had been abused or neglected?
That's correct.
Now, you also heard during Cara Rintala's statement, that she was talking about the incident where she got charged with assault and battery. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you were asking her questions, is that right?
I don't remember if I asked her a question. I remember her talking about it.
Well, do you remember about 6 minutes into the interview, you brought up the domestic issues?
That's right.
Okay, so it was fairly quickly, early on, that you brought up the domestic issues, right?
When I asked the question, yes, if there was domestic issues.
And she didn't deny it, right?
She did not.
And the reason that she's talking about the domestic issues is because you're asking her questions about it, right?
I asked her a question if she had domestic issues.
Okay. And then she told you everything that she knew about the domestic issues, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you remember during that time period when she was explaining what happened with the assault and battery, that there was some allegation, at least by Cara Rintala, that Ann had told her that the Brandi Police Department had put some pressure on Ann to file the complaint against Cara. And there was some question. Well, first of all, do you remember that in the statement, the recorded statement?
Can you ask the question again?
Sure.
I mean,
Do you remember during Cara Rintala's recorded statement, when she was talking about the assault and battery incident, where she got charged with assault and battery,
yes.
that she explained that Annamarie Rintala had said that the Brandi Police Department had put pressure on her to file a complaint against Cara. Do you remember that?
I did hear her say that in the
Okay.
statement.
And did you do anything to investigate that?
I don't know if anything was done to investigate that at this point in time. I don't have a
Okay.
memory.
Do you remember assigning anyone to investigate whether or not the Brandi Police Department had put any pressure on Annamarie Rintala to file that assault and battery complaint?
I don't know.
You don't remember assigning anyone, is that right?
No, I don't remember assigning anyone. No.
Okay. And then, in addition to that, if you remember the next statement that Cara Rintala made on the recorded interview, where she's talking about one of the officers from the Brandi Police Department commenting on the fact that this lesbian couple were given permission to adopt a baby, and his wife would love to have a baby like Brianna. Remember that?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled.
Remember that?
I remember her making that statement, yes.
Okay. And that's a pretty serious statement to make against a police officer, is that right?
If the statement was said, I don't know if it was said or not.
Right, so that's the point. Did you assign anyone to investigate that?
Not that I recall, no.
Now, do you remember receiving a report dated May 11th, 2010, from Trooper Medina regarding this investigation?
Yes.
And do you recall Trooper Medina in his report informing you about some investigation he had done with respect to a statement from Carla Daniele?
Yes.
And
Let me back up. You asked me about a statement from Carla.
no, I asked you whether or not you had, this is what I'm asking about.
You asked me about that report right
Yes,
there.
this report.
Okay, I thought you said a statement by her. No.
This report is what I'm asking about. Let me
Okay, no, I
just make
understand.
it easier.
I understand
This
what
is
it is.
paragraph 18. It's the report from Trooper Medina dated May 11th, 2010. Could
Okay.
you read paragraph 18 to yourself, please?
My people.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to the steps that Trooper Medina took in investigating surveillance video with respect to Carla Daniele?
Correct.
And as part of Trooper Medina's investigation, in the report that he gave to you on May 11th of 2010, did you learn that he went to Sunshine Studios Tanning Salon located at 1060 Wilbraham Road in Springfield?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not that was, this is paragraph 20 of the same report, that was as a result of learning from Cara Rintala Daniele that during her run, she stopped to go tanning?
That's not my understanding, no.
No?
No.
Okay. But you agree that Trooper Medina went to the tanning salon to look at information of when Carla Daniele was there, is that right?
Did, and he based his report on his notes. And there's where the typo occurs, is in his notes. So in his notes, she was
I
at the
didn't ask you
team.
about his notes.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked you about this report.
Okay,
So let me ask you, you think there was a mistake in his report?
I think there's a mistake there.
So let's figure out what we do when there's a mistake in the report. Can you tell the jurors what a supplemental report is?
I don't know as though he realized that there was
I'm
a
not asking you what
mistake.
he realized. I'm asking you, can you tell the jury what a supplemental report is?
When you add information to a report, or a case, you would add a supplemental report.
So if you learn new information, or if you know you made a mistake in the report, the procedure is you file a supplemental report, is that right?
No.
That's not the procedure. You just let the mistake go.
The question is, did he realize he'd made a mistake?
No, I didn't ask you that question. That's the question you want to answer. I'm asking you a different
I
question.
can't answer your question.
You can't answer your question
I
about whether or
can't
not.
answer your question.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not it's procedure. When you make a mistake in a report, to file a supplemental report, you don't know that.
Well, you might be able to, you do a supplemental when you add information to a report.
Or when you correct a report, right? You don't just take one report that has incorrect information and throw it over here and say, let me just write a new report. You file a supplemental report, right?
You could, I guess.
And that didn't happen in this case, did it?
There is no supplemental report now.
Okay. Now, do you remember a report from Trooper McGarrian regarding an interview with Annamarie's father
Her father.
about the paint?
I knew that there was a report.
This is September 24th, 2010. Can you read paragraph 2 yourself, please, ma'am?
Okay.
And does that refresh your memory as to whether or not you learned from Trooper McGarrian's report that according to Annamarie's father, the paint was purchased by Cochrane-Rintala and her former girlfriend, Carla Daniele. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that was at the Home Depot. Is that right?
That's correct.
Not at the Walmart. Walmart.
Now,
You calm down.
do you remember receiving a report from, do you remember your report to Detective Captain Kevin Butler that you described an interview of Mark Olasak at the Northampton Police Department?
I wrote a report on that, yes.
And remember the date of that interview? The first interview.
I think the first interview would have been April 2nd,
Okay.
2010.
And that interview was audio taped and videotaped, is that right?
Yes.
And in that interview, do you remember being told that Mark Olasak had said initially that he had gone to physical therapy and then he was home the rest of the day in his first interview?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember at some point learning that Mark Olasak had deleted a text at 1:53 that he had sent to Annamarie-Rintala?
That wasn't that. Would you ask me that again?
Sure. Do you remember learning in the course of this investigation with respect to Mark Olasak that he had deleted a text at 1:53 that he had sent to Annamarie-Rintala?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you direct anyone to subpoena any information regarding Mark Olasak's phone?
I know that we did obtain all his phone records
That,
at some
I
point.
understand that. That wasn't my question, so maybe I wasn't clear. I'm asking, did you direct anyone to subpoena Mark Olasak's phone?
No.
It's fair to say that you, in fact, got a letter it was given to you by Trooper McGarrian. But you remember, a letter being given to you by Trooper McGarrian that contained a package received by the district attorney's office, mailed from Mark Olasak, that contained his cellular phone records and his bank transfer records of March 29th, 2010.
I believe I learned that, yes.
And this has been marked as for X for ID. I'd like you to take a look at it together with the letter that went to you and tell me whether or not you recall receiving Mark Olasak's records from Mark Olasak himself.
Yes, I see these.
And those are the records that were mailed by Mark Olasak to Trooper McGarrian, that Trooper McGarrian wrote a report to you about, informing you of their existence, right?
Correct.
Now, once you got those records, did you do anything then to subpoena the records from the phone company regarding Mark Olasak?
I did not.
Did you direct anyone to?
I did not.
And you saw those records, right?
At some point, I've seen these,
Okay.
yes.
I have a couple of questions regarding records. First, Judge, I'd move to introduce the records as what this witness received from Trooper McGarrian was mailed by Mark Olasak. Was Mark, right?
If I could see the records.
I'm sorry, it was Mark right here that you guys have some. I apologize. Okay. Just a second. Sorry, didn't mean to rush you.
I have no objection. Thank you.
Judge, these records that were formally X for identification could be marked as the next exhibit. Sorry.
Exhibit 67.
Thanks, gentlemen. Everyone said it was marked. So, Lieutenant Judge, I'm going to hand you what's been now marked Exhibit 67. I'm going to ask you to look at a few entries on there for me.
Okay.
It's really small. So I apologize. If you could look at the first section, I think it's page 7. It deals with phone calls, call detail. You see that?
The list of calls, yes.
Yep. Could you look at the list of calls as they relate to 32910, which I believe starts at number 97 on page 7.
Okay,
See that?
I do.
Okay. So there appears to be a number of calls from 9:34 a.m. until 11:09 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
So there's about 6 calls that's that morning that it appears show up on Mark Olsak's
Correct.
call detail.
Correct.
And after 11:09 a.m. on March 29th of 2010, when's the next time the Mark Olasak phone makes a phone call?
9:07
PM.
p.m. Correct.
So no calls between 11:09 a.m. and 9:07 p.m. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then if you can skip to page 16. And again, I'm going to ask you to focus on the March 29, 2010. And I'm going to direct your attention to the 1:53 p.m. outgoing text from Mark Olasak. Do you see that?
No, hold on. What line was it?
It's probably easier for me to show you. It's way down at the bottom.
All right.
It says 1:53 p.m. Do you see it? It's kind of hard to read because it's so small.
Yep, I see that.
Okay, so this document indicates that Mark Olasak sent a text at 1:53 p.m. on May 29th, 2010. And then, do you see when the next outgoing text is at 8:15 p.m.?
Well, there's, okay, but there's more text in between, but you
Well,
want
those
to,
are incoming texts. I'm talking about the outgoing text when he used his code.
how can you tell the difference? Is it say incoming or outgoing?
Yes, if you look at the second to last column,
Right.
where it says in and out,
Okay, hold on.
all the way over here,
Oh, so we were here.
Yep.
And then you want me to go where?
8:15 p.m. that night, where there's another outgoing text. See it?
Got it.
Okay. And so it's fair to say that
Fair to
Mark
say.
Olasak didn't text anyone from 1:53 p.m. until 8:15 p.m. Is that right? According to these records.
Correct.
He received some incoming texts, right?
Yes.
There's no indication he responded to those, right?
Not that I know of, no.
Sorry, Judge.
Oh.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So now, when you learned that Mark Olasak didn't make any phone calls with his cell phone from early in the morning on March 29th, 2010, till almost 9 o'clock at night, and you learned that he didn't send any outgoing texts from 11 in the morning till 8:15 at night, did you do anything to ask someone to investigate and ask Mark Olasak where he was that day?
I believe they did, yes.
And his first statement, just to refresh your memory, was that he was at PT and then home all day, right?
Correct.
And his second statement,
So he has inconsistent statements about where he was. Mark.
just have a minute, Your Honor. The second statement, is it fair to say, that was taken by Trooper McGarrian on November 18th of 2010, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that when Mark Olasak tells the police that he went to Home Depot and he went to Bob's Discount Furniture.
I believe it was that statement, yes.
And he also at that time had received his credit card records, right?
At some point, yes, I don't
Well,
know.
it came in the same package that he mailed you regarding the phones, right?
Correct.
Okay. And an approach with the credit card records that he accompanied the letter, that appear to be the credit card records of Mark Olasak.
Yes.
And when you received the credit card record, not when somebody received the credit card records, it appeared that he had been to a number of stores that he didn't tell the police about, right?
Isn't this bank statements?
Bank statements, yes.
It's not credit
I'm
card.
sorry. Bank statements, it was a debit card. You are right, I am wrong. I apologize. It was a debit card that he was using, I apologize. So when you got his debit card information, you realized that he had been to a number of places he didn't tell the police about, right?
It was realized that there was charges on there that we didn't know about, yes.
Okay. And one of them was a $7 purchase at Walmart. At
Walmart.
4:30 in the afternoon on March 29th, 2010, is that right?
I believe that was learned at some point, yes.
And you actually did request, or somebody requested, the receipt of that purchase. Is that fair to say?
Someone did, yes.
Trying to look at it, Judge. Can you find it for me? It's in this file somewhere. One of these files. And you remember learning at some point that Mark Olasak had purchased a pair of fleece pants at about
$7.
4:30 on March 29th, 2010 at the Walmart, right?
That was my understanding, yes.
And you also remember having someone interview his wife and his daughter. Do you remember that?
I remember they were interviewed, yes.
And neither one of them remembered him ever going to a Walmart when they were with him. Is that right?
I don't remember that.
Well,
That's a good point. She went to Target, not Walmart. She thought that would help her not get caught.
From Mark Olasak that he said he went to Bob's Furniture with his wife and his daughter.
For snacks.
I remember reading that in the statement, yes.
Okay. And as a result of that, did you direct Super McGarrian or anyone else to what is the parcel for receipt? Oh, I see. Okay. Did you direct Juba McGarrian or anyone else to go to Bob's Discount Furniture Store and look at the video?
I don't recall that.
Would there be a reason that you wouldn't have gone to look at the video? You wouldn't have directed someone to look at the video?
I don't even remember that, if someone did or someone didn't go look at the video.
Okay, but when you got the report and you realized he said he was at Bob's Discount Furniture, you could have ordered someone to go get the video, right?
If I had read it exactly at that time, maybe, but I don't have a memory of it.
But at some point you read it, right?
At some point I read it, yes.
And you realized Mark Olasak had said he was at Bob's Discount Furniture, right?
But I'm saying, I don't know if anyone went and did that.
Right, and you didn't direct anyone to go and have
No.
anyone do that,
I
right?
did not.
Okay. And then we talked a little bit before when I couldn't find it. The receipt from Mark Olasak for the purchase of the $7 pair of pants from Walmart. Do you remember this?
I love her
Seeing this in the course
accent.
of your investigation?
Mike bought a 7-pair of pants from Walmart.
Yes.
Nailed
Does that
it.
appear to be the receipt that you learned that Mark Olasak had purchased that $7 pair of pants? It appears at 16/28/12 on 3/29/10.
Yes.
Judge, I move to introduce this.
So you can see it.
Oh, sorry. Keep forgetting.
Just this particular.
Yeah, it's on both pages. And that's the bank records, identity account records.
You're moving.
Just that one right now, but I will be for that one, so I'll just give it to you.
$7 pants
Your
of
Honor, I have no
Walmart.
objection to this single page, was just a front and back relative to the Walmart transaction.
May that be the next exhibit, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you.
Number 68.
Was $7, right? Right. Hold on, I'm gonna get it. $7, right?
Now-
Next.
At some point when Mark Olasak was being interviewed, do you remember Trooper McGarrian or someone actually taking screenshots of his phone, of his text on his phone?
I believe someone did do that, yes.
Ask you to take a look at this and tell me whether or not you recognize it.
Yes.
And do you recognize those as Mark Olasak's screenshots of the text on his phone?
Yes.
And could you jump to that last page that has a pink sticker on it? Might not be the last page, but it has a pink sticker. And on that page, Lieutenant Detective, is it fair to say that the
It's fair to
text
say.
from 153 to Cara Rintala, to Annamarie Rintala doesn't appear, is that right?
That's correct.
But the one at 8:15 that night does, is that right?
That's correct.
And the 8:15 also went to Annamarie Rintala, is that right?
Yes.
Judge, I need to introduce the text.
Let me just see that version, counsel, please.
I'll take this to
Walmart. What? Well, I'm gonna practice.
Thank you. I have no objection, Your Honor.
69.
I love I love different accents. I'm terrible at them, but I love them. Oh my gosh! A counter every time she says right, and a counter every time they say the word paint. And we would be
Now, do you guys think we have to?
visiting Marie Moss in the hospital from exhaustion.
Oh, there it is, okay, sorry. Okay. You guys want that? No, okay, thank you.
Walmart.
Now, I think you've already identified this TD Bank account as the account that Mark Olasak mailed to Trooper McGarrian about his purchases on the 29th of March 2010, right?
Correct.
And that appears to be what was contained in the mailing from Mark Olasak, is that right?
I guess it would have been, yes.
And did you direct anyone to actually get the records from the bank itself?
I did not.
And do you know if anyone did?
I do not remember.
Judge, I move to introduce this, the TD Bank records from Mark Olasak.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
So number 70.
Walmart. In March 2010. Right? It's Mark Olasak, right? Marie Moss is counting rights. Oh my gosh. It's going to be as bad as Tommy.
Now, during that second interview of Mark Olasak, do you remember whether or not you learned that Mark Olasak had been sleeping in Annamarie Rintala's pink sleeping bag?
That was Trooper McGarrian's interview with Mark Olasak?
Yes, that was the one that was sent to you. You remember being sent to you?
At some point, yes, I read it.
So yes, that's what we're talking about. And you remember learning that Mark Olasak was sleeping in Annamarie Rintala's pink sleeping bag after she had died.
I heard that he had been using it, yes.
Okay. And do you remember learning that Mark Olasak had given Annamarie Rintala 3 credit cards to use at her discretion?
I didn't know there was 3. I thought there was 1, so I don't have a memory of that 3 credit cards.
Okay, this is the Mark Olasak second interview. This is on page 3, paragraph 2. Could you read paragraph 2 to yourself, please, ma'am? I'm sorry. Lieutenant.
Paragraph 2.
Yeah, the second, the previous paragraph that's marked there. You read to yourself.
So it says.
No, not what it says, just read it to yourself.
Okay. Yeah.
Ma'am, do you remember learning that Mark Olasak had indicated that he was trying to help Annamarie Rintala out financially, and he put her on his credit cards to help her try to reestablish credit after filing bankruptcy around 7 or 8 years prior?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember him saying that he did this all without his wife's knowledge?
Correct.
However, just prior to Anne-Marie's death, his wife found out he was helping Annamarie financially when she applied for a credit card and it was denied because of the reopened credit cards.
I still don't see 3 open credit cards. I just knew that it says credit cards. So I can say yes, but not to, I don't agree to the 3. I don't see that.
Okay, so you know there were cards, you just don't know how many.
Correct. It said
Or
cards.
cards.
Did you ever ask anyone to go back to Mark Olasak and ask him how many credit cards he took out in Annamarie Rintala's name?
I did not.
Would it have been important in your investigation to know how many credit cards Mark Olasak had given to Annamarie Rintala during their relationship?
I don't know the answer to that, if it would have been important or not. We knew that he had done it.
Did you also knew that there was about $7,000 outstanding on those credit cards? You learned that, right?
I believe I understood that, yes.
Okay. So Annamarie Rintala owed Mark Olasak about $7,000 when she died. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. But you didn't ask anyone to go and find out how many credit cards?
I did not.
And did you learn in the course of your investigation that Mark Olasak had a relationship with Annamarie Rintala where they used to hug?
That was part of that's the understanding that's the kind of relationship they had.
And that they would kiss on the corner of the cheek?
I didn't
I'm sorry, the
know.
corner of the mouth.
I don't know.
Okay. Did you know that they went to the movies together?
I do not remember reading that.
Do you know that if they went to dinner together?
I don't remember reading that.
Do you know if they went on a trip together to Connecticut a few days before Annamarie Rintala died?
Yes, they went shopping.
Just him and her?
Yes.
And did you learn that they both lied to their spouses about where they were?
I don't know if I knew what Annamarie had said. I don't know what Mark Olasak had said.
Mark.
Do you remember Mark Olasak in the second interview telling Trooper Magarian I would be willing to do anything for a friend as long as they didn't lie to me.
I think I did read that, yes.
This is page 2, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you read paragraph 4 to yourself, please, ma'am? I'm sorry, Lieutenant Detective. That refresh your memory as to whether or not in Mark Olasak's second interview, he told Trooper McGarrion that he would be willing to do anything for a friend as long as they didn't lie to me.
He did state that, yes.
Did you ever follow up and ask him what he meant by that?
I did not, no, I didn't do the interview.
Okay. And do you remember learning in the course of your investigation that in addition to sleeping in Annamarie Rintala's pink sleeping bag, that Mark Olasak had actually taken all of the items out of her locker from AMR, the AMR company that they work for, and put them in his locker?
I know that that was done, yes.
And did you ask anyone to follow up with Mark Olasak and ask him why you would have put Annamarie Rintala's personal belongings from her locker in his locker?
I guess I don't know what the question is.
Question is, did you ask anyone to follow up with Mark Olasak to figure out why it was that he took Annamarie Rintala's personal belongings from her locker and put them in his locker?
I don't know if Trooper McGarrion did that or not, no.
Well, does it appear anywhere in the second interview that he asked that question?
I don't know what questions he asked.
Okay.
I wouldn't know that.
Okay. And the report that Trooper McGarrion sent to you, is there any mention in there of anyone asking him why it was that he took all of Annamarie Rintala's belongings and put them in his locker?
I didn't see that in his report, no.
Okay. And while we're on that, by the time of the second interview, Trooper McGarrion was aware, and you were aware, that he had deleted that 1:53 p.m. text, right?
I don't know what he was aware of.
Were you aware by the time of the second interview that he had deleted that text?
I don't know as though I was aware at that point, no.
Okay, so whenever you became aware of the fact that Mark Olasak deleted a text at 1:53 that he sent to Annamarie Rintala, did you ask anyone to follow up with Mark Olasak and find out why he deleted that text?
I didn't, because I didn't know about it at that, I don't know if he knew about it at that point or not, Trooper
But
McGarrion.
I'm not saying you knew about it at that point. I'm saying whenever you learned about it, whenever you learned about the fact, you got those records, and you knew he had deleted that text, did you send anyone back to Mark Olasak to say, why'd you delete that text at 1:53 and not the one at 8:15? Did you do that?
I believe it might have been done. I don't remember, but I believe it might have been done, yes.
By whom?
It would have to have been Trooper McGarrion.
Did you ever see a report to that effect?
No,
So you just think it happened and nobody reported it, right?
I just don't have a memory of it.
Well, you just told us on cross-examination that you have to document everything, right?
Yes,
And so you sit here today, you never saw a report from Trooper McGarrion saying he went back and asked Mark Olasak that question, right?
that's right.
And you didn't direct him to go back and ask that question, right?
I did not.
Now, in addition to those issues, the trip to Connecticut, do you remember that being a few days before Annamarie Rintala died?
Yes,
And do you remember Mark Olasak indicating that during that trip, Annamarie Rintala wanted to purchase a dog,
correct.
and that she in fact asked Mark Olasak to give her $250 to purchase a dog? Right?
I thought it was $350.
Okay, $350. You could be right. To purchase a dog.
Yes,
And he went to some credit union or some place to take out the money for that dog, right?
I have no knowledge of that.
But you know, he gave her the money, right?
It's my understanding he gave her the money, yes.
Okay. And then, you know, she didn't purchase the dog, right?
She didn't purchase the particular dog that he told me about in the interview, no.
She
I
didn't
don't
purchase any
know.
dog, as far as you know, right?
I don't know.
Was there a dog in the house when you were there that was new?
I didn't see a dog at all.
Okay. And do you remember learning that Annamarie Rintala, on the day of her death, asked Mark Olasak for $20 to crate the dog that she didn't have? For a crate for the dog that she didn't have. Remember that?
I don't remember it being the day of her death.
Do you remember it being before her death?
Yes, it would be
Okay.
before her death.
So you remember her asking him, Annamarie Rintala asking in the text for Mark Olasak to lend her $20 to buy a crate for a dog she didn't have, right?
I remember that, but I don't know as though it came from the text. I don't know where that came from.
Okay, so it could have been his interview.
It could have
But in
been.
any event, you had that information, right?
I did.
And so was it clear to you at that point that Annamarie Rintala had lied to Mark Olasak about the dog?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know that she lied to him.
We didn't see a dog,
I didn't see a dog. No,
and she certainly didn't need a crate for a dog she didn't have, right?
I guess not. She didn't have a dog.
Okay. But so did you direct anyone to go back and investigate Mark Olasak because of the comment that he made that he's good friends with anyone until they lie to him?
No.
Now, do you remember learning at some point that Mark Olasak and Annamarie Rintala had been texting about her request for Mark Olasak to stand in line by an iPad at 6 a.m.
Yes,
and that she promised him a big kiss if he did that, right?
correct.
And do you remember learning in the text that he was very interested in that kiss? He wanted that kiss, right?
I believe so. I don't remember his exact response, but
Well, do you remember anyone ever sitting with Mark Olasak and his text and saying, "What'd you mean by that?"
no,
When you said big kiss?
no.
Did it cross your mind at all that while during this investigation that Mark Olasak's answers appeared to suggest he was in love with Annamarie Rintala?
So what's the question?
So did it occur to you at all during this investigation that Mark Olasak's answers appeared as if he was in love with Annamarie Rintala?
I know he loved her. I don't know if he was in love with her.
Didn't he say things like, "I love you" on the texts?
He did.
"Can't wait to see you.
He did.
I'm going to come over when Cara's at work."
Correct.
And he actually knew Cara Rintala's work schedule, right?
He did.
Did anyone ask him why he needed to know Cara Rintala's work schedule?
I have no idea.
But you didn't direct anyone to ask that question, right?
No.
Okay. Then at some point, do you remember learning that when Annamarie Rintala moved out of the house that she lived in with Cara Rintala and her daughter Brianna, that she moved to an apartment fairly close to where they originally lived? Do you remember learning that?
Where who it originally lived?
Where Cara and Annamarie and Brianna lived. She got her own apartment for a period of time, right?
She did.
Okay. And do you remember learning from Mark Olasak that he helped her move out of that apartment? Remember learning that?
Not that he helped her move out, that he went and obtained some of her things for her.
Okay. When he obtained her things for her, do you remember him telling anyone that he had seen a note from Carla Daniele that was contained amongst the things in that apartment?
I know that there was a card that he found.
Can you take a look at that and tell me whether or not you recognize it?
I've never seen it.
You haven't?
Even looking at the envelope, I've never
Okay.
seen it.
So, do you know that there was a card that was found from Carla Daniele, is that right?
Yes,
And you know that Mark Olsap took it, right?
yes.
He didn't give it to Annamarie Rintala, right?
I believe he did not, no.
And he didn't certainly give it to anyone else, right?
He gave it to someone. I mean, you have it. I've never seen it.
Okay. So, but you said you were aware of the fact that he found a card, right?
I was.
Okay. So when you became aware of the fact that he found a card, did you send anyone to ask him why he held on to this card from Carla Daniele?
I did not.
Okay. Did you learn that shortly after he found this card that he stopped talking to Annamarie Rintala?
I know they stopped talking at some point, but I don't know if this was the point.
Okay. And do you remember Mark Olasak saying they stopped talking because he found out that she was dating Carla Daniele?
I don't remember if that's the reason they stopped talking.
Do you remember Mark Olasak telling anyone that he stopped paying for the phone for Annamarie Rintala when he found out that she was dating Cara Daniele?
I don't remember that. No, I have no knowledge of that.
Well, had you learned that in the course of your investigation, would you have asked someone to go back and interview Mark Olasak about these things?
Objection. Assuming facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
You learned that, Lieutenant Detective, during the
But
course of your investigation.
If I learned what, okay, go
If
back
you had
again.
learned the fact that
MLB.
Mark Olasak had stopped paying for Annamarie Rintala's phone, and that he kept a card from Carla Daniele, would you have caused anyone to go back to interview Mark Olasak and ask him about that?
First of all, I knew that there was a card. I have no knowledge about a phone bill, about him paying her phone bill.
Okay.
I have no knowledge of that.
Would it have been important for your investigation to know whether or not he stopped paying for Annamarie Rintala's phone sometime after he found out that she was dating Carla Daniele?
But I didn't know that.
Not saying that you did, I'm saying would it have been important for you to know?
That he stopped paying for her phone.
Yes.
I guess so. I don't know. I don't know as though that ever happened.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, switch gears a little bit, and ask you some questions about the crime scene. First of all, it's fair to say that you were much more experienced than the Brandi Police Department in investigating homicides. Is that right?
Death investigations.
Death investigations. Okay.
I'm sorry, Attorney, you going into a different
Oh,
subject?
Judge, no, I am, and I apologize. Yes.
That's okay. Can I see counsel sidebar?
Sidebar. Okay. I found it on here. They deliberated for 9 hours, 23 minutes, and 6 seconds, and it says they're going to announce it soon. So we'll listen. I know some of y'all were watching this one. I did not follow it, even though I lived in Ohio, so I was kind of interested in it, but I did not follow it because I already had too much going on. So but from what I understand, she pled not guilty by reason of insanity, right? I think. But I have it up here, so we'll keep an eye on it, and when they do go to show it, we'll listen and see what they say. So much happening in the out of these true crime streets. As Tracy, I was reading Tracy right here, as Kathy says. Yeah, see, that's the part that I have problems with. It is hard for me to follow trials that only release parts of
I
it.
gave an instruction earlier.
I want to see it all.
That the information contained in counsel's questions that was being brought to the attention of this witness was not being offered for its truth, but rather it was being offered as to this witness's state of mind, as her state of mind related to her investigation of this matter and other officers' investigation of this matter. So again, this is sort of a bookend. So between the first instruction I gave you and now, the instruction covers all of those questions. It also covers the exhibits that were introduced. I think exhibits 67 through 70. Is that, again, none of that information or the information contained in these exhibits are being offered for the truth of that information, but rather, again, just on the subject of this witness's state of mind, as her state of mind relates to the investigation itself.
Mayor,
You may.
thank you. Detective, getting back to the crime scene, the night that you arrived, is it fair to say that the state police were more experienced in investigating death cases than the Granby Police Department?
I guess I could say we probably were just by the number of death investigations we've done.
Okay. And you understood the importance of protecting a crime scene when you arrive at a location. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And that's why before you even entered the house, you put the booties on your feet, is
Yes.
that right? And the gloves on your hands.
Correct.
And that's so you don't contaminate anything at the crime scene, right?
Correct.
Because it's important to keep the crime scene as controlled as you possibly can, right?
Correct.
And are you aware of how many times other officers and paramedics had used that side door before you arrived at the scene?
I know that it had been used. I don't know the number of times. No.
Do you know, as you sit here today, whether or not any of them put on booties or gloves as they were walking in and out of the crime scene?
I don't know, but I imagine they probably didn't, but I don't know.
They did not.
I don't know.
Did you do anything when you got there to control the contamination of the crime scene?
I think that was already being done for my arrival.
Okay. And when you got to the crime scene, were you there when some materials were brought back into the house, some rags?
Are you talking about that night or another time?
Another day.
I think I read about that. I don't know, so I was there. I don't remember.
Okay. Let me just ask you, is it standard practice to take some evidence that's seized outside of the crime scene and bring it back to the crime scene and lay it out on a rug?
I
see that.
don't have knowledge of that.
I'm not asking if you have knowledge, I'm saying, is it standard practice?
I don't know if it's standard practice or
You
not.
don't know if you could take evidence that's not inside a crime scene, bring it into a crime scene, lay it out on a rug. You don't know if that's standard practice?
I don't know if that was even done.
I'm not suggesting you know if it was done or not.
I don't know if that's standard practice. No.
So you think you should be able to, as a lieutenant detective in the state police, you should be able to take outside evidence into a crime scene, lay it on the rug of a crime scene for it to be evaluated?
No,
That's not proper procedure, is that fair to say?
I wouldn't do it.
Well, because it can contaminate, right?
Correct.
And you don't want to contaminate it with anything, right?
Correct.
And that gets back to the whole point that you put the booties and the gloves on, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you got to the crime scene on the 29th, did you ask anyone to look around the house to determine whether or not anything had been taken?
When I first arrived at the scene,
Yes.
No.
Okay. When you went back the next day, did you ask people to look, did you direct anyone?
I did not direct anyone to do that, no.
Okay. Do you know, as you sit here today, whether or not each room of that house was photographed?
Yes.
Okay, and that was at your direction or Trooper McGarion's direction?
That would be at Trooper McGarion's direction.
Okay. And do you know whether or not there were any photographs of, well, you probably don't because you don't even know. Let me ask you anyhow. Do you know whether or not there were any photographs of these rags being brought?
All right, hold on one moment because they're about to read it. So we'll listen. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Hi, Cheryl.
All right, we are back on the record in State versus Sidney Powell. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my understanding that we have a verdict in this matter. I would like to remind everyone that despite the fact that this is a very emotional case, you are still in a courtroom, and I expect appropriate courtroom demeanor from everyone who is involved in these proceedings. Thank you very much. All right, you want to let Rebecca know to bring him in?
All rise.
Move this. So she, I don't know much about it. I know that she is charged with stabbing her mom, but she pled not guilty by reason of insanity, I believe.
Jury obviously walking into the courtroom. A reminder,
Thank you,
they
please.
deliberated for 9 hours and 23 minutes. Let's listen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's my understanding that we have a verdict in this matter. Is that correct? All right. Juror number 12, are you the foreperson? Would you give the verdict forms to my bailiff, please? Thank you. All right, I will now read the verdict forms into the record. Verdict form number 1 as to count 1 reads, we, the jury in this case being duly impaneled, sworn, and affirmed, do hereby find the defendant Sidney Powell guilty of the offense of murder as charged in count 1. The form goes on to say, and we do so render our verdict upon the concurrence of 12 members of said jury. Each of us said jurors concurring in said verdict signs their name hereto this 20th day of September 2023. Each juror has signed in ink next to his or her name. Verdict form number 2 reads, we, the jury in this case, being duly impaneled, sworn, and affirmed, do hereby find the defendant Sidney Powell guilty of the offense of murder as charged in count 2. And we do so render our verdict upon the concurrence of 12 members of said jury. Each of us said jurors concurring in said verdict signs their name hereto this 20th day of September 2023. Each juror has signed their name in ink next to their juror number. Verdict form number 3 reads, we, the jury in this case, being duly impaneled, sworn, and affirmed, do hereby find the defendant Sidney Powell guilty of the offense of felonious assault as charged in count 3. And it reads, and we do so render our verdict upon the concurrence of 12 members of said jury. Each of us said jurors concurring in said verdict signs their name hereto this 20th day of September 2023. Each juror has signed his or her name in ink next to their juror number. And finally, Verdict form number 4 reads, we, the jury in this case, being duly impaneled, sworn, and affirmed, do hereby find the defendant Sidney Powell guilty of the offense of tampering with evidence as charged in count 4. Below that, it says, and we do so render our verdict upon the concurrence of 12 members of said jury. Each of us said jurors concurring in said verdict signs their name hereto this 20th day of September 2023, and each juror has signed in ink next to their juror number. Counsel, do you wish to have the jury polled?
Not from the state, Your Honor. Yes.
All right. Juror number 1, is this your verdict?
It
You
is.
need to speak audibly. Thank you, sir. Juror number 2, is this your verdict?
Yes, ma'am.
Juror number 3, is this your verdict?
It is.
Juror number 4, is this your verdict?
It is.
Juror number 5, is this your verdict?
It is.
Juror number 6, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 7, is this your verdict?
It is.
Juror number 8, is this your verdict? Juror number 9, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 10, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 11, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 12, is this your verdict?
Yes.
All right, counsel, do you wish to inspect the forms?
Yes, sir.
Please do so. Thank you. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your service in this matter. I will now excuse you, and I will release you from the instruction that you are not to discuss this case with anyone else. You are now free to discuss this matter with anyone that you choose to. I would like to speak with you briefly in the jury room. We have some preliminary things that we have to take care of here, and then I will be back to talk with you, and I will talk with you at that time about whether or not anyone else wishes to speak with you. On behalf of the citizens of this community, the county, the court, our staff, and all of the people who have participated in this matter, I thank you for your service here. I know this can't have been easy for you. Thank you very much. You're now excused. Please rise.
Hi, there you have it.
Well, guilty on all counts. Let's do a poll. On our poll for this trial, we have 39% are still unsure of Cara's guilt. 34% say she did it, and 36 or say not say she did it. Let me phrase. Say that the state has proven it beyond reasonable doubt, and 26% say the state has not proved it yet. Of course, this trial is still ongoing, but we like to check in and see what everybody's thinking. For those of you, I'm going to do another poll. We'll do one for those of you who watched the Sidney Powell, the piece of the trial that they released, because I have not watched it, so I don't know that much about it. So we'll do I'm going to unpause this, but I'm going to do a verdict for those of y'all who watched that one on if you think that was the right. Did I say a verdict? I'm going to do a poll on if y'all who watched that one think it was the right verdict.
Back into the crime scene and put on the rug.
I don't know.
Okay. And if you had seen that, you would have stopped it, right?
I would have asked what was going on, I imagine.
Right. And if somebody told you this is stuff from outside the crime scene, we want to bring in the crime scene, you would have stopped it, right?
I probably would have. I don't, yeah,
You would have preserved the integrity of the crime scene, right?
of course.
Because that's part of your job that night, right?
That night, I mean, are you saying this happened that night, the
No,
night of the
the next
29th?
day.
Okay,
You still have a crime scene, right?
correct.
And you still have to preserve the integrity of the crime scene, whether it's the night of the incident or the next day, right?
Right, it
And so
depends.
my question is, if you had seen somebody walk in with evidence that was from outside of the crime scene, bring it into the crime scene, and lay it all over a rug in the living room, you would have stopped that right away, right?
I don't know. I
Don't
don't,
know if you would have let them contaminate the crime scene?
were they done with the crime scene?
Still red, there's still yellow tape up. So are they done with the crime scene?
I don't know. I mean, are they done with the inside of the crime scene? Have they
Let's
processed?
assume they are. Let's take your scenario. Let's assume they're done with the crime scene. Is it still good practice to take evidence from outside of the crime scene, bring it into the crime scene, and lay it on the rug of the crime scene? Is that good practice, Lieutenant
Probably not.
Detective?
No,
Because there's contamination, right?
it could be, yes.
That's why it's not done, right?
Correct.
I don't have any further questions.
May I, Your Honor?
May.
Sorry, I got it.
Detective Lieutenant, I want to first clarify in terms of your testimony about reading reports and the time frame of your reading reports. As the investigation goes on, how are reports generated by the troopers that are doing the work on the case?
As they complete them,
Okay. And at times, will the report be ongoing for a period of time? In other words, there might be a report about something that happened this week, but then they keep that report open and follow up in the same report about something that happens a week later or a month later, for instance.
that's correct.
And then all of that information would be in a single report.
That's correct.
So at times, might a single report cover a large time frame and not be closed out until weeks or months even after maybe the first thing occurred?
That's correct.
In terms of your own timing of when you would have potentially read reports, what can you tell us about that?
It would depend, and if I was reading them or another one of my lieutenants could have been reading them. I mean, if it's something like I need you to read this right now, sign off on it, so then it would be done right away.
Okay.
It-
And have you recently looked at all the reports again in this particular case?
I did.
I think you indicated to Attorney Scapicchio about signing off on a report. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that means?
That means each report goes into a space, and then either myself or whoever meaning it has to be sergeant or lieutenant, stamp it, sign it, check in the book that it's been processed and it's done.
Okay. And all of the reports that were generated in this case, do they say they're to Detective Lieutenant Robert Whitney?
They have to, yes.
And what do you mean by they have to?
I'm the unit commander, so they would go to me.
Okay,
But that doesn't mean I read them.
okay. So by practice and protocol, it has to have your name at the top, correct?
Yes,
But it doesn't mean you are necessarily the person to approve it at the time that they have been completed.
that's correct.
And if you had the opportunity to look at the various reports in this case, specifically in regards to that approval section at the bottom of the report,
Yes,
and would whoever approved that report, as a supervisor within your unit, have indicated so with their number and initials?
correct.
And did you approve, how would you indicate how many reports in this case you personally approved at the time that it was turned in by the trooper?
A couple, I don't remember the number that I
Okay.
signed off on.
So fair to say the large majority were not signed off on by you originally?
That's correct.
And who were the individuals, or the position of the individuals, I should say, that you saw signing off on the reports?
Lieutenants and a sergeant.
Okay, so supervisors in the unit under you,
Correct.
okay. But nonetheless, at some point, you have read all of the reports, correct?
Yes,
You just might not have read them at that time.
correct.
So in terms of your role, of the questions asked by you, Attorney Scapicchio, about directing individuals to do things, what role did you have in this investigation in regards to those actions?
I didn't have a lot was done by the district attorney
Okay,
in charge of the case.
directly to the troopers or the other supervisors within your unit?
Correct.
Okay. I just want to clarify a couple of the first things that Attorney Scapicchio asked you about. She asked you about an awareness from Trooper Geraldine Bresnahan's report about a DCF investigation. Do you remember that?
Thank you, Ashley Snow.
Of course. Thank you.
He's like, with the noise, I bet it's real loud for them.
Do you remember the questions about a report from Trooper Bresnahan about a DCF investigation?
Yes,
And I just want to clarify, was that DCF 51A filed by Trooper Bresnahan specifically in regards to March 29, 2010?
yes,
In other words, not prior dates?
no,
Okay. And that would have been a standard action filled out by Trooper Bresnahan as a mandated reporter
correct,
of a child being in the home of a potentially violent act being committed?
correct.
Okay. And is it your understanding that DCF did not support the child, in other words, Brianna, being abused or neglected
Correct,
on March 29, 2010?
correct.
Okay. Now, in regards to the paint bucket, Attorney Scapiccio asked you about a report of Trooper McGarrion on September 24th, 2010. And specifically an interview of William Cochrane, Annamarie's father. Do you remember those questions?
I do.
And do you remember her asking you whether or not that report indicated that the paint was originally purchased by Annamarie and Carla Daniele?
Yes.
And do you remember that that report indicates they asked Carla Daniele about that and she confirmed that in fact to be true?
Yes.
Now, did you also remember reading when it was presented to you today that Mr. Cochrane indicated that 2 buckets of paint were originally purchased by Annamarie and Carla Daniele?
Correct.
And according to Mr. Cochrane, that only one was used at the South Hadley apartment that Ann had lived at for a period of time during a separation with the defendant?
Correct.
And that the second paint bucket was given specifically to the defendant, Cara Rintala, who brought it to 18 Barton Street, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
I want to ask you some questions specifically in regards to Carla Daniele. Did, during the course of the investigation, did investigators become aware that Carla Daniele and Annamarie had been in a relationship on and off for many years together?
Yes.
And that their last relationship had been significantly prior to March of 2010, correct?
Correct.
In fact, did the investigation uncover that Ms. Daniele had neither spoken to or seen Annamarie Rintala since November of 2009?
That's correct.
And that was confirmed during the course of the investigation?
Yes.
Nonetheless, within a couple of days after Annamarie's murder, was she spoken to, Carla Daniele?
She was.
Do you remember the date that that occurred?
I believe it was April 2nd, 2010.
April 2nd, 2010?
Yes.
And she agreed to an interview, correct?
She did.
And she engaged with the troopers in filling out a 6-page single-spaced statement?
Yes.
And do you remember her being asked during that interview 4 days after Annamarie's death about her whereabouts on March 29, 2010?
Yes.
And do you remember her indicating that she had gone to Health Tracks in East Longmeadow between 3 and 7 p.m. that day?
Correct.
And that when she was at Health Tracks as a runner, she had made a decision to leave Health Tracks to go on a run?
Correct.
And that she returned to Health Tracks and left Health Tracks about 7 p.m.?
Correct.
And did she also disclose to investigators at that time that she had gone to a tanning salon after her Health Tracks appointment that day?
Correct.
Or Health Tracks gym, I should say.
Correct.
Okay. And that was in, do you remember the town that that was in, her tanning salon appointment?
It was in Springfield.
Okay. Now, after she provided that information to investigators 4 days after Annamarie's death, the investigators corroborate the information that she provided.
Correct.
Was there a trooper, Will Medina, that went to Health Tracks?
There was.
Was he able to obtain surveillance video from Health Tracks?
He did.
Was that done within a couple of days of Carla Daniele's statement?
Yes.
And did the video fully corroborate the information?
Spaces.
Can we be seen?
Can we be seen, Judge? Oops. Fast forward. Look, she's like, I'm retired. I don't feel like getting
Again,
here
you were hearing questions that contain
being
information
questioned.
that was brought to this witness's attention earlier that went to her state of mind. These questions also, to the extent that they contain factual assertions, are simply being offered so that this witness can discuss or explain her state of mind as related to the investigation. And so you should not consider the information contained in these questions for any other purpose.
Thank you. In regards to the Health Track video, Detective Lieutenant, are you aware that Trooper Medina on April 6th went to Health Tracks to acquire or seek to acquire a video of Miss Daniele? As
Yes.
she indicated she had been there.
Yes.
And According to Trooper Medina's report, did he indicate that he had found a surveillance video at that location, obtained a copy of that surveillance video for the case file, and that he observed Miss Daniele on the video with the times as she indicated, both arriving, going on the run, returning from the run, and leaving health tracks?
Correct.
Did he also obtain any printout information from health tracks?
He did.
And what did that indicate?
The times that she came and left, and as well as adjusted the times to the correct time.
Okay, so the records in health tracks, in other words, in
Yes,
terms of also going along with the surveillance video of Miss Daniele,
correct,
swiping her card essentially into the gym.
correct.
Now, in terms of the information that Miss Daniele provided about the tanning salon, had she indicated she went to that tanning appointment after going to health tracks?
Yes,
And did Trooper Medina, again on that April 6, 2010 date, go to the tanning salon that she identified to try to corroborate her account? Or
Yes.
confirm or deny her account?
correct.
And was he able to obtain information from the tanning salon regarding that appointment?
Yes,
Now, have you had an opportunity to look at his police report regarding this?
yes,
And have you had an opportunity to look at his notes?
yes.
And in his report, do you remember it indicating that she had visited the tanning salon at 17:53?
Yes,
Okay. And that would be military time, correct?
right,
And that would be 5:53, correct?
correct,
Which would be during the time frame of the health tracks video, correct?
correct.
Did you have an opportunity to look at Trooper Medina's original notes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Basis,
No, so
Grounds?
overruled.
Yes,
Answer. Okay. And did you see in his original notes that he took when he had that conversation that the tanning salon stated Miss Daniele came on March 29, 2010 at 7:53 PM for a 12-minute super bed?
correct.
Okay. So not 17:53.
God, I keep
but
thinking that construction is
7:53
here.
PM, correct?
Correct.
Now, after those steps were taken, at some point, nonetheless, having had that information, did the investigators request Ms. Daniele to provide a set of fingerprints, what's called major case prints, for this case?
Yes,
And did she do so?
she did
Did she do so voluntarily, or was she compelled to do so?
voluntarily.
Okay, and what are major case prints?
That's something taken by the troopers at crime scene, and palm, everything, the whole hand, both hands.
Okay, and she did that,
She did,
and that was submitted to the crime lab, is that your understanding?
correct.
And were all of those steps that I just indicated done before a decision was made to pursue charges against the defendant, Cara Rintala?
Yes,
And I believe you indicated previously that the investigation indicated Ms. Daniele had had no contact with Annamarie since November of 2009, correct?
correct.
Was there anything uncovered at all, to your knowledge, during the course of the investigation that indicated Ms. Daniele had any form of animosity or hostility or anger towards Annamarie Rintala on March 29, 2010?
No,
When Ms. Daniele was she asked to provide several things and information in the course of this case?
yes,
Or was she fully cooperative?
she was.
And those facts that I just indicated to you, did they affect your state of mind in the investigation in the case in terms of what else, if anything, needed to be done in regards to Ms. Daniele? Jim, I can rephrase the question.
Maybe.
In other words, the information that I just indicated to you,
Mhm.
Did that affect your state of mind as an investigator in terms of whether or not any additional steps did or did not need to be taken after that period of time
Yes,
in regards to Ms. Daniele?
correct.
And specifically in regards to Ms. Daniele, after that information was received from her and the other information was investigated, what was her status in terms of the investigation in this case?
She wasn't a suspect.
I want to ask you some questions in regards to Mark Oleksak, which you were asked several questions by Attorney Scapiccio about. Was Mr. Oleksak identified during the course of the investigation as a close personal friend of Annamarie Rintala?
Yes,
And did he specifically disclose that he considered Annamarie his best friend?
he did.
And they worked together, correct?
They
They
did.
spent time together?
They did.
And did he disclose his relationship with her to investigators on several occasions?
He did.
Now, was he spoken to in the investigation?
Yes.
Do you remember the first time investigators interviewed him?
I believe that was April 2nd, 2010.
April 2nd, 2010? Okay, and that was yourself and Trooper William McMillan?
Yes,
And was he cooperative during that interview?
he was.
Did he provide all the information asked of him during that interview?
He did.
And did he provide a single-spaced 8-page statement to investigators in this case at that period of time?
He did.
At or around the time of that interview, do you also remember him providing access to his phone to investigators?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
He was showing us all his text messages.
Okay. And did he allow investigators to take photographs or memorialize what was on his phone at that period of time?
Yes,
And I'm just showing what's been marked as exhibit number 69. Do you recognize that?
I
As
do.
the information that Mr. Oleksak provided and allowed investigators to obtain?
Yes.
And was he required to do that?
No.
When he provided those, do those text messages include text messages with Annamarie establishing that they love each other or care for one another?
Yes.
During that initial interview, did Mr. Oleksak indicate that he had gone to physical therapy that day
He had.
and that he had gone to the Home Depot
He had.
and that he had went home after that for the day?
Yes.
What's that? Did y'all hear that?
And do you know, subsequent to that interview, whether Mr. Oleksak was asked to provide a DNA sample in the case?
He was.
Did he do so?
He did.
Was that voluntary or was he compelled to do so?
He was voluntary.
What about major case friends?
He did.
Was he asked to do that?
He was.
Did he have to do that?
No.
Did he provide them?
He did.
And I think you were asked some questions already about a second interview with him, correct?
Yes.
And were you part of that interview directly?
I was not.
Was that Trooper McGarrian?
It was.
It sounded like a
Did the
notification.
same process occur in terms of the production of a single space type statement by Mr. Oleksak during that interview?
Yes.
And during that interview, was he asked about the sleeping bag?
I believe he was.
Okay. Do you
That's
remember
funny.
what
I
he
got-
said in that regard?
I don't.
Got everybody looking for notifications. I don't know what it was. They are probably
The document?
at lunch now.
That is a portion of Trooper McGarrian's report about that interview.
Yes.
And if you could just read that.
But we're 5 minutes
paragraph
behind.
concerning sleeping back to yourself first, please.
What is it? I'm getting some kind of notification. What is?
Just going back for one moment. Prior to this interview, investigators had learned from some source that he may be sleeping in Anne-Marie's sleeping bag, correct?
Yes.
And the investigator specifically asked him about that in this interview, correct?
Correct.
And he indicated that this was a sleeping bag that he had slept in even prior to Anne-Marie's death when they shared shift in Holyoke, or he covered her shifts in Holyoke,
That's correct.
correct? And that he was still using it as he had before her death, after her death.
Correct.
Oh, I had Facebook open on a tab back here that I didn't see. Ah, ah. Ah. Thought I was going crazy.
Now, in that interview, did Mr. Oleksak provide some additional information in regards to March 29, 2010, and specifically his whereabouts on that date?
He did.
And did he indicate that? Just one second. Did he indicate that he had been out and about and went to Bob's with his daughter, Shannon, and his wife, Donna Oleksak?
Yes.
So that was information that he provided to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
And after that, did the investigators seek to confirm that information with Donna Oleksak and Shannon Oleksak?
Yes.
Did they indicate that that was, in their statements, that that was accurate, that they had gone to Bob's?
Yes.
And that would have been in the evening hours of March 29, 2010?
Yes.
Was he also asked to provide physical therapy records
Yes.
regarding his appointment on that particular day?
Yes.
Did he do so?
He did.
Did they indicate he was at physical therapy on March 29?
Yes.
This little light of mine.
At some point, was he also asked to provide bank records?
Yes.
Did he do so?
Yes.
Was he compelled to do so?
No.
Was he asked to provide phone records?
Yes.
Did he do so?
Yes.
Was he compelled to do so?
No.
And he sent those in to the investigators at the district attorney's office?
He did.
And the records that he provided, did they cover the entire month of March?
I believe they did.
Okay, would you like to look at it to confirm?
Sure.
It's exhibit number 70.
Okay.
Does it include essentially the entire month of March?
Yes.
Did you redact anything out of those records?
No.
Thank you.
Mentioned that that's how she would know if you redacted anything about the actual records.
If you could lay that foundation, I'll sustain the objection. But
I'm sorry.
In
Okay.
regards to these records,
gonna hold off on that if the foundation is laid.
in regards to these records, have you had the opportunity to look at them?
Yes.
Other than an account number being redacted, do you know if you made that reduction or it was made for a court proceeding, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. The transactions in terms of this document, is there any indication based on the document itself that there were any reductions made by him
No.
prior to submitting it?
No.
In terms of the phone records that he submitted, exhibit number 67. Do you remember those phone records that Attorney Scapiccio gave to you?
Yes.
Do those also include the months of March and the months of April?
Yes.
Was there anything about the document itself that appeared to show any redactions to that?
No.
I want to ask you specifically about page 16 of 53.
This little light. I forgot that each
That's
cam
my
was still
shoe.
covered.
Excuse me. And I just want to show you here, Detective Lieutenant, this line, if I could direct your attention to that. Do you see that?
Yes, I do right
And
there.
I believe you were asked about this previously,
Yes.
but does it indicate in these records of March 29, 2010, 1:53 p.m. text outgoing to 413-478-0196?
Yes.
And just looking at exhibit number 69, which was the photographs off of Mr. Oleksek's phone with Annamarie, is that the same phone number?
Yes.
So when Mr. Oleksak voluntarily provided these phone records, the 153 text is in them, correct?
Yes,
And he was not compelled to provide these, correct?
correct.
You were also asked in regards to a Walmart transaction. You remember those questions?
Yes,
And was that something that was located on the bank records that Mr. Oleksak had voluntarily provided to the police?
yes,
I just want to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 68. Do you recognize that as the release that he signed?
yes,
And then on the back of that is a copy of the Walmart receipt?
correct.
So I want to take you back to the front page. Is this essentially a release indicating that he's releasing Walmart, providing any information about this transaction to the district attorney's office and the investigators, specifically Trooper McGarrion?
Correct.
It indicates on here that he understands he can refuse to sign this and he doesn't have to provide this information?
Correct.
Thank you.
Attorney Sewell, do you have much more? It's a little after 1.
I don't. If you just have 1 second.
I don't mean to rush you. I'm just asking whether
I
it would.
completely understand her. I don't want to keep people from lunch, so I'm fine to take a break now and I can finish up after lunch.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to take our lunch break. I have one quick matter at 2 o'clock. So why don't we plan on being back for 2:15?
All rise. Alrighty, so yeah, he's always got plans at 2. What's going on? What's up with that? Our boyfriend isn't even telling us about his 2 o'clock plans every day.
2:15?
He didn't run this by us. He didn't run this by us. All right. So we are now, I'm probably gonna sneeze. We are now in lunchtime. Is he cheating on us? What is this? What is this crap with 2 o'clock plans every day? Our boo thing, Judge Boo thing. All right, so we have about an hour. There is no rain at the moment, so I am going to run downstairs and take Miss Lucy Lou out and let her go potty before it starts raining again. Candace Hoff said he probably meets his wife for coffee. Bite your tongue, Candace Hoff. That's our boyfriend. He's going to the car wash, or maybe to Walmart for some $7 pants. Maybe. Walmart. I'm going to practice. I'm going to keep practicing. Hello, the advocate. Hello. Lucy is laying on my sweater. I'm trying to get her okay with me being gone for the weekend for CrimeCon. So I've given her my sweater to snuggle. Julie Fresh. What wife? I see no wife. Perfect emojis for that. Perfect emojis for that. All right. So he's getting his khakis. He's wearing his khakis. Khakis. I'm so good at this. Who was it that said Holly was going to be calling me for voiceovers? I see it in our future. All right. I am going to take Miss Lucy Lou out for a little break and scarf down some food. And then we'll come back and we'll and we'll come back. Actually, let me do something. Let me do this and get us ready for actually, let me do this. I am so, oh, look, she knows she's about to get taken out. All right. We'll pin this. And then I'll leave this up. All right, I'm gonna take a lunch break. I will be I'm gonna take her out and then I'll be back and we'll hang out and talk. But I'll leave y'all the two views that you like the most. I'll be right Hey, so, oh, am I muted? No, I'm not. So I'm sitting here eating real quick and looking up some stuff. I'll give y'all your picture back of the, I probably got spinach in my teeth. I'll give you your picture back of the judge, but I wanted to show you this real quick. As I'm doing research, remember how we watched, sorry, I snuck up on y'all. I was sitting here eating and researching, but I wanted to show you this. Hey, Daddy Rapper. Hello. I wanted to show y'all this. Remember when we watched the hearing and they said that Trooper Proctor did not have a personal friendship or relationship with the Alberts? This is Proctor's family, Karen Proctor. And she says, it's the Proctor's second family. It's Chris Albert. This is the Alberts. It's Colin. And then this is all of the people who were in that chart that I made. Jill Daniels, 2 years later, and the comment is still true. Second family. Jill Daniels is the sister of Chris Albert's wife. So I just thought I'd show y'all this. But sorry, I'm gonna finish my food real quick so I'm not like eating on camera, and then and then we'll come back. But I'll give you the judge back. I just wanted to show y'all that. The chart is on the website. If you go to 13thjurorpodcast.com, and then you can go down to episode guide, or there's a part at the top. If you click controversy or conspiracy in Canton, you can pull it up right there. But I'll finish my food real quick so I'm not like chowing down on camera and trying to talk with a full mouth, and then I'll be right back. But that's why we all laughed when they said that they have no relation, because obviously they do, because it's the Alberts are the Proctor's second family, she says, but no relationship, right? I see y'all. I see our happy couple. I see our happy couple. How do I pull that? Because I have to have multiple choices. Who do y'all think it is? Who do y'all think chat boyfriend is? Oh, they broke up already. Chat boyfriend, you know, here's the thing. I think you're fantastic. However, marriage ain't my thing. So while I appreciate it, I am all talk and I work better in the world alone. Let's see. Y'all crack me up. But Buffybot, you look beautiful in your you and chat boyfriend's romantic pictures. Y'all, I can barely work the YouTube I have. You think that I can figure out how to make another one? Why are you whining? What happened? Did you think you were going to get more? I'm out of food now. This is how you know that she's spoiled. I'm out of food, so she's mad. She still got food in her bowl. You realize that you can eat your own food instead of just mine, right? That works too. No. You want to sit with Mama? You sit with Mama? No? Julia? No? You just want to whine? Okay. All right. Adam has a whole wife at home. Oh my God, chat boyfriend is John Thomas. He found a way to infiltrate us. That is hilarious. Yeah, y'all are supposed to be sleuths. Go figure it out. Is there a way to figure that out? Can't you do like a thing where you look at numbers or something? I don't know how that stuff works. Oh, y'all figured it out? Chat boyfriend is a floozy. He's got all kinds of girlfriends in here. We're doing online dating here now. JT, that's a good idea. Sister wives. I always used to joke about that, about like people would talk about how like they would hate sister wives. I'm like, oh my gosh, get one to like think about how awesome it would be to like be able to share the chores, like to have other people to help around the house. Like find us one that likes to like, we need one that, I don't mind cooking, but man, like let's find one that likes, you know, likes dishes, one that likes laundry, one that likes to dust and do windows. Like bring on the sister wives, man. I could use some help around this house. And then I realized I don't need sister wives. I just need to get rid of the husband. And then things have been easy since then. Chat boyfriend is Shireen. Shireen. Yeah, chat boyfriend is a womanizer. You know, it's funny. As much time as we all spend together in here, not one of us trust each other. We're all like, everybody, I'm like reading off everybody's like, oh, it's Shireen. Oh, it's 80s Music Man. Oh, it's JT. Oh, it's Dina. Oh, it's Fami. Everybody's quick to throw everybody else on a bus. Oh, yep, I know who it is. I know it's this person. I know it's that person. Maybe it's RA. Who do y'all think? Everybody has different thoughts. Everybody's pointing fingers. Oh, Polly sent me her receipts. Oh. Oh, I know who it is. I know who it is. Hi, Max says, were any of us right? Yes. Somebody was right. Chat boyfriend's at his 2 o'clock meeting. Buffy said, I'm his 2 p.m. meeting. Y'all are cracking me up. Cracking me up. Is there? Yeah, there's. Yes, Cachette. He's here. He is a bit of a ladies' man, though. Just to warn you. Just to warn you. Y'all accusing the people who aren't actually it reminds me of the perfect crime thing that where I got accused, like somebody sent in the perfect murder thing where they mentioned the gnomes, and then everybody was convinced that it was me that sent it in, and it really wasn't. But it was anonymous, and I still have no idea who sent it in, but somebody included gnomes. So everybody said it was me, and nobody would believe me that it wasn't. Now y'all know how I felt. Gnome thief. It's Lucy. I'm not telling y'all. Y'all are sleuths. This is investigative journalism. Shireen said Brandy's the gnome thief. I'm still convinced. Everybody swears it was me. And as soon as I heard them start to read it, I was like, I'm going to get blamed for this. Okay. Oh, I like this. Tish Fish. Okay. Tish Fish. What's that game where like you flip down that where you have to guess who the person is? All right. And you can only ask yes or no questions. If y'all, I'll do if y'all get these polls right, then we'll keep, guess who, that's it. Okay. All right. Is cat boyfriend a male or female? And if y'all get this one right, then I'll ask another one. And we'll narrow it down that way. But they're supposed to be back in 3 minutes. So chat boyfriend left when I rejected him. All right, so 77% said female, so that part's right. All right. Hey, Brooklyn. Yeah, we streamed it. We stopped what we were doing, and we streamed that one. And we watched her cry a lot. But I didn't watch that, that thing. All right, is cat boyfriend married? All right, next question. Chat boyfriend is a chat boyfriend showed up when we were at lunch break. It's a picture of the judge who we've been calling our chat boyfriend because everybody in chat thinks he's a cutie. Yeah, Brooklyn, it was, let's see. Let me see if I can tell you how far to rewind, because we paused to do it. It's like an hour and 40 minutes back. 1 hour and 40 minutes back. Okay, so 64% said yes, married. All right. Who am I confirming each poll question with the answer? I have the information. I have the inside scoop on who it is. Hi, Kathy. Oh, we have a ceiling. This one's the closest. 58%, 57% of you say that this person is not from the U.S. CJ's mom, did I finish explaining? Maybe not. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. My medicine's probably worn off. Everybody's obsessed with the judge thinking he's cute. So we have somebody who came in and the username was chat boyfriend with the judge's picture, and now everybody's trying to guess who it is. Yeah, y'all were right. Y'all been right. The majority has been right about all the questions so far. There'll be 3 options on this one. Rona said, wasn't me. I was having a bath. 36% say member. Oh, now 36% say mod. This one's, it's like split between member and mod, like equally. And then not far behind that is another YouTuber. Coffin Dapper. Yeah. Trolls. Lisa Wilmot said, I didn't come here to guess. Aliens. That's a good one. Okay, so mod 1. Mod 1. Well, we got Mrs. RA's alt. Hyphen, is that you? Brother Brewmeister? Maybe said, I'm behind on the stream, but listening to you try to do our accent is so funny. Look, I nailed it. So I don't know what's funny about it. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right, 78% said yes. 10's night court. All right, I'm gonna give you one more poll. Oh, that's the best one. Right after, is this person a male?
Maybe save for town meeting session. May I continue, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Detective Lieutenant Whitney, before the break, I was asking you some questions in regards to a Walmart receipt. Remember those questions for that topic?
Walmart.
Yes.
And specifically, did the investigators in this case learn about the Walmart transaction as a result of Mark Oleksak providing voluntarily his bank records to the investigators?
Yes.
And the Walmart transaction was listed on there, correct?
Excuse me, correct.
Okay. And then after that, he signed exhibit number 68, which allowed the investigators to go get the physical actual receipt from the Walmart to indicate what he had purchased there, correct?
Yes.
Now, when the investigators obtained those bank records from Mr. Oleksak, do they indicate some transactions in or around Hampden County during the day, including the Walmart transaction, I should say?
Yes.
Okay. Were any of those transactions or any of his whereabouts that day in Hampshire County where Granby is?
No.
And in terms of running errands that day, during the conversation with Mr. Oleksak's wife, Donna Oleksak, did she confirm that she had been with him that day running errands and then went to Bob's with the daughter?
Yes.
Now, on cross-examination, Attorney Scapiccio asked you some questions about credit cards that Mr. Oleksak had given to Ann to use, and she has some debt on those credit cards. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Approximately $7,000 or so on at least more than one credit card, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You remember the words credit cards with an S, in other words?
Yes.
You just don't know that it was 3.
Correct.
Okay. And in terms of how the investigators received information that those credit cards existed and the debt on those credit cards, and then Mr. Oleksak had given them to Ann to use, is that information that was given to the investigators by Mark Oleksak?
Yes.
Attorney Scapiccio also asked you some questions in regards to a dog and a visit on March 25th to Connecticut. Mr. Oleksak had taken with Annamarie, correct?
Yes.
And money, that $350 that he had lent to her to be able to buy a dog, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember the investigation was not that she was buying a dog that day, but she intended to go back and get a dog in the future? Do you remember?
No.
Okay. In terms of him lending the money to her, had they gone to one location together to try to find the dog?
To try and buy a dog, yes.
Okay. And she didn't have the money at that time?
She didn't have all the money, no.
Okay. And then he gave her some money to do it? To buy the dog?
That's not how I understood it.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this.
Mhm.
This was approximately 4 days before Annamarie was killed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have no information one or the other that there was a dog. There was no dog that you're aware of at the residence, correct? Besides an older dog, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But the information about this dog and this visit to Connecticut and Mark Oleksak giving that money to Annamarie for the dog, is that information that came from Mark Oleksak?
Yes.
And lastly, you were asked some questions in regards to a card that Mark Oleksak had found in Ann's possessions related potentially to Carla Daniele. Do you remember that?
I do.
And I know you indicated that you had never seen the card before. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you're aware that your unit, the SBDU, came into possession of this card, correct?
Yes.
You just haven't seen the physical card, correct?
I have not.
And is it your understanding that the reason your unit has that is because it was given to you by Mark Oleksak?
Yes.
During the course of this investigation, are you aware of any time where the investigators asked Mark Oleksak to provide anything and he refused to do that?
No, never.
During the course of this investigation, did you uncover any information to your knowledge that Mark Oleksak had any animosity or hostility or anger towards Annamarie on March 29th of 2010?
No.
After he was interviewed on multiple occasions, after he provided his DNA, his major case prints, his physical therapy records, his bank records, his phone records, did you consider him a suspect in this case after that period of time?
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Am I right that you ruled him out as a suspect before anyone ever asked him why he deleted that text?
I don't know. I mean, when did he delete the text?
Well, let's talk about that. Now, is it fair to say that
The fair to say,
timeline in terms of Mark Oleksak is that he made his first statement on April 3rd, 2010. Remember that?
Is it the third or the second?
It's 4/3.
No.
I'm sorry.
Go to the front.
Oh, this is when it's signed.
What is it?
4/3/2010. That's the first statement.
I thought it was the second.
When's it signed?
Signed the third.
Right, so it would have been the third. You wouldn't have had me come back the next day and sign it, right?
Well, this is the second statement, isn't it?
No,
Jamie McGarrion.
it's the first statement.
Jamie McGarrion didn't do the first statement.
Right, this is the first statement of Mark Olasak that is signed on 4/3/2010. Is that right?
I took the first statement, I believe, on the second.
Okay. In any event, the first statement of Mark Olasak, you said you described him as cooperating, is that right?
Yes.
And then there was a second statement that takes place on November 18th of 2010, right?
Yes.
And then the timeline is, the first statement you think was April 2nd. The second statement is November 18th of 2010. And then you get the records, not from the phone company, but from Mark Olasak on April 5th, 2011, right?
If that's what you say.
Well, is that the date in the letter that encloses the records that you had Mark Olasak send to you?
To Trooper McGarrion.
But it ultimately went to you, right?
It went in the case file.
Okay. Because Trooper McGarrion sent it to you, right? With this report.
Let me see.
Sure. Didn't it go to you? The report went to you?
This report went to Lieutenant Hable.
Okay. And here, it says Detective Lieutenant Robert Whitney when it says two,
Robin.
right? Robin.
Yes, they all say two because I'm the unit commander. That doesn't mean that I'm the one that would sign off on them.
I'm not asking you who signed off. I'm asking you who it's addressed to.
It's addressed to me.
And what's the date of the time that Detective McGarrion had Mark Olasak send in his own records?
This says on Thursday at 09:30, he received the package at Northwestern.
On what date?
Well, I guess it'd be the day. I said July 21st.
Okay. And then is it fair to say that the investigation into whether or not Mark Olasak's records would corroborate his statement took place sometime on May 22nd of 2012? Is that the timeline?
What is your question, ma'am?
Sure. We just established the first statement, the date of the first statement, the date of the second statement, and the date that Detective McGarrion, Trooper McGarrion had Mark Olasak send in his debit card receipts and his phone records, right? And the third thing that we have is this report from 2012, finally getting around to checking into what's happening with the debit card, right? What's the date on that report?
This one is dated May 23rd, 2012.
Okay. That's significantly after having received the records from Mr. Olasak, right?
Yes.
So no one's even checking to see whether or not Mr. Olasak is telling the truth until you ruled him out as a suspect sometime before the 12th, May 22nd of 2012. Is that right?
So say that again?
Sure. You had already ruled Mark Olasak out as a suspect by 2012, right?
Is that the date of the last records received?
This is May 23rd of 2012. That's the report, where someone's finally investigating what Mark Olasak said.
Okay.
But that's after you had already charged Cara Rintala, right?
Right.
And that's a long time after you actually got the reports in the records from Mark Olasak. Is that right?
Those ones. What were those exactly?
Well, this one is specifically the wall mine. So you guys didn't, your unit, and specifically Trooper McGarrion, doesn't even try to get the Walmart receipt until May 23rd of 2012. Is that right?
I don't know.
Wasn't that what this report says?
Well, it may be what that says, but is that, I don't know if that's what the records that I had seen earlier came from, because when was they mailed in?
Well, we just established when they were mailed in with the last. With the last report in closing them, right? And we indicated that that report was April 5th of 2011, right?
So that's when we received his credit card statements and his phone records?
That's what this
Okay,
report says, right?
yeah.
So from April 5th of 2011 until that report in 2012, Trooper McGarry didn't do anything to check out the Walmart receipt, right?
Well, I can't say that he didn't do anything because I don't know everything that he, you know what I mean? I wasn't with him the whole time.
Right. Well, is it
He
fair
could
to
have done
say
multiple things.
that the report about him checking into the Walmart receipt
Is
is
that,
dated May 23rd of 2012?
if that's what it says, yes.
Well, that's what it says, right?
Then yes.
Okay, so we can establish then that May 23rd of 2012, that's when Trooper McGarry starts to look into the receipt, the records that he got about Walmart and Mark Olasak. Is that right?
I can't answer to that, no.
Okay. Well, did you learn in the course of your investigation that by the time Trooper McGarry got around to trying to verify whether or not Mark Olasak was in these different places, that many of them didn't have the capacity to get you receipts from what the records say he purchased on those days?
I don't know that, ma'am.
Well, did anyone do anything to try to get the Walmart video of Mark Olasak purchasing that $7 pair of pants?
I don't know.
Do you think it would have been important in the course of the investigation to get that, ma'am?
It could be, yes.
But nobody did that. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if anyone did that.
Okay. Then you were asked some questions on redirect examination regarding Carla Daniele. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And you were asked some specific questions about when she swiped in and when she swiped into her health club. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you remember in the course of this investigation whether or not there was ever any information of her swiping out?
Yes, I believe there is.
It was. Do you know where that is?
I thought it was in one of the reports that he swiped in and swiped out. Trooper Medina.
You think Trooper Medina said she swiped in and swiped out?
I believe he got that on the health tracks, whatever the name of the gym is.
Okay. So you believe that when she went for a run and she came back, she swiped back in?
No, she did not. She
Okay,
said,
that was a bad question then.
that was a bad
That was the question that I was asking.
Okay.
So when she says she came back from the run, she never swipes back in, is that right?
She said no because they knew her.
Okay. And then you think she swiped out at the end of the day, right?
I believe she did, yes.
And then did you learn in the course of this investigation that Carla Daniele had loaned or had allowed Annamarie Rintala to use a credit card in which she had about a $10,000 debt on?
Yes.
And you were asked some questions by the prosecutor about interviews with, let me find it. Interviews with Donna Olasak. Do you remember those questions? Mark Olasak's wife?
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember in any of the interviews of Mark Olasak's wife learning that she asked Mark Olasak not to have any contact with Annamarie Rintala?
I didn't learn that, no.
Okay. Now, in the interview with Donna Olasak, who's Mark Olasak's wife, is it fair to say that this dinner that Mark Olasak said he had with his daughter, she said it usually took place on a Wednesday?
No, I don't have a memory of that.
Can you read paragraph 1 of Trooper McGarion's report dated June 15th, 2011 to yourself, please?
2 more likes and I'll show the reveal. Pants from Walmart.
Okay.
Does that refresh your memory as to whether or not she said her daughter normally came over for dinner on a Wednesday, not a Monday?
It doesn't say not a Monday. It just says she usually comes over on Wednesday.
Okay, so I guess my question is, you understood in the course of this investigation that this homicide took place on a Monday, right?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not in this report there's any mention of her indicating where she was on Monday?
Of Mrs. Olisak indicating where she is.
On Monday,
She says she has dinner with the family on Monday.
right? But she also says that her daughter comes over on Wednesdays. Is that fair to say?
That's
This
what-
wasn't a Wednesday, right?
Correct.
Fair to say.
Now, it said on direct examination that Mark Olisak was cooperative, right?
Yes.
Well, would you describe someone cooperative if they lied to the police? Describe them as cooperative?
I don't know.
Well, that's not cooperating, that's lying, right? 2 different things.
Right. Well,
Okay, so when you said he was cooperative, you understood in that first interview, his story then was that he went to physical therapy and he went home, right?
That's what he said, yes.
That's his first interview.
Right.
You said he was being cooperative, right?
Yes.
That was a lie. We don't know that's a lie, right?
I don't think that's a lie.
Oh, it's not a lie. He didn't say he went to the Walmart. He didn't say he went to all these other places that we know he went to, right? But you don't think that's a lie?
I don't know. I don't know what his thought was. What did you do for the day? What's your day? When's
Well,
your
you're
day
asking him
begin?
where he was when Annamarie.
I'd ask if the witness be allowed to answer that.
Sorry, Judge.
Sustained.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
He mentions in a text in his day. I looked at it as he's home for the day. He's not working for the day. I didn't look at it as a lie. I can't say that it was a lie.
So when he tells the police, when they say, "Where were you?" and he tells the police that he went to PT and he was home all day, that's not a lie. Is that your testimony?
I didn't feel it was a lie.
Okay. You're the investigator, you get to decide. Now,
Judge, I would object to the commentary and no question.
Sustained.
when he was being cooperative in that first interview, showing you his phone records that the prosecutor asked you about, the actual phone records that he showed you had that 153, this is exhibit 69, had that 1:53 p.m. text to Annamarie Rintala deleted, right?
It's not on there, correct?
Well, you didn't delete it, right?
I did not.
And he's showing you his phone, right?
Yes.
And his phone has that phone call, the 153 phone call deleted, is that right?
Deleted, that's deleted from the text messaging, you're saying?
And you wouldn't, yes, that's what happened, right? It's
Yes.
deleted.
Right.
And you wouldn't call deleting something and showing it to the police as if it's a real document, you wouldn't call that being cooperative, would you?
I didn't know he deleted anything at the day I interviewed him.
But I'm not asking you that. You said he was cooperative.
Right.
I'm asking you whether or not, when somebody who you think might be a suspect lies to you and deletes a text, would you call that cooperative?
I really can't answer that because I didn't know that a text had been deleted.
But now you do. Now you know the text has been deleted.
Mhm.
So would you still say that he was cooperative
Yes,
when
I
he
would.
came in that first day and he showed you his own texts that had the 153 text deleted?
Yes,
Still cooperative?
I would.
Okay. Now, as you sit here today, there's no report that suggests anyone went back to Mark Olisak and asked him why he deleted that text, right?
To my knowledge, no, but I don't know, someone could.
And do you remember the text being something to the effect of, he's so sad because his sister had CA.
I understand I don't know if that's the exact verbiage of it, but I understand that's what it was about, yes.
And he said his sister had cancer, is that right?
It said CA.
But the interview said cancer, right?
I didn't interview him on that.
Okay, so you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. So in any event, there's this text where he says his sister has CA, right?
Mhm.
Okay. And in the course of this investigation, does anyone, or are you aware of anyone going back to Mark Olasak after you were able to obtain his records of the bank statements and the phone records and asking him about that 153 text?
I don't have a memory of that, no.
Now, you said on redirect examination that he was cooperative because he produced these records, right?
Yes,
But you had the power to get the records without him, right?
yes,
You could have sent a subpoena to the phone company, right?
yes,
And the records would have come right from the phone company, right?
correct,
And you wouldn't have to depend on Mark Olasak for anything, right?
correct.
And with respect to the bank records, you could have gotten them right from the phone company, right? I mean, from the bank, is that right?
Yes.
And for some reason, it didn't get done in this case, right?
A subpoena wasn't issued to those places, no.
Well, let
It's
me
my
ask you this.
understanding.
Let me ask you this. A suspect in a homicide case, do you generally let them produce documents to you, or do you get documents directly from their cell phone and their bank?
You could get a subpoena. I mean, I don't know why it was done that way.
Well, it's not normal. Can we agree on that? You don't usually take someone's word for it, especially when they lied to you. Right?
Objection to form.
Sustain as to the form.
Well, when somebody has come in and shown you a document that has some deletions on it, would it be fair to say that normally the state police would just issue a subpoena to get that information?
What document did he give me that had deletions on it?
The one you're looking at right now.
It doesn't show there's a deletion, ma'am.
Well, it shows that there's no 153 text, doesn't it?
And at the time, I didn't know there was a 153
Not
text.
talking about the time. You were the
You're talking about my state of mind when I get these records. There's no 153 deletion on them. So how do I know there's a lie?
Well, let's
in
talk
your
about it.
opinion, how do I know in your opinion that there's a lie?
Well, here's the text from March 29,
I
2010.
understand
At
that.
Can I finish?
You can.
Thank you.
Well-
March 29, 2010, 11:46. Keep your phone with you today. I may call you later. That's what he showed you that night, that first interview, right?
Right.
And then the second one, March 29, 2010, 8:15 p.m. Call me on your way home. That's the second one. That is what he showed you that night, right?
Right, all on one page.
Right. And so there's no 153 text in between the two of these. Is that fair to say?
That is fair.
Okay. And so you learn later on that he lied to you, right?
I don't even know when I learned about the deletion of that text, and it doesn't matter. I didn't know of its existence for a while. How would I know?
So once you learn that he deleted a text, do you send anyone to interview him?
I'm sure once Trooper McGarrion learned that, he may have gone and spoken to him. I don't know the answer to that.
As you sit here today, do you have a single report that says Trooper McGarrion went to interview him?
Not that I've seen, no.
And you've looked at all of the reports in this case that came to you, right? You said that in direct examination.
Yeah.
Okay. So you have nothing to suggest he ever went and said, why'd you lie to us? Why'd you delete the text?
Correct.
And with respect to Carla Danielli, do you remember learning in the course of her whatever investigation you did with her, that she had indicated she went in one direction for her run, but her bank statements indicated she was in an opposite direction?
Objection.
Basis.
Beyond the scope.
I'll permit it. Go ahead.
You remember learning that? That she said she went in one direction for her run, and she described where she went, but her bank record said she had taken out some money, made a withdrawal in the opposite direction of where she said she was?
I don't know where that bank is.
So you
I
didn't
don't-
understand that that's what happened in this investigation?
I understand that she did withdrew money, but I don't know as though, where that was, to be honest with
So
you.
no one ever told you it was in the opposite direction of where she said she went?
Yeah, she went towards Long Meadow, correct?
Is that what your memory is?
I don't really have a memory. I
No.
know I read it.
Okay, when you read it, do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Reading information regarding her saying that she went in one direction, and when you got her records, they showed a withdrawal in the opposite direction.
But I don't know the locations of anything out there. I didn't know that. I don't know.
If you had, would you ask someone to go follow up with her about why it is that she said she went in one direction and there was a bank withdrawal in the opposite direction?
I didn't know that that was the
I
case.
understand that. I'm asking, had you have known that, would you have sent someone out to investigate?
I didn't have the information,
I'm
ma'am.
not asking you that. I'm asking you, had you known it, would you have sent somebody out to investigate?
Would I object? In terms of had information been provided that she's indicated she's not aware was ever provided?
All right, sustained.
In any event, do you remember seeing photos? Do you remember seeing photos of the crime scene in this case with a BioGlow tanning lotion on the victim's body?
Attorney Sewell, did you see both of those photos?
I am aware of what the photos are.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In your question, did I see them?
Yes.
No.
You've never seen those before?
Not these, no.
Okay. Did you ever learn in the course of the investigation that there was 2 markers placed at the crime scene that night, one number 13 and one number 14, that include a BioGlow tanning lotion at the crime scene in the cellar?
Objection.
Basis.
The photograph does not represent that, Your Honor. In terms of this witness's knowledge, I understand the question.
Okay. Well, so I think this witness has said she's never seen these photos before, but I think the question now is whether she knew from any other source of information. Is that right?
That's correct, Your Honor.
You can ask that question.
Sure. Did you learn from any other source of information? There were 2 markers placed at the crime scene. One was 13 and one was 14. One was a bottle of BioGlow tanning lotion, and the other one was the cover to that bottle of BioGlow tanning lotion at the crime scene.
No.
If you had known that information, together with the information that Carla Danielli said she went tanning that night, would you have sent somebody out to do an investigation?
Something.
Objection.
Sustained.
I don't have any further, Judge.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
You may
But
step
she's
down.
running. She's like running out of there. She's like,
Before you call your next witness, I just want to instruct the jury again on the purpose for which they may consider much of the evidence they've just heard. So I think it's better described as evidence concerning Mr. Olasak or Ms. Danielli. You've heard questions about those 2 people, both on direct and cross-examination, as well as redirect and re-cross-examination. And again, that information can only be considered as it relates to the state of mind or the knowledge of this witness and other investigators as it related to their investigation of this case. Okay.
Next witness, Your Honor. Christopher Wright, please.
she was like, I'm over this. She's like, I am retired. I am not dealing with this.
You stand here, face the clerk, and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence which you shall give to the court and jury in the case now hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God and you yourself?
I do.
Thank you.
Somebody get Mark on the stand.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for us?
My name is Christopher Ray, R-A-Y.
Am I correct, sir, that you are retired from the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes.
Could you please describe for the jury your career in law enforcement?
I started with the local police department. I worked there for 3 years. I started with the state police in 1988 and worked for 28 years with the state police for a total of 31 years in law enforcement. With the state police, I started as a uniformed patrol officer on the highways and eventually transferred into the Bureau of Investigative Services.
And what is the Bureau of Investigative Services?
That is when we do investigations.
I guess it's kind of in the title,
for
right?
crimes, yes.
And how long were you there?
About 25 years.
Now, what were your various ranks and specific duties during that time?
I worked, for the majority of my time, I worked in the Northwestern District Attorney's narcotic unit, where I started in there as a trooper.
Oh my God, I love it.
And I was promoted to sergeant and then lieutenant, ultimately in charge of the unit when I retired.
So
I
within the
wanna
State
repeat
Police
everything he
Detective
says.
Unit attached to the Northwestern DA's office, you've already mentioned that there's a narcotics side of that bureau, correct?
Yes,
And what's the focus of that bureau?
to investigate crimes related to drugs.
And is there another component or side to the SPDU?
Yes, major homicide and homicide and major crimes.
Now, are there times when members assigned to the narcotics unit may assist with a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Why is that?
Initially, when there's a lot of work to be done or legwork, they'll request assistance from us, or if they need surveillance, they will request assistance from us, and we'll initially give them a hand.
Kind of all hands on deck?
Yes.
Now, sir, turning to this case in particular, do you recall being contacted by Detective Lieutenant Robin Whitney on March 30th of 2010 regarding a suspicious death in the town of Granby?
Yes.
And what specifically, well, let me ask you this. Do you recall how it was that she initially contacted you?
Via cell phone.
Okay. And you had some conversation with her?
Yes.
Did you receive some information from her?
Yes.
And were you asked or assigned to conduct some investigative tasks in connection with this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do?
I was asked to go to the Holyoke Mall and try to find some video at the Holyoke Mall, the McDonald's on Northampton Street, and then a Stop and Shop on Lincoln Street, all in Holyoke. And we were asked to
Well, I could just rephrase the question or the next question. Sir, without being told what you were asked to do, what was your understanding of why you were being sent there?
to retrieve some video.
Were you given a description of a particular type of vehicle to be looking for in these videos?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the type of vehicle you were looking for?
It was a 2005 Ford Sport Track pickup truck.
Dark colored?
Green, yes.
And were you even given a license plate?
Yes, it was 4795 C Charlie S Sierra.
Were you further given a description of one or more individuals to be looking for in these videos, if any?
Your Honor. May be seen.
Sidebar. But he also has the best accent. I want to sit here and repeat everything he's saying. Like oh my gosh, think about when the defense attorney gets back up there and then it's like both of their accents are going at each other. And it's going to be like, did you see the Walmart? Yeah, I saw the Walmart. I nailed it. Nailed it. Got it. So good at that Boston accent. So good at that Boston accent. Maybe I could work on it a little bit. Yeah, it's going to be thick. And I'm going to be sitting here practicing everything they say. Boston. Yeah. Park the car in the yard. Yeah, I need a nailed it sound. My sounds aren't working today. I don't know what I hit that messes them up, but I do it like once every few days. And then I have to restart my computer because I don't know what it is that I hit or what setting I change. I'm always just pressing buttons. But I have it set up to where it does other things for me too. So then when this isn't working, then none of that stuff is working. Boston with a southern twang. Whack 'em. Whack 'em. Okay, like, Lucy, get over here. Loser. That's one I've heard a lot lately. Researching this. The angry people say, you're a loser. Thought he was paused. He was so still for a minute. I was like, oh my God, did we pause him? He was so still. Did y'all miss it? Did y'all miss the did y'all miss the hold on. Hold on. We'll do the reveal one more time. For those who missed it. This is the reveal. Chat boyfriend. Ready? Here's the reveal for those of y'all who missed it. Who's chat boyfriend? Some of you are right. Some of you are right. I worked really hard on that chat reveal. Not really. Wicked hard. Wicked hard. That was Shireen. So some of y'all were right. Some of you were right. That was fun though. That's our first time playing Guess Who. There was an objection by the defense, and she asked if they could see each other. I mean, not see each other. He's already got a whole chat as his girlfriend and a whole wife at home. But she asked if they could see each other as in sidebar. Sidebar. It's a sidebar. Look, I've got like a long, I got a long drive. I got like a 5-hour drive tomorrow, 5.5-hour drive tomorrow. So I'm just going to put on some like Boston accent stuff and I'm going to practice. And when I come back, you're going to be like, what? She sounds like she is straight up from Boston. She's got a wicked accent. Accent. I can't do it. Cha-ching! Thank you. You are really having a good time with the Mass accent. I am from Mass originally, and we are wicked smart. Wicked smart. Thank you, Karen, for the super chat. Am I doing good? I think I'm nailing it. I think I'm doing pretty good. Ish. You know, I mean, there are people who would do worse. So that's something. I'm probably not like the worst at doing accents. Also not the best. Also not the best. Ricky says, say bull butter with a box. Bull butter. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Expect to see chat boyfriend for the next 14 days. He's busy. You need to chat. You need to video chat and stream with us while you're driving. Still safe. You don't ever need to look at your phone. Just talk. I just put you on my little magnet and just talk for 5.5 hours without being able to see anybody talking back.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. Sir, were you, based upon your conversation with Detective Lieutenant Whitney, in addition to looking for a particular vehicle, were you looking for one or more individuals with a certain appearance or description? And what was that? Without using any names, just description-wise, or who were you looking for?
Looking for a white female in her early 40s and a small female child with long blonde hair.
Thank you, sir. Now, I believe you mentioned that one of the places you were tasked with looking for surveillance video was the Holyoke Mall, correct?
Yes.
And are you, you know where the Holyoke Mall is, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. And where in relation to Granby, just first of all, directionally, where is the Holyoke Mall compared to Granby? Meaning like north, south, east, west.
So I would say north of Granby.
You weren't expecting a geography
No,
quiz.
I wasn't.
Sorry. Sorry about that. And did you go to the Holyoke Mall?
Yes.
And do you recall when you went there?
It was 4:20 in the afternoon on the 30th.
Okay. So the same day you were assigned this task?
Yes.
And did you meet with somebody?
Yes.
And do you recall who you met with or what their role was at the mall?
We met with the security personnel, Lieutenant John Rodriguez.
Okay. And did Lieutenant John Rodriguez assist you in viewing some surveillance video?
Yes.
And what was the time frame of the video that you viewed?
Time frame would have been from a few minutes before 5 o'clock until 5:35 p.m. on Monday, March 29th,
Okay.
2010.
So on March 30th, you're at the mall with Mr. Rodriguez viewing video from the day before
Yes.
in the 5 o'clock range.
Yes.
Okay. And, sir, did you take any steps? First of all, when you saw this video, were there any date and time stamps?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And is that how you sort of honed in on a certain time range?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall whether the time on the video was in standard civilian time or military time?
I believe it was military time at that location.
Okay. Now, when you viewed video from the Holyoke Mall, first of all, describe to the jury what areas of the mall there was video available for.
The upper west side parking lot and the inner, the entrance near the Target. Basically, there was surveillance for the entire property.
Okay. So I'd like to start by showing you 3 still photos and ask you if you recognize them.
Yes,
And do you recognize those as still photographs from the surveillance video that you viewed with Mr. Rodriguez?
yes.
I'd like to offer these, Your Honor, as the next 3 exhibits.
Same objection, Judge.
You may.
71, 72, and 73.
And sir, showing you on the screen what's now been marked as exhibit number 71. Sir, tell us what you saw in this frame which you found relevant to your task.
Saw a car.
Same objection? Okay. So let me give that instruction now. Members of the jury, you were going to see some still photos and I believe a video.
Yes.
What the video depicts, what's in it, who's in it, what's happening, what people are doing is entirely up to you. This witness, though, will testify, I expect, to what he believed he saw, his interpretation of the video. That is only being offered and may only be considered, again, for his state of mind, his knowledge as an investigator, and how that is all relevant to what he did as an investigator.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, starting off, first of all, can you see that monitor to your left?
Yes,
All right. Now, you mentioned before, I believe, a date and time stamp, correct?
yes.
And could you please point out, using that pointer to your left, what we're seeing on this exhibit, which is 71, in terms of date and time stamp?
That is a date and time here, 3/29/2010 at 16:58 and 51 seconds.
And can you translate that into non-military time for us?
Sure, it's 4:58, 2 minutes before 5 o'clock,
Yeah.
5 p.m.
Okay. And did you take any steps as you were watching this video to confirm the accuracy of the time on the Holyoke Mall surveillance system?
Yes, in the system, we would look as it was live and observed the actual date and time to be consistent with what the date and time was that I was there looking at it.
So, sir, in exhibit number 171 here, what was it in this frame that you found relevant to the task you've been given?
I identified this Ford Sport Track pickup truck.
And you're pointing to the left-hand side middle of the photo?
Yes,
Okay. And based upon what you were assigned with doing, did you believe that to be the vehicle you were looking for?
yes,
Okay. I'd like to now show you, sir, the next exhibit, which has been marked as 72. Now, again, starting with the date and time stamp, the date's the same, correct?
yes.
What's the time on this frame?
17:05 and 36 seconds.
Is that 5:05 p.m.?
5:05 p.m.
And what is it in this frame that you found relevant to your investigation based upon what you had been tasked with looking for?
I see a white female with a small child, female walking in the entrance from the target area that was where the vehicle had parked
Okay.
that I observed.
So that would be the nearest entrance to the mall from the frame we saw a moment ago.
Yes.
It's a target area.
Targets the store.
It overruled, but perhaps you can just clarify
Okay.
that.
Sir, just to be clear, when you said the target area or you mentioned target, what do you mean?
Yes, I'm talking about the Target store.
Okay, so there's a Target store at the Holyoke Mall, correct?
Yes,
And this entrance is near Target,
yes,
or it's near where that truck was parked?
yes,
Okay. So am I right, sir, that this frame is approximately 7 minutes later than the first frame we just saw?
yes.
Now, sir, I'd like to show you what's been marked as exhibit number 73. And what are we seeing here, please? Again, same date stamp, correct?
Yes,
And the time in this photo?
it is 17:34 and 43 seconds, which would be 5:34 p.m.
Approximately 29 minutes after the previous frame we just saw, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what did you believe you were seeing in this frame which was relevant to your task?
the same white female and young child that I observed walking in.
Same basis or different basis?
It's a different basis now, Judge.
Okay.
Well, can I rephrase the questions? Your Honor, I think I may be able to cure this.
Okay.
Now, sir, is it fair to say you saw a white female in this photo?
Yes,
And what did you perceive the white female to be holding in her arms?
a small child.
Okay. And that's at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes,
Now, in addition to these still photos, these three frames that we just saw from the video that you watched, did you actually obtain a copy of the full-length video?
yes,
And the video clips, which contain those frames we just saw, are you familiar with a compilation that they've been all compiled into one video?
yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd like to introduce the next exhibit being the Holyoke Mall video itself.
Stand objection, Judge.
Thank you. And Your Honor, may I please now play exhibit number 74 for the jury?
You may.
The target.
Sir, I'd like to actually pause the video now. It's at 16:57 and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And in this frame, does this show the area that was shown in exhibit number 71 where you pointed out a black truck?
yes.
Where is that parking spot in this frame?
It'll be right to the front of that carriage.
Is it empty right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. If you could please continue. And what area again of the parking lot are we seeing here?
Upper west parking lot.
And sir, in this frame, 16:57 and 39 seconds, do you recognize any of the vehicles in that frame?
Yes, it's, I observe a Ford, Ford Sport Track pickup truck.
Could you please point that out? Upper right-hand corner?
Yes.
And that, would that be in a direction entering the parking lot or exiting the parking lot?
Entering.
Entering, thank you.
That's a big old parking lot for a Target. I mean, I know there's got to be other stuff too, but it's crazy. But also, I've never seen a Target in a
Sir,
mall.
paused it at 16:58 and 41. And you mentioned earlier there's a Target store, correct?
Yes,
That's shown in this frame.
yes, it is.
And then where is the entrance to the mall in relation to that Target?
Right to the right there, you can see a little arch. There's the entryway.
Okay. So that's the entrance you were talking about earlier.
Yes,
Thank you.
I've never seen a Target in a mall.
All right, sir, now stop the frame at 16:58 and 51 seconds. Compared with the empty parking lot space you pointed out earlier, what's in it now?
a Ford Sport Track, dark colored.
And is this the shot, the frame that's also exhibit number 71?
Yes,
Okay, thank you very much.
They left the buggy out. buggy just sitting there. It's rude. Yeah, I've also never lived in a big city, so
Generally speaking, sir, what are we now seeing in this section of the video?
This is the area of the mall coming from the Target entrance, just right in that general area.
a trolley. You saying that buggy? You calling that buggy a trolley? A trolley's like a train, ain't it? Not like a train, but like a trolley. I don't know. That ain't a trolley.
Okay, sir, I've stopped the frame at 17:05 and 35 seconds. And would this be a still shot of what you pointed out earlier in terms of a white female
Trolley?
holding the arm of a young child?
Yes.
It's a shopping trolley in the UK.
And the exhibit number 72 that I introduced earlier is 17:05:36. So the next frame essentially, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's a cot. That's what I think of when I think of trolleys. It's like the San Francisco trolley. A carriage. It's a buggy.
Okay, I've stopped the frame at 17:34 and 43. And again, sir, is this the still shot which was shown earlier that you described?
Yes.
A white female holding a young child and some bags
Yes.
and underneath an umbrella, correct?
Yes.
Speaking of which, speaking of umbrellas, do you recall what the weather was like on March 30th, 2010, as you were going about to various locations in Holyoke looking for video?
It was raining.
And do you know how long it had been raining?
I believe all day.
It is not a cart corral. It's a buggy bin.
Okay, sir, so the time frame that we just viewed, am I
It's a buggy
correct, is
bin.
from 4:58 p.m. to 5:34 p.m.
Yes.
Now, as part of the investigation into this case, am I correct that the state police recovered a receipt from the Children's Place inside the Holyoke Mall?
Yes.
And are you familiar with there being a store at the Holyoke Mall at that time called the Children's Place?
Yes.
Sir, I'd like you to take a look at the document that's inside of this clear plastic sheath. Is this the Children's Place small receipt?
Yes.
And this is from March 29th, 2010,
Yes.
within the same time frame of the video we just watched, correct?
Yes.
I'd like to offer this, please, Your Honor.
To the receipt.
Sorry?
Same objection to the receipt.
No, I don't have an objection to the receipt, just the continuing objection to the testimony.
Okay.
And sir, on the screen, I'd like to show you a photograph of what's been marked now as exhibit number 75. And if I could zoom in a bit on the upper half first. And again, sir, am I right? This is the Children's Place receipt from the Holyoke Mall showing a listing of some purchases that day.
Yes.
And scrolling down to the bottom half, please. What was the total purchase?
$15.
Okay, with a Visa debit?
Yes.
And what was the date and time of the purchase at the Children's Place?
March 29th, 2010 at 5:19 and 31 seconds.
Bless you.
Thank you, sir. Now, also as part of this investigation, sir, did the state police recover a receipt from the Gap store inside of the Holyoke Mall?
Yes.
And sir, once again, inside of this plastic sheath, do you recognize this to be the receipt that was recovered from the Gap, March 29th, 2010?
Yes.
I'd like to offer this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Did you say, I'm sorry?
No objection to the receipt, no objection.
Thank you.
Exhibit number 76.
And sir, showing you on the screen what's been marked now as exhibit number 76. Please just walk us through this receipt. What are we seeing here?
It's a receipt from the Gap store from the Holyoke Mall dated March 29th, 2010 at 5:29 PM.
And again, an assortment of miscellaneous purchases.
Yes.
And what was the total of the purchases at the Gap that day
$7.49.
on the debit card?
Yes.
And chronologically, am I right that the Gap purchase was later in time from the Children's Place purchase?
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, sir. Now, I believe you stated earlier that another place you were tasked with looking for video was the McDonald's on, is it Northampton Street in Holyoke?
Yes.
Now, where is that in relation to the Holyoke Mall?
It'll be northeast.
Can you give us a rough estimate of what type of distance it is from the mall, as far as the drive
It's
goes?
approximately 2.2 miles.
Now, sir, what I'd like to start off with first is a series of photographs that were taken at a later date and time, when the weather was a little nicer. Am I correct, sir, that you actually went to McDonald's for the first time on March 30th, 2010, after you left the Holyoke Mall?
Yes.
Okay. On a later date, did you go back to McDonald's with a colleague of yours to take some daytime exterior photos of that McDonald's?
Yes.
Did they have macaroni and cheese?
Your Honor, by agreement, I have a set of photos as the next exhibits. There are 8 of them total. So I think there's 7, actually. By agreement?
Yes, I don't have any objection to the photos.
6, 7 photos.
77 to 83.
All right, sir, walking through these photos one at a time, I'd like to now show on the presenter what's been marked as exhibit number 77. What are we seeing here?
That is the McDonald's located at 2194 Northampton Street in Holyoke, Mass.
Can you please orient us in terms of directions in this photo?
The entrance is to the right of the right of the flag, and it's a U-shaped horseshoe entrance in and out. So you got one entrance in on the right and one exit on the left.
Okay. Now, turning to the next exhibit, I'd like to ask you if this is a photo that represents the right-hand side of the parking lot from the photo we just saw a moment ago.
Yes.
So if a person is traveling north, actually, let me go back for 1 second. If a person is traveling north on Northampton Street, am I right they'd be coming from the right to the left in this photo?
Yes, from the right.
And a person would make a right-hand turn just before that flagpole to enter the McDonald's parking lot, am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So now switching back to exhibit 78, if that person were to pull in, what are we seeing here?
That'll be the southeast corner of the parking lot.
And what are we seeing that's sort of lining the curb along the parking spots with the red caps on them?
The two trash barrels and a light pole.
Am I correct? There were 13 parking spaces total along the right-hand side of this section of the parking lot?
Yes.
And exhibit number 79, what are we seeing here, sir?
That's the trash receptacle in the southeast corner, the furthest corner of the parking lot in the rear.
The parking lot in the rear. I love that exit. Like,
And-
I love that.
On March 30th, when we get back to March 30th in a moment, am I right that you did some investigative activity with respect to this trash receptacle?
Yes,
Okay. Now, continuing on with just a sort of an orientation of the parking lot in general, what are we seeing here?
this is the back side of the McDonald's. There's a double drive-through.
And is this a viewpoint from roughly where that corner trash receptacle is looking out?
Yes,
All right, Exhibit 82, what are we seeing here, sir?
that would be on the north side of the building.
So I'd like to zoom in on the center of the photo. Not sure how much we can. We're going to try to zoom in as close as we can. And so I'm directing your attention to this light pole, and about halfway up it, do you see a white electronic device sort of sticking out from it?
Yes,
What do you recognize that to be?
the security camera.
Did you later view some video from that surveillance camera?
Yes,
Thank you. And sir, on the right-hand side, what's that brownish fenced-in area that we're seeing there?
that is the trash area. There's a dumpster behind there.
Okay, that secured area?
Yes,
And then sir, Exhibit 83, what are we seeing in Exhibit 83?
this would be the exit.
Okay, so if a person comes around the back of McDonald's horseshoe style, this would be the way out,
Yes,
right-hand turn only?
yes,
You see a blue building across the street to the right,
yes, I do.
or at least a blue roof?
Yep.
What is that?
That is a Burger King.
And did you later go to that Burger King to also take some investigative steps?
Yes, I did.
All right, sir, so now, going
And they had
back
macaroni and
to
cheese.
Actually, the evening of March 30th, after you left the Holyoke Mall, am I right, you arrived at this McDonald's on Northampton Street?
Yes,
And did you speak with somebody there?
yes.
Who was that?
Jeremy Zamowski, the manager.
And did Mr. Zamowski assist you in, as you did at the mall, honing in on some surveillance video from March 29th, 2010?
Yes,
And am I right, you were looking within the 5:30 to 7 p.m. window?
yes,
Now, when Mr. Zamowski pulled up that, was he able to pull up that video for you?
yes,
Did you watch that video?
I did.
And while you were watching the video, what if anything, did you notice on it which was relevant to your investigation?
I observed the Ford Sport.
Okay,
Say,
go ahead.
Thank you. Continue on, sir.
I
You
observed the
observed-
Ford Sport Track coming from the south up to the north, enter the parking lot, pull in down past the building, and pull into the parking space right near the light pole and stop. And then I saw some movement around the vehicle, and then I also observed movement towards that southeast corner trash receptacle. And then I observed the reverse lights come on, the truck backed out, and then drove back around to the front as the exit right here. And as it passed, I observed a white item in the back.
what do you see on this?
He's like, again? Again? So I had never, okay, you know what? You bring up controversy, Jennifer, and let me tell you why. Most of us had never heard, actually 96% of us had never heard of a Burger King having oh God, macaroni and cheese sounds good right now. 96% of us in the poll yesterday had never heard of Burger King having macaroni and cheese. And on the Facebook group, there are pictures from that 4% where they found where they actually did have macaroni and cheese and like some kind of macaroni and cheese bite things too. So it is real life. There was photo evidence. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up. I had never heard of it. Let's see. I'm gonna find it. Yep, here we go. Here we go. Are you ready for this? Bam. Oops. So it does exist. And there's mac and Cheetos bites. Who knew that was a thing? Burger King, have it your way, Kraft macaroni and cheese. Who knew? Who knew? Tosh knew, and 4% of our members. Now I really want macaroni and cheese. I had never. Oh, hello there. Hello. Hi. I had never heard of macaroni and cheese, but Chick-fil-A has macaroni and cheese now, and it's really good. Is what only in Europe? Burger King macaroni and cheese? Mac and yellow fungus. I am not, like, I know that a lot of people like Kraft macaroni and cheese. I am not in that category. I'm not a fan. There's not a lot of instant type of macaroni and cheese that I can eat. I am like old school, like I'm old school macaroni and cheese. Like I'm not a box macaroni and cheese type of girl. I'm like a do it myself type. So to me, I'm not a fan, but I like homemade macaroni and cheese. Jacob used to like those cups of macaroni and cheese where you like put the water in and do it. When he was in high school, he would eat those. And I would get so mad because I'm like I would make like, you know, I cooked every meal. So I'd have like a big old thing of macaroni and cheese in there. Like heat some of that up. And he would be eating that instant stuff with the cheese powder stuff. I don't get it. Yeah, I make my own. I've always made my own macaroni and cheese. It's just it's the only way and I like it. Like I'll do it different ways depending on like because I like, you know, I like it different ways. But I'll do like that where it's more like creamy sometimes. But my favorite way is like when it's almost like a casserole. Like I'll make like a sheet of it and I'll put it in the oven and put cheese on top of it and stuff and bake it. Oh, that's my favorite. And I don't use, I'm not a Velveeta. Like it's not my thing. I do not usually put eggs in mine unless I want it to be like a little bit thicker. But normally I'll like, you know, I like to do mine in a cast iron skillet. I'll melt butter and then, you know, put some flour in there in the melted butter and pour in milk and pour in the cheese and get all that going. And then the noodles and let it do it like that. And then after it's cooked like that, then I'll put cheese on top of it and pop that cast iron skillet in the oven. That's the way I like it the best. Oh, I've had slow cooker macaroni and cheese before, and that's good too. I've never done it in the slow cooker, but I've had some in the slow cooker, and it's good. I cook just about everything in a cast iron skillet. But if I'm gonna do like if I'm taking it for like a function or something, you know, I'll do it in like a big, like 13x9 type thing or whatever. But if I'm going to do it like that type, then I'll put egg in it because it makes it almost like a casserole instead of like the creamy stuff, and I love it like that too. We just talk about recipes and food while they sidebar. Cinnamon toast. I have not seen a melt bar. I think I've seen signs for one. Let me Google that. I think I've seen signs for one, but I don't know if there's any near me. I think there was one in Ohio near where I lived. Columbus. Okay, yeah. I guess that's where I've seen it before because I remember seeing pictures for it. But no, I've never been to one. When I lived in Ohio for those 6 years, I lived like further south than that. I lived closer to I was like south of Dayton. Somebody mentioned toast. What's it called? With cinnamon and the sugar? French toast. I saw a thing, I don't know, a few weeks ago maybe, where somebody was saying like, oh, I didn't know that you're supposed to toast the toast, like toast the bread before you dip it and do all that. And I want to do a poll. Do you toast the bread before you dip it and cook it on French toast? Everybody's like, what? What? I want to see the results on this before I say anything.
First, let me remind you that you should feel free. In fact, I encourage you to get up and stretch. Maybe you could leave and get a sandwich and come back during our sidebars. That is a joke, by the way. So before we start up again, I just need to instruct you again as to this video and to I believe, what will be at least a third video. This instruction covers the following videos and stills that are taken from these videos. What these videos actually depict, who appears in the video, what appears in the video, what's happening in the video.
95%.
That is a question for you and you alone. You determine those facts. You will hear this witness, I expect you will hear this witness, testify about his own interpretation of what he saw in the video, and that is being offered solely for the purposes of his knowledge, his state of mind, as that knowledge and state of mind related to what he did as an investigator.
Thank you, Ron. Now, sir, what I'd like to do is show you a series of still shots, some frames from the video that you watched with Mr. Zanowski. And so I'm approaching you and handing you 6 printouts. Do you recognize those? And if you could please keep them in order.
I've always toasted the toast. I didn't even realize that people didn't toast. I've always done it.
Yes.
You recognize those to be still shots, certain frames from the video that you watched with Mr. Zanowski.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer these, please.
Same objection.
I don't like it soggy. I like it soft, but not soggy. Okay, I toast the bread for French toast.
All right, so I'd like to now pull up on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 84 in this case. And sir, using that pointer that you still have, could you please, first of all, orient us? What angle or perspective is this frame coming from?
This frame is coming from the north side of the parking lot on that pole that we observed earlier with the camera on it, looking back at the southeast corner.
And is the dark truck that you described earlier in this frame?
Yes.
Whereabouts? Please point it out. And what do you see on the backside of the truck?
Brake light.
Thank you. And just so we're clear, before we move on, why does the frame appear sort of blobby or distorted?
It was raining that day and there's water droplets on the lens of the cameras.
Okay. Now, sir, and what is the time on this printout?
The time is 5:47 p.m.
Showing you exhibit number 85. What are we seeing in this frame?
Again, the truck with the reverse lights on.
Okay. And the time on this?
5:48:37 p.m.
Exhibit 86. What are we seeing here?
You see the.
Where's the truck in this frame? And you're pointing for the record to the left-hand lower side?
Yes.
Okay. And again, this distortion of the headlights, is that attributable to a raindrop?
Yes.
Okay. Time on this?
5:48.
And to get from where the truck was a moment ago to where it is in this frame, again, just describe for us the route of travel it would have to take.
It came around that's 2 drive-through lanes there. It came around the far right side of the drive-through.
Okay. So the lane of travel, if you don't want to go through the drive-through, you can just sort of zip around the back, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And the next exhibit, which I believe is 87. Point out the truck for us, please, here, sir. And you're pointing in the pretty much the square center.
In the center of the pick frame, yes.
The time on this frame?
It is 5:48:59.
Next frame, exhibit 88. Now, is this from a different camera?
This is from the front, they would call it the front patio camera.
Okay, and this is as the truck is exiting on the right-hand side, eventually taking a right?
Yes.
Okay. And then the next frame, sir, exhibit number 89. What are we seeing here?
You've seen the back half of the pickup truck with objects in it
Okay. And the time on this?
at 5:49 PM.
When you say objects in it, what do you mean by it?
Objects in the back of the bed, the pickup bed.
Fair to say from this frame, you have no idea what those objects are.
I do not.
Now, sir, are you familiar with what I'd like to mark as the next exhibit? The actual video itself that you obtained from McDonald's. First of all, you didn't obtain it on the 30th, am I right?
Correct.
When did you get it?
I believe it was Friday the 2nd,
And have you watched that video?
many times.
And does it fairly accurately represent the descriptions that you just provided?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to offer this, please, Ron.
Objection. Exhibit number 90.
All right, sir, do you see the beginning of the video, which we pulled up on the screen here?
Yes.
See that?
Yes.
And before we start playing it, sir, you just, again, using the pointer, if you'd like, orient us. This, first of all, is a split screen, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, so what are we seeing on the right-hand side of the screen?
That's the front patio surveillance camera.
And is that Northampton Street heading from south to north
Yes.
on the right-hand side?
Yes.
And on the left-hand side of the screen, what angle is that?
That's the back side of the McDonald's, the south corner, southeast corner.
And am I right that the section of video that we're discussing now goes from 5:47 to 5:49 PM, about a 2-minute span?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to play this video now for the jury. Sir, when you see the truck in question, could you please point it out with the pointer? I'm not going to ask you to narrate or say anything, but just help us focus our attention.
Hey, JT. Somebody ratted us out at JT. We're in trouble for acting up. Yeah, I don't know how to work it, but there's a Discord and there's a Facebook group.
Thank you, sir. Now, you testified earlier that when you watched that video for the first time with Mr. Zamowski, after the vehicle parked and the brake lights came on, you saw some movement along the driver's side, correct?
Yes.
And when you say movement, describe what you saw.
A shadow of a person walking towards that southeast trash receptacle
Okay. And then returning to the truck?
and returning to the truck.
Now, because you had seen that on the video, and let me ask you this, how many times do you think you've watched that video in that segment?
Objection.
Sustained.
Based on having seen that movement as you described, did that lead you to do something?
Yes,
And when did you do that?
approximately 8:20 PM that March 30th.
So right after you watched the video?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury where you went and what you did.
I went to the southeast corner, the furthest trash receptacle in that parking lot. And I looked into the trash can and I observed 3 different rags laid down on top of regular McDonald's white trash.
Who's this
I
guy?
removed the cover, there's a plastic cover on it. I removed it and I could see better that there was a red rag,
Christopher Ray.
a gray rag, and then a pink diaper. And based on that, I secured
Massachusetts.
that trash.
Okay, sir, I'm backing up to what has been marked.
Everybody wave at
as exhibit
JT.
Number 78. And again, understanding this is a photo you've taken days later in better weather, correct?
Yes,
And could you please point out to the jury, please, which trash receptacle we're
I've
talking
been practicing
about?
my accent.
they did in the corner.
Okay.
You practicing your accent?
That trash receptacle, and I believe you said you did something with the red cap around the.
Cop and Harvard Yard.
Now,
And
these,
Walmart.
Walmart.
three
Walmart. Just watch
pieces
The
of
Departed
cloth
for a
that you
couple
saw
of
inside the
couple of
trash.
days.
How were they oriented in terms of where, well, first of all, was there any other trash in the trash receptacle?
Yes,
What type of trash?
paper, McDonald's, regular McDonald's paper, white paper and trash with the McDonald's logos on it.
And were these rags covered or
Most-
buried in any way?
No,
Most of
And
them are
how
retired
far
now.
down into the trash did you have to look or reach to get them?
not far. There was trash in there. It was very obvious and clear that the 3 rags were on top of that. It's my first observation.
Overruled.
Was my first observation of what I could see.
Now, you said a gray rag or gray piece of cloth, correct?
Yes,
A maroonish type rag or piece of cloth?
yes,
And then what was the third one?
a pink diaper,
When you say diaper, what do you mean? Describe it for
a
us.
cloth, pink cloth.
That is my nickname. Yes.
How did you know it was a cloth diaper?
Well, I was familiar with them as having children
It's a
myself,
side bar.
and it looked like a diaper I used to have and be familiar with.
It's a diaper.
Now, based upon what you had seen on the video, and based upon what you were now seeing inside of the trash can, what decision did you make, if any?
The ad can.
Trash bag. What did you decide to do?
We removed the trash and secured it.
Okay. And I meant to ask you this, when you saw the pink cloth diaper in particular, describe to the jury what, if anything, you saw on the surface of the pink cloth diaper.
All the cloths were wet. I didn't observe anything significant on there.
Okay. Any feces or what appeared to be
Ew.
poop?
No,
Other vomit or bodily substances?
no, the trash was actually clean.
What do you saw, Your Honor?
Overruled.
Like
What?
Trash was actually clean.
Boston clean or
Yes,
And it was raining,
yes,
and it had been raining for some time.
yes.
All right.
This is the
so
last 30 minutes, and then
Now, I may have just asked you this a moment ago, but describe to the
I'm
jury.
gonna miss
how you
everybody
went
for a few
about
days.
Securing, gathering up this evidence.
So I put on latex gloves. I pulled the trash out, and there was water all in the bottom of the trash. So I poked a hole in it, let the water run out. Then I secured it in the back of my cruiser.
Did you call somebody at that point?
I did.
Without getting into what was said, who did you call?
Detective Lieutenant Whitney.
Tell you what, I should wear a
mentioned
tie
you
on
traveled
the spring
somewhere.
more.
Did you leave McDonald's at that point?
Yes,
Where did you go?
18.
I gotta fit my head out the door, guys.
Was this your first time to 18 Barton Street in connection with this case, or had you already been there?
That was my first time.
Please describe.
All
now,
right.
this is-
I just wanted to portal in for just a second,
The
so
collection was around
I'm gonna portal back out.
18, correct?
Yes,
And when you got back to 18 Barton Street, Brandi, this is now March 30th, heading into the nighttime of March 30th, correct?
yes,
Is there still an investigative law enforcement presence at the house?
yes.
And what did you do when you got to the house?
I turned that evidence over to Trooper McGarrian.
When you say you turned it over to him, just literally what did you do?
I handed it to him, provided it to him.
The entire bag?
Yes.
And did you see what he did with it at that point or no?
I believe he went towards the garage with it, yes.
Did you yourself have any further involvement with the items that were inside that trash bag?
I did not.
Now, sir, Madam Clerk, do we have any gloves? Oh, gloves in all directions. Thank you. Okay, sir, why don't I give you 2 gloves? Sir, I'm handing you a brown
Me
paper
too.
bag. If you please look inside it. And do you recognize that item, sir?
Yes,
And am I correct that there was a tag attached to it?
yes,
And am I right that this was eventually submitted to the crime lab as item 9-9?
yes.
And do you recognize what that cloth is that the tag's attached to?
It would be a pink cloth diaper.
And is that the cloth diaper, sir, that you retrieved from the McDonald's trash can?
Yes,
Your Honor, I offer this as the next exhibit, please.
Objection.
And could you please, now that it's an exhibit, could you please remove it entirely from the bag and display it for the jury? Could you please just hold it up and display each side for a couple of seconds? Thank you, sir. If you could return it to the bag. Thank you.
remove the gloves.
Exhibit 91.
Thank you.
Only the best.
Now, sir, this was, I think you said sometime after 8 p.m. on March 30th, correct, that you returned the trash to the house?
Yes,
And did you call it a night at that point?
yes,
Did you return to the house the following morning, March 31st, 2010?
yes.
And what did you do when you were there?
I arrived on scene and I walked around, looked around the house and in the garage to just an attempt to get a feel for the residents and what possible evidence we may be looking for.
At some point, did you observe a vehicle in the garage?
Yes,
And what vehicle was it? What type of vehicle?
it was a 2005 Ford Sport Track.
Okay. Did you have I'm sorry?
Pickup truck, I'm sorry.
Open bed?
Yes,
Did you have the opportunity to look inside the open bed of the truck?
yes,
Did you observe anything?
I did not.
Did you also have the opportunity, sir, while you were there that morning, to look underneath the kitchen sink area, the cabinets underneath the kitchen sink?
Yes, I did.
And what do you recall seeing in that area, sir?
Pink diaper and cleaning supplies.
And when you say
And
pink
and
diaper,
a
what do you
clear,
mean?
and clear trash bag.
Okay. And when you say pink diaper, describe to the jury, what do you mean?
Pink cloth diaper. So the cloth, I'm a little familiar with the pink diaper. It's, I believe they start out white, and then eventually, if you wash your laundry with that,
Can you be seen?
Well, actually, can I just ask a clarifying question?
Oh, okay, so, okay.
They sure do fuss a lot. So they followed her Cara's tracks of like where she went and stuff, and then pulled the stuff out of the diaper. I'm not sure what we're going to hear that they found, unless it was paint or Anne's blood. Unless I missed it. I could have missed it. But they already said it. Because there's a reason. There's a reason that they pulled that diaper out and they're talking about it. They talked about the pink paint that's like white paint, but it's pink until it dries and then it dries white. They found bloody rags. Oh, so did she use the cloth diaper as a rag? Yeah, they had the similar diaper in the home, so it's showing that it came from the house. If they would stop objecting, we could get our questions answered a lot quicker. We need them to get it together. Whew. Coming in hot.
All right, the objection that you heard is sustained, and I'm striking the witness's answer concerning the diaper and his experience with it.
So I'm showing you two photos. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Do those fairly and accurately depict what you saw underneath the kitchen at 18 Barton Street inside the cabinets on the morning of March 31st?
Yes.
I'd like to offer these as the next two exhibits, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Number 92 and 93.
And sir, showing you first what's been marked as exhibit number 92. Help orient us in this picture, sir, in terms of where this photo is taken from.
It's taken from a short distance away from underneath the kitchen sink.
Sorry, that may have been the most
There's those
obvious
rags.
question I have to say. Let me switch to the next exhibit, but I think it's 93.
Hi, Tommy.
And sir, could you just point out in this picture, please, when you say that you saw what you believe to be a pink cloth diaper underneath the kitchen sink, what are you referring to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Just point it out, please.
So that's overruled. He's testifying as to he saw
Yes.
this as it is depicted in this photograph. It's overruled.
Please point that out, sir. And for the record, that's on the right-hand side, roughly middle of the way up.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, sir, on March 31st, the same day that you saw that, am I correct that you hit the third of the three locations that you were tasked with obtaining some surveillance video from?
Yes.
And where again was that?
Super Stop and Shop at 28 Lincoln Street in Holyoke.
Did you meet with asset protection there?
Yes.
And did you ask to see some surveillance video between roughly 6 p.m. and 6:30 p.m., March 29, 2010?
Yes.
Did you view that video? Were you able to have that pulled up for you?
Yes.
And am I correct that you once again checked the time on the video against the time on your cell phone?
Yes,
And was the timestamp on the video 4 hours ahead?
that, I'm not recollecting that.
Okay. Let me show you some still photos, sir, and see if you recognize them. There are 5 total. And sir, handing you these 5 photos, do you recognize these as still photos from the video you viewed at Stop and Shop?
Yes.
I'd like to offer these as the next 5 exhibits, please.
No objection, Judge.
Number 94 to 98.
All right, if I could please show on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 94. Sir, what area of the store of Stop and Shop is this depicting, or either the store or the property of it?
This is the front row, right to the entrance. Right to the right of that is the actual Stop and Shop, and they would call it I think they call it the left or the floral entrance.
Okay. And could you please point out to the jury, without narrating or describing, just point out to the jury what, if anything, in this photograph you deemed relevant to your investigation while you were there?
Objection.
Overruled.
Okay, and sir, you're pointing on the roughly the middle left-hand side of the screen?
Yes.
Okay. And the next exhibit, number 95. Again, sir, could you please point out in exhibit number 95 what portions of this photo, if any, you found relevant to your investigation?
No objection, Judge.
I understand.
And
Overruled.
that's the lower right-hand corner, correct?
Yes.
This corner right here?
Yes.
All right. Moving on to exhibit 96. What area of the store, sir, do you recognize this to be?
This is the floral entrance leading into the store
From the parking lot?
from the parking lot.
Next frame, sir. Exhibit 97. What are we seeing here in terms of the area of the store?
This would be the cash register as you're checking out.
And was there anything in this photo, sir, that you found relevant to your investigation?
Objection.
Overruled. Overruled. Thank
Was
you.
there, sir?
Yes.
Sir. Could you please point that out to the jury?
Happy birthday, Tony Jones.
And lastly, sir, exhibit number 98, please. And please point out what, if anything, you saw in this video which you found relevant to your investigation.
No objection, Judge.
Overruled.
And you're pointing to the lower left-hand corner of the entire frame, correct?
Yes.
Sir, did you actually obtain the video itself from Stop and Shop from which these stills are taken?
Yes.
I'd like to offer that as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Judge.
Number 99.
And if I could please play exhibit number 99 to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Hi, Allie B. Look at all those buggies. Buggies. I love that we're all so close, but like buggy is the one thing that we're gonna all fight over.
Sir, do you recognize the document that I'm handing you?
Yes,
And am I right that that's a receipt from the Stop and Shop on Lincoln Street, March 29th, 2010?
yes.
I'd like to offer this, please, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
And sir, if I could show you on the screen what's been marked as exhibit number 100, first honing in on the upper half of the receipt. And am I correct, sir, that this is a receipt from 6:14 p.m., March 29th, 2010, at the Stop and Shop in Holyoke?
Yes,
And if we could just scroll down slowly, please. And sir, what was the total of the purchase made? Well, we kind of factor in the savings here. Okay. Scroll down a little bit, please. What was the debit total?
that's $14.93.
Okay, 29 cents of savings. All right, thank you, sir. Sir, last thing I'd like to cover with you today, before with the break, is it your understanding that there was a receipt gathered in this case from a Burger King in Chicopee?
Yes,
Okay, now you yourself didn't recover that receipt, correct?
correct.
So you're aware of it?
Yes,
Did it have macaroni and cheese? Bring the receipt. Did it have macaroni and cheese?
Document. You've seen this before
yes,
in connection with this case.
yes.
And what is it?
There's a receipt from Burger King from 1284 Memorial Drive in Chicopee, Mass.
At what
Did it
time?
have?
The time is 6:48 p.m.
And what was purchased?
on March 29th.
March?
Kids mac and cheese.
Ah,
Offer this, Your Honor, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
kids mac and cheese.
And showing you, sir, on the screen what's been marked as exhibit 101. Is that the receipt we just referenced a moment ago?
Yes,
And this was on the evening of March 29th, 2010 at 6:48 p.m.
yes,
Are you
Hungry.
familiar with the distance from the Stop and Shop in Holyoke on Lincoln Street, which we were just talking about, to this Burger King in Chicopee?
yes.
What is that distance
Approximately 4 to 5 miles,
and travel time?
approximately 10 to 13 minutes.
Sir, on the topic of Burger King, you testified earlier and there was an exhibit. I believe this was, just give me one moment. This was exhibit 83, if I'm not mistaken, if we could pull that up for a moment. What are we seeing here, sir?
That's the Burger King directly across the street from the McDonald's that we had viewed earlier.
Okay, so just to be clear, this is not the Burger King in Chicopee that we just saw the receipt for.
It is not.
This is the one sort of across the street from the McDonald's that we talked
Oh.
about earlier today.
Yes,
Did you go there at some point in connection with this investigation?
yes.
And what did you go there to do?
I went there to see if they had sold, see if they have any mac and cheese on the menu.
And did you answer that question, whether mac and cheese was available for sale at that Burger King across the street from McDonald's, March and April 2010?
Yes.
Now, the, going back, if we can take that exhibit down for a moment, the Burger King in Chicopee with the 6:48 PM receipt for mac and cheese, are you familiar with the distance from that Burger King to 18 Barton Street in Granby?
Yes,
What is that distance?
approximately 5 miles,
Travel time?
8 or 9 minutes.
So I'd like to show you what was previously marked in this case as exhibit, excuse me. This is the letter Y as in yellow for identification.
Yep.
Are you familiar with this? Specifically the lower left-hand corner with the 4 green dots?
Yes,
Okay. And sir, if I could just ask you to hold, actually, let me just hold this up here. Could you hold that, please? Now, are you able to point out, could you please point out to the jury, there are 4 green dots in the lower left-hand corner, correct?
yes.
And what do they represent?
The Holyoke Mall, the McDonald's on Northampton Street, the Stop and Shop on Lincoln Street, and then the Burger King across the river in Chicopee.
And are those numbered 1 through 4 sequentially as you just pointed them out?
Yes,
And do they have times corresponding with each of them?
yes, they do.
And are those the time frames that you testified to regarding each of those locations today?
Yes.
And could you please just recount those for the jury so we have a clear sense of the timeline?
Specifically just the times,
Yes.
Holyoke Mall, 4:58 to 5:34 PM. The McDonald's from 5:47 to 5:49 PM. The Stop and Shop from 5:58 PM to 6:19 PM. And then the Burger King at 6:48 PM.
And could you please point out where Burger King is in relation to 18 Barton Street on this letter Y? Okay. Thank you very much, sir. If you could just lean that up against the stand. Your Honor, I think this may be a natural point to break.
Okay. All right. So we will break for today. Again, please do not discuss this case with anyone, including each other. Please refrain from any outside research or investigation. Please avoid any contact with any of the participants in this case, and please avoid any and all media accounts concerning this case. I'll ask you to be back for 9 o'clock tomorrow.
I won't be here, but I'll miss you. Hold on.
Okay.
Specifically just the times,
Yes.
Holyoke Mall.
I'm rewinding a
4:58
second.
To 5:34 PM. The McDonald's from 5:47 to 5:49 PM. The Stop and Shop from 5:58 PM to 6:19 PM. And then the Burger King at 6:48 PM.
And could you please point out where Burger King is in relation to 18 Barton Street on this letter Y? Sir, if you could just lean that up against the stand.
All right, so these are the 2 routes that she described. I was trying to see what it said on the dates, and it was One was March 29th interview, and then the next day, the March 30th interview, she gave a very different route on where she went. I was trying to see. So why would she go to Kelly P? I know that y'all rely on me to give you recaps on these things. However, I have been having fun with y'all today and have missed just as much as all of you have. So I have missed just as many things. And normally I am like, yes, let me tell you all of these things that I paid attention to so that, you know, but no, not today. I did not. I have been thinking about macaroni and cheese and people who don't know it's called a buggy and all kinds of other things. So I apologize for that. But these are two different routes. But here's my thing. Why? Okay, so if there's, so here's Burger King. And there's the house. But she went 15 minutes away. It's just one of those things that is like, does not make somebody guilty, but also doesn't make sense. So it makes you like kind of question like what's going on there, that type thing. All right, so that is it for.
Thank you very much, sir. If you could just lean that up against the stand.
That is it for today. Now we are back to the ceiling. So that's all we got today, folks. I am going to miss y'all while I am gone. Let me see if I can find Marie Moss's. Did you post it already, Marie Moss, our stats? Oh, yeah, here it is. Okay. Sidebars, 8 sidebars, 35 objections, 106 rights, 106 times that she said right. 106. Wow. 2 witnesses, 5 hours, 25 minutes of testimony. Wow. 106 rights and 35 objections. That's crazy. That's so crazy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Everybody needs to try toasted French toast this weekend and while I'm gone, and let me know how it goes. Let me know if you like it. I had thought about trying to see if I can get the stuff for the sex therapist trial together and make it into a video so that we could do it as a premiere, but so that everybody can still kind of chat. But there, realistically, I am not going to have time. So we're just going to have the next 2 days off. But the mods have the Discord information. So if y'all still want to like chat and stuff and hang out, you know, on Discord, you can. There's a link for that. Brother Brewmeister will be having night court tonight, and I believe he's having it on Friday as well. So I will try to, I'll see what I can do about, you know, I'll take a ton of pictures while I'm there and stuff, but I'll see what I can do about maybe doing a live while I'm there when I'm not like crazy busy, and see how that goes too. So, but I will take lots of pictures and we can go over everything next week when I get back. So, but definitely check out the Discord. So everybody meets there and chats and all that kind of stuff too. So, but I I'm looking forward to it. This is going to be really cool. So I will, if y'all need the, the picture of the judge, it's on my Twitter. If y'all just need to look at that. All right. I appreciate it so much, y'all. Thank you so much for hanging out. We will catch up on the 2 days that we miss here. We'll catch up on them next week when we are back. Happy birthday, Tommy. And thank you so much, mods. I appreciate it. I need to go get packed and get ready and get all my stuff together so I can go. It'll be a lot of fun. So I appreciate it. All right, y'all. Thank you so much. Don't forget night court tonight, 8:45, 7:45 Central. And I will see y'all next week.